Everybody, how's it going? Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. How do you do this pin nonsense here? There we go. Pin message. Okay. I just hang back and see who wants to join. Hey, James, how's it going? Hey, Culture Ghosts. I'm looking for when people hit the join if they do want to join, because this is the first time I've tried this. So we will see how this goes. Hey, Trader to Living, how's it going? Hey Jim, if you don't want to stay, can you just click join real quick? I want to see how it works, and I can add you and get at least a 2 up on the video. Oh, I just saw your message pop in a bit. Okay. I want to see how this works. Yes, I'm a cheap bastard. This is the free version, so maximum 6 people, and I can't do multiple cameras. It's not recording it on StreamYard for me. There are a bunch of limitations. It's only 720p. Anyway, we'll see. All my microscope stuff and some of my other live streams on this channel are just broadcasts only, not collaborative stuff. So if I use this enough, it's worth buying. But the proper version that Kent uses is like $500 a year or so. It's like, well, I don't really want to pay for that if I'm not going to use it that much. So this is an experiment. Seems like a viable platform for free though. It's this is limited to 2 hours, it says, just to get something going. And so, we'll see how it happens. If it turns out to be dull, 2 hours is too long anyway. So. Oh, it looks like he's backstage. Hey, look at that. Give me a second here. I'm just finishing this stupid comment. Looky.
Hello.
How's it going?
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, so this is easy as I thought it would be, but I wasn't sure. So
Cool.
I figured it wasn't rocket science.
Yeah, I think we've all missed Kent's pub this week.
Oh, totally, yeah.
So,
Hope he gets better soon. I know it's stomach
yeah.
issues and stuff are no fun.
No, I've basically been off work for the first time in God more. Well, I've not taken a sick day since I've been with this company, and I've been with them like 5.5 years.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, this week I've just had this cold that's just floored me.
It's rough, yeah. I mean,
So
luckily working from home, just pre-COVID and during COVID and post mostly, I didn't take a sick day the entire 6 years I worked there.
yeah,
I took comp days once in a while because we worked a lot of weekends patching things and
yeah,
stuff, and I got some comp days. But yeah, I literally didn't take any sick days at all. So
yeah, totally.
not exactly a badge of honor, but just a
Oh, I
fun
don't
tidbit.
know. I don't know.
So,
I think
I know
think
people who
it's,
leverage it way too much, so they take vacation days as sick days.
yeah, I know.
And
I think it's a good marker if you're not taking sickies, you know.
I would hope so. As I'm looking for another position. Hopefully, not that they know that or care or whatever,
Yeah,
because they're not allowed to release private information about you.
yeah,
Um, but they do anyway, right?
yeah,
So it's like, oh, don't HR. Don't worry, HR won't tell you anything. Oh, really? Okay.
yeah.
These
I
are
mean,
phone calls, so they can say whatever they want.
I mean, nowadays over here when they ask for references and stuff, they're really limited as to what they can actually say. They pretty
Yeah.
much just confirm dates, and that's it.
Yeah, that's what they're supposed to do. But they
Yeah.
talk shit on the things. They just have to, especially if you're extremely unpleasant.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
like I've only been asked for references before, since I've never had a company or whatever. But
Mhm.
there was one case where I absolutely had this guy was a total nightmare. He made everyone's life a living hell and ruined a bunch of our projects and made more work for us. So when he left, he asked my agency, which I was going through currently before I got hired on perm, as an internal reference. And
Mm.
so my main supervisor called me and goes, "Hey, what do you think of this guy?" I said, I'm going to be honest. Don't touch him with a 10-foot pole.
Mm.
We're still cleaning up his mess. I mean, and it's because my personal reference is not I'm not a company. I can get away with that because it's my opinion.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I didn't want to wish that on anybody, so I was very
Yeah.
honest about that guy.
I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, just because and it wasn't. I don't want to give him you know no place to go for employment. It was just one single reference at a company I'm already working at for many years as a contractor,
Mm.
and I already had a good reputation at the company, so they trusted me. So I felt, well, I'm going to be honest with these guys. They gave me a lot of goodies and treated me well, so I'm going to do the same and not make them tarnish their own reputation with this guy, because then it'll
Yeah.
just bring the company down.
Yeah.
You
Totally.
recommended this guy. What's wrong with you?
Unless you really wanted to get rid of him and he was still at yours at the time. That's something that
Exactly,
does
yeah.
happen. Yeah. If someone gives you a glowing reference of where they're currently employed, you should always be a bit suspicious, thinking they really want to get rid of this person.
Well, that's the weird thing too about LinkedIn. I don't know if you use LinkedIn that much, but
Yeah.
the recommend me for a skill and all this kind of stuff. I'm like,
Mm.
it's just word salad mostly, right? There's
Yeah.
not a lot of real
Oh,
stuff there. It's
totally.
just you kind of help your friends out kind of stuff, but it's not honest.
No.
You know?
And you can just sort of list loads of skills yourself that you have,
Yeah,
and yeah.
exactly. So what's new with you?
Um, Not a lot. Just been ill.
I
Just
mean, other
been
than the sick thing, you've been
that's kind
performing
of
and stuff.
that's the whole thing, really. No, just not. I've not even fired up my kit. I've
Mm.
just like not. I've just literally tried to sleep, and I've just vegged out on sort of crime drama for
You
like
sure?
four
Yeah.
days now.
What's a good one
So,
now? What are you watching?
um, the minute I'm watching this one called what's it called?
I'm so behind on those things. I'm still rewatching Sopranos. So.
I don't know. Enemy of the People. It's a Finnish one.
Oh, okay.
But this one's kind of it's not too heavy on the violence or anything like that, or the
Right.
psychological kind of thriller side. This is very much a kind of you know who's done what right from the start, and it's just this newspaper reporter's sort of sort
Okay.
of journey to sort of
Is it
get
some
to.
like troubled person who's like you're following all their problems as well as the cases and stuff, or is it?
No, this one's all about human greed, really.
Oh, okay,
At the
right,
end
right.
of the day, yeah, that's the
And
sort
it's
of.
not done like a procedural, so it's not your typical kind of formulaic.
No, it's quite well done. This,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
yeah, it's not bad at all. But yeah, I've watched loads. Some on iPlayer. I don't know if you can VPN and get iPlayer over there.
You know what's weird is I tried a couple times. You guys have mentioned cool stuff over there,
Mm.
and the VPN thing. I thought VPN would have worked, but some of those they require you to have an official login.
Oh
And
yeah,
when they
yeah.
ask you that, they want some stuff I don't know, like some weird reference number. So you could put in a fake address and all that kind of stuff, but they still ask you for some other weird like designation, some kind of like not a serial number, but some kind of unique identifier. It's like I don't know what the fuck that is. So
Right.
I, so that backfired. So I just look online.
Yeah.
It's
It's been
the
that long since I've signed up for iPlayer. I can't remember what it might be. It's not
yeah
like postcode and stuff, is it?
I've been using Usenet forever since long
Mm.
before the web actually existed. So all that stuff ends up on the Usenet eventually.
Yeah.
Um, so I'll still certainly pay for stuff that I really like, but if I'm just auditioning something or something that's kind of like not really that interested in,
Mm.
I'll just go, yeah, I think I know where to look for it. So,
Yeah.
um, but yeah, it's funny because the very first torrent stuff I ever heard about. Have you ever used that b3ta.com site?
Yeah.
So it's a very funny site, but and there's a lot of UK centric humor in there and stuff, which is great. Some of it I don't get because it's political stuff.
Yeah.
But they had for years they had a section that was shows that we like, and there's like torrent links. I go, oh look, they're actually putting up
Mm.
links for things to download. That's kind of interesting. Um,
Yeah. One thing I saw on there was so a lot of it was just sort of like graphic designers
yeah,
just posting stuff, and
a lot of memes came out of that
yeah,
website.
yeah. One of them was if adverts told you the truth, and then one was like for Guinness. It's just like Guinness makes you fat and turns your shit black.
Yeah,
It's just
there you
like
go.
it's just
I love
loads of
their
things like
Photoshop
that.
challenges they had,
Yeah.
like movie posters. You had to like doctor up some movie posters or make a whole new one,
Mm.
or visual puns, all kinds of stuff. It's very clever guys there.
Yeah.
And back when Flash was very popular, they're doing a lot of Flash animations as well and things like that.
God, I used to do Flash. Blimey heck.
I love Flash. I used to use Director, the precursor to Flash,
Mm.
a lot to make stuff. I make basically multi-layer animations, um, which and as I discovered playing CD-ROM games way back when, a lot of the games I liked back then were all Director projects.
Hmm. Yeah.
Spaceship Warlock, um, the Hellcab, and a bunch of other really weird CD-ROM titles back then
Mm.
were all made in Director. So I started to learn it, but the scripting language you needed to really make it a game
Yeah. Action script.
kind of turned me
Yeah.
off. The lingo scripting and stuff, and
Yeah.
it's a hell of a lot easier than programming, but it's
No,
still nerdy, really nerdy.
I mean, I was actually looking occasionally. I mean, I might even still to this day look at some action script code in my current job to sort of look at what was done in the past. It's bizarre,
Yeah,
even though it's like yeah, because where I work now, it used to be dependent on Flash,
sure.
but really heavily customized stuff. But yeah, but I remember yeah, the first time I gave up smoking.
Oh, first time.
Base, yeah, first time. So my girlfriend at the time, she went away training with work for a week, and I basically thought, right, I need to keep myself really busy. So I built this entire sort of music, band website in Flash that was brilliant.
Wow.
It had like this virtual sort of music player and everything. You could like skip tracks and fast forward and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And with all it looked like a sort of mini CD system kind of thing, and it's all
Mm.
like really rich graphics and stuff like that. And it was on this crappy old computer. The hard drive basically filled up and virtually came to a stop, and I'm like, and I deleted the wrong file at the end of this week,
Oh
and
no.
and I was just like, damn, I had the actual sort of the output file, but none of the working files, so I couldn't make any changes to it, and I tried in vain to get it back. But by that time, I'd given up smoking anyway, which was
Right.
also accidental. So I actually
Huh.
gave up nicotine. So I was using this Nicorette inhalator thing,
Okay.
and it was working fine. Satisfied all cravings. I was getting a hit off it, and then I think it was like the third or fourth day I opened it up and realised it didn't actually even have a cartridge in there. I was just like sucking on a plastic tube. But
Oh,
the placebo
nice.
effect was
Yeah,
like so
definitely. Yeah.
strong. Yeah, but
Although
it
I've
worked.
read and read tons of articles and seen interviews for years about guys saying for them having those guys having tried other crazy substances, they said nicotine was about as hard to kick as heroin was.
Mm, yeah, I've
So
heard
for
that
some
as well.
people, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I've accidentally given it up twice. The second
Wow.
time was in vaping, and I was there. I'm like, how come I've got a nick shot on the side? I'm like, Oh, I never put it in, never mixed it in with the main liquid that I'd been vaping for about three
That's
days.
wild.
And I'm just like, oh, I'm like, I may as well carry on then,
So you didn't get crazy withdrawal symptoms or headaches or shakes or whatever?
No, because, I believed that nothing was different. So,
Wow.
you know, I was, I, I believed I was still getting nicotine and my body responded like it was still getting nicotine.
I could see that, but like with, I guess caffeine's different because if
Mm.
I'm a caffeine addict, and if I really
Oh,
don't
me
have it
too.
for a whole day or two, I get massive headaches. I mean, it's a
Yeah,
physical problem.
yeah.
Um,
I
and I
mean,
can't imagine any mental state where I would not have that problem. So,
yeah. I mean, caffeine's a different kettle of fish altogether.
yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things that I could never see any reason to give up either. You
Oh,
know?
I need it to live. Yeah, I got to be
Yeah.
awake and alert and burn the candle at both ends and all that stuff. So,
Mm.
um, but it's a necessary evil.
Yeah.
So, and I love the drink too. You get really good coffee. It just makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
If I can't get coffee, I learned a trick doing road tripping, where you can never count on good coffee, even with chain stuff, because
Mm.
Starbucks used to be good a long time ago. They went way downhill, burned their beans.
Mm.
Pete's is a local chain throughout most of the Bay Area and a little further out. I think they started in Berkeley and they radiated out most of the Bay Area. But they're not that common and their hours are weird and
Mm.
stuff. So other than that, you're totally at the mercy of whatever other crap you can come across.
Yeah.
And canned coffees, although they're very popular in Japan and sometimes pretty good, they're just not that great here.
Mm.
So I ended up, I'm drinking all these horrible coffees. I'm getting all this acid, and because I'm doctoring it up to be palatable, they're full of fat and sugar and all this kind of stuff. So I started taking those caffeine pills on trips.
Mm.
One pill is one cup of coffee, basically, like a good strong cup of coffee, 200 milligrams of caffeine. And there's one brand called No Dose, which is just there's a buffer in it, so it doesn't doesn't burn going down or whatever. And sometimes I'll have that. If I can't get good coffee, I'll just have one of those, and I
Mm.
get my little caffeine fix, and I don't have to have all that awful coffee and taste and extra
Yeah.
calories that I don't need on a given day.
Yeah.
And save it for when I really get good coffee nearby.
Yeah. Some of the best coffee I've ever had was in Portugal. That was
Really?
just, yeah, in Lisbon. Just really good. Um, and I think it's funny because I was out working there for a week and I sat there with this technician called Carlos who was fucking hilarious. Really unusual guy. He
Yeah.
was kind of like really technical and really scientific, but also a kind of massive hippie as well. So,
Oh yeah.
but he didn't look hippie-ish at all. He just looked completely like a straight edge engineer. Um, but yeah, he was really funny. But he did some experiments with various bottled waters and coffee over there to see which pHs made the best coffee.
Yeah.
And he actually found the more alkaline the water was, the smoother the coffee was.
Hmm.
I mean,
Makes
coffee's
sense because coffee is
naturally
very
acidic.
acidic, and so
Yeah,
yeah, balances it out.
yeah,
Although if you buy alkaline water, you're really special.
yeah.
Yeah, that whole trend with the alkaline water.
No, I didn't know about
Oh,
that.
you don't know? They don't have that over
No,
there? Holy
no.
shit. So, like any other charlatan health fad nonsense, this the concept of alkaline water has taken off. It's like you guys clearly don't understand how homeostasis works because as soon as that alkaline water hits it's not
Stomach
so much in
acid.
your mouth. Your mouth is a
Yeah,
little alkaline, but as soon as it hits your stomach, it's neutralized 100%
yeah.
because you have like an incredibly strong, like a 6 molar hydrochloric acid in
Mm.
your stomach, and you, some lightly buffered alkaline water coming down the chute. What do you think is going to win, right?
Yeah, I mean, what pH are we talking as far as the
Well,
alkaline
they're so
water?
stupid because when they say alkaline water, it's like 8 or something like that. It's not even
Yeah,
very high pH,
yeah,
or so it's just people just don't understand the basics of
mm,
how that stuff works. And it's and it's like, oh no, it's good for you. I feel more lively, and it's just better, and it's anti this, anti that. I'm like, do you understand that when you are not acidic in certain environments, you encourage bacteria to grow, and that is a bad thing.
Mhm.
It's bad enough we have the ones that do live in your gut that are able to handle so Hydrobacter pylori, I think, is the one common
Ah,
species,
yes, yeah,
and when you get a perforated ulcer,
yeah,
good luck, because
mm,
now that fucker's around your system,
mm,
and you're going to go septic.
mm, yeah.
So it's you need these things
That can
exist
cause
anyway. We
horrible
need some
gas,
of them
can't it?
for
That
our
stuff.
flora, but at
Yeah.
the same time, you want to keep that environment.
Mm,
You let your body do the work. It's got a mechanism for a reason.
yeah.
Don't start dumping alkaline water down there.
Mm,
It's just a bunch of freaks, selling stupid shit.
yeah.
It's
No, there's better ways to look after your microbiome at the end of the day.
exactly,
Mm,
yeah. I mean, just if you're not sure, just have a decent yogurt with a live culture or some kombucha
yeah.
and
Vegetables.
take care of it. And the usual
Yeah.
food too, yeah. But
Yeah.
I mean, if you're some people do have a balance issue,
Mm,
because their diet stinks or their ill health or
mm.
or whatever. But
Yeah, and
um,
cut down on booze because that just you're basically pouring antiseptic down yourself.
yeah, it's like drinking Listerine.
Yeah, it's what people don't. They wonder kind
Yeah,
of. I mean, there's so many knock-on effects.
yeah.
To do with alcohol and stuff. I mean, it's just gone past 6 months from the woman I was still married to dying from
Oh, that's right. Oh, it's
yeah
terrible.
from alcohol-related complications.
Right.
And it's yeah,
Yeah, my
which
grandfather was an alcoholic, and I got to see that progression as a kid all the way up to when he finally died. And he wasn't as hardcore as some people are, but he was
yeah,
basically always smashed,
mm,
from what I remember. And so his speech was always affected. His
memory,
attention was always
yeah,
just like zoning out, looking at the TV,
mm,
and he'd get mad sometimes really easily because he was always kind of a jerk anyway. But alcohol just brought out the worst in him, as you would
mm,
expect. So it's very bad.
yeah,
He's not even drinking good stuff. Like he'd have the highball glass, like
yeah,
probably like that tall, and sure there's ice in there, but it's just like crap, like rot gut, like old granddad. One of those bottles that has the built-in handle, the glass bottle,
yeah.
and he's just you know,
God.
and it was so disturbing too because you'd see him drink,
A
and I'm
bottle
just
with a built-in handle. Oh my God,
yeah.
that
That's
that
the one
that
that smashed Johnny Depp's hand in that whole court case when she threw that bottle at his hand.
I mean, that's for people get really fucked, isn't it?
Hardcore, yeah.
Let's
And it's
face
cheap
it,
shit usually too.
because they're just avoiding
Yeah.
dropping it all the time because they're
Oh,
so
exactly, yeah. And
fucked.
it's
Oh
heavy,
my
so
God.
it won't break easily.
Right.
But he would sit there and be watching like so you know what the Lawrence Welk show is or was?
No.
So it's this Swedish guy who's a musician came over to the U.S. at some point, so he still had a heavy accent. And did this terrible variety show with like old folks music, like
Mm,
"Here the lovely Lemon Sisters," and da 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 da, and like some really shitty orchestra stuff, like Montevani kind of stuff.
mm,
And then some acts, but almost all music, some kind of singing and performance stuff, but just awful. And pastel colors, and it's
mm.
like a nightmare. Just as a kid watching that, trying to stay awake. Now it's funny to go back and look at, but as a kid it was torture because they're watching that all the time over there. And as they got older, they wouldn't adjust the tint on their TV correctly, so people are purple, and the TV's too loud because they're losing their hearing.
Yeah.
And here's my grandfather drinking, like, I'd watch him and he would take a swig and he kind of play around in his mouth for like savor it. Like he loved it.
Yeah.
That's how sick he was, because that stuff doesn't taste good.
Mm,
He's not even mixing it. It's just straight out of the bottle, maybe with a little bit of water or something. And so he was bad news.
mm.
So luckily, my dad has almost no tolerance for alcohol, and I inherited some tolerance. But again, if I have too much in a given night, I'll throw up. So I
Yeah.
could never be an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
No, it's just I don't know. I like being productive. It's like,
Exactly. Yeah. Just way more things to do than.
and happy. I really enjoy being happy, and I find,
Yeah. Well, whoever
you
sees
know,
Barfly, they go, "Oh, look, a bunch of happy drunks," To all my friends,
uh,
and
yeah.
geez,
No, the thing is, the other side of that is people
yeah,
get more and more impatient, short-tempered over time, bit by bit,
yeah.
gradually gnaws away at them.
Well,
Until
case in
then,
point, the actor Robert Patrick, he played the T-1000 in Terminator 2.
yes, yeah,
Did you see his progression over time? He was a hardcore alcoholic. Watch him now,
right, mm,
and even watch him during The Sopranos, which is I think 10 years, maybe 12 years after Terminator 2.
yeah,
Totally different looking guy because he was hardcore alcoholic at that point.
right,
And if you watch him in recent stuff, TV shows or movies or whatever, it's a totally different guy. He's
mm,
just disintegrating,
mm,
and it's very sad.
yeah, it is, yeah, and it's,
The only thing more obvious is a meth addict where you start losing your teeth and stuff.
yeah. Well, saying that, you get prosecco teeth, where they'll
Oh,
start sort of
sure.
going sort of patchy and yellow and stuff. The black eventually.
Yeah,
Mm,
yeah. It's people really like to destroy themselves, and sometimes you just can't help it.
yeah, I mean, a lot of it's just from their own psychological makeup.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
I mean, my cousin. I talked about this before. My cousin probably had some issues from way back when.
mm,
He was born with cleft palate, had a lot of surgeries, got, you know, his speech is always pretty good, but he had the kind of hollow kind of thing when he talked, There's a
yeah,
hollow space in there. And he was always worried about his appearance, so he started growing a mustache like Stacy Keach did to cover up his
yeah,
cleft palate.
hmm
And but super like a talented guy. Like he started building additions to his house, and he was doing stuff in his backyard
mm,
and crazy kinds of gardening, landscaping stuff. He was just kind of he never got into work that seriously, other than just getting like a basic job at the post office fixing their machines. He's very
mm,
mechanical and very good with tinkering and fixing things in his car and all kinds of stuff, right? So he's just a really good overall handyman, clever guy, and a nice guy to talk to and stuff. But their family was, you know, my aunt and uncle like religious fanatics,
mm,
Uh, after they had a car accident, one of the kids was killed, and so they went super Jesus freak, and uh, and a really bad one too. This Worldwide Church of God down in L.A.,
mm,
which is very culty, and they did Old Testament stuff. So their Sabbath was Saturday, not Sunday. They went to school on Saturday, and just like the Jewish people who have that Sabbath, um, you cannot do things that aren't works on
mm,
Saturdays. So no
mm,
watching TV, no this, no that. So we would
yeah,
come over for a visit, and we're like, "Hey, where'd everybody go?" Oh, they went to church for a while, and then and when they come home, they have to just do something else. They can't watch TV. They can't go to a movie. They
yeah.
can't. It's got to be all in the name of like if you could play sports as long as it's church sports. I'm like, what the? So a whole day is gone, and we're here only for the weekend.
What's
My
hang on,
dad
hang
didn't
on,
care. He
hang
just
on.
turned on the TV and sit back and just watch. Like,
What's church sports? Javelin?
well, just like so, my
Throwing
my one of
spears
my
at someone
one of
who's
my
nailed
cousins
to a
played
tree?
basketball. So if you're playing basketball at the church, that's okay. But it was just a really weird. Like they had like they couldn't eat shellfish.
Mm,
They couldn't just various other things that are very much Old Testament kind of stuff, like Hebrew kind of stuff.
yeah, with a very singular interpretation.
Yeah, it was really weird, very strict. But and some two of my cousins were born with that cleft palate, and they both had the surgeries. They both one's pretty well adjusted. He was always kind of moody.
Mm,
And he moved out early and married some woman much older than him just to get out of the house because he hated the whole family
hmm
scene.
yeah,
And then he was growing pot for a while in his backyard and always paranoid about helicopters doing the sweep, looking
mm,
for people growing illegally.
Well, it was obviously smoking some as well then.
Well, that's the thing, and of course, as you know, most people
You're
get
out to get
paranoid
me.
from that stuff.
Yeah.
And he started growing it and smoking it, so he's always handling it. He's always around it, and
Yeah.
it's just like really in his system. And then he moved up to basically pot heaven in Northern California, around um, Fort Bragg and
Mm.
a bunch of other like areas up there, really known for Mendocino and stuff. A lot of potheads up there and stuff. So he was growing with and living in nearby properties with other growers. So people move up there to grow and make that their business.
Mm.
Um, and you're allowed, I think once they passed the legal part of it, you were allowed to do, I think, 25 large plants,
Right.
and anything beyond that you had to, I don't know, claim especially or do something with. And then from that, you were allowed to small scale kind of, I guess, sell from that. Not just,
Mm.
obviously not 25 plants, it's not their own use.
Yeah.
Even
I was
Cheech and
gonna
Chong wouldn't do that,
say, it's a lot, isn't it?
It's a lot because they're huge, bushy, like almost like a giant bamboo kind of thing. They're
Yeah.
the way they grow and spread, and
Bloody
I mean
hell.
they're basically giant weeds. They grow
Mm.
really well in shit soil. Um,
Mm.
anyway, so he was doing that for a while and just growing and smoking and in his own little world up there,
Yeah.
isolated from the rest of the world, and had some girlfriend driving him nuts and stuff. And so at one point, it's just too much for him, and he hanged himself in his growing shed.
Oh, fuck.
And unfortunately, because my uncle checked on him only every 2 weeks or so, and his neighbors left him alone because they have their own privacy issues with
Mm.
growing and not
Mm.
wanting authorities to come around and stuff. Nobody found him for 2.5 weeks
God.
during the summer.
Oof.
So you can imagine the mess that was left behind there. And it was sucks too
Yeah.
because I had helped him with a bunch of computer stuff and just like, hey man, let's go hang out when you're in the area. And then he started acting really weird. Part of that paranoia, he
Mm.
started, started blaming people for stuff. And he had a computer problem. And I said, hey, come by. I'm working at the Nature Center in Palo Alto.
Mm.
I'll hook up your computer. We'll buy a hard drive at Fry's down the street. We'll back up all your stuff.
Yeah.
I'll show you how I'm doing it so you can see the Windows copying and you can do comparisons on each folder. You can see the files are all
Mm.
there. The sizes are the same. Everything is legit, right? He was all happy. He gave me like, I don't know, $50 for the trouble. I didn't really care, but it
Mm.
was nice of him. And he went down to LA to see his dad, and he left me a nasty email like the next day or voicemail, whatever it is, that I sabotaged his computer and thanks a lot. Now I can't find
Ah.
my thing. I was going to do a tattoo and my artwork is lost. And I said, Dan, do you remember when we sat there for like 2 hours and we took the two windows, the two hard drives, and we copied all the stuff and you could see it copying and we did a comparison and the drive letters were different and you can see this, the sizes were roughly the same and the file count was the same
Mm.
and everything shut down and you left. Do you remember all that? Because that's all we did. Nobody
Mm.
sabotaged anything. In fact, I spent a lot of time helping you. But his brain was all fucked up at that
Yeah.
point, so he couldn't
Yeah.
believe you. He's like almost like a Trumpy at that point. Like he just conspiracies and all,
Yeah.
you're out to get me and all this kind of stuff. And with that going on, and his girlfriend was harassing him and all kinds of stuff, it was just
Mm.
too much for him. So he wrote this horrible manifesto before he killed himself,
Oh, God.
and he was just way too far gone, and we couldn't fix him. No
Mm.
amount of discussion or counseling helped.
Yeah. It's a
Very
long way
sad.
back from a place like that, I think.
Yeah, and
Um,
my older cousin tried to talk him down a bunch because she's had a history of experimenting with fun things and
mm.
and a very colorful life, and so she's been there and back. She knows
Mm.
how it is. Giving them good advice on, hey man, take it easy. So maybe stay away from that stuff for a while. You can sell it, but don't use it, and stay away from people that are toxic, like this girl. And
Mm.
it didn't help.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's too bad.
Mm.
He's a good guy though overall. I mean, but and I'm certainly not anti-weed or even anti-alcohol. It's just everything in moderation.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, that's exactly it, really. Just be aware of the reality of what you're doing. I think that'd be my key message. Um, I think weed is likely to make most people a bit paranoid or doubtful and
Yeah.
forgetful and reduce motivation. Um, for some people, it's really useful. It's a very useful medicine, to treat, various conditions.
Yeah.
So, it's quite nuanced. Alcohol, I think I'm a bit less kind of. I think alcohol generally requires a lot of respect. It generally only goes in one direction until you've gone down a path and need to come back again.
Yeah, as long as you don't go too far, right? You can come
Yeah,
back.
yeah. My ex never, you know, never could make it back up that path. So yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty sad. I mean, and like I said, no amount of reaching out would have helped because he had it from
no,
different angles. And because I was basically, because he was mad at me for that and some other dumb reasons, I was persona non grata. So I couldn't even try to help at that point.
mm,
And so my cousin could have helped, but that didn't help either, apparently. So,
yeah. Wow.
but I mean, he had a really nice spread. He was building a rammed earth house. I mean, this is how handy he was. You know what that is?
Oh, yeah. This sounds like my brother a lot,
It's like a
actually.
tire. It's a tire house
Yeah,
with packed earth,
yeah.
and and it was gonna be. It's insane. He's doing it all by himself.
My brother has built two houses in Brazil at the top of a massive hillside. Um, in fact, if you can just Google bus stop Brazil and you'll see it's basically for rent.
Oh
You can
yeah.
go and stay there. It's a posada, so you can go and like stay there. It's in midway between sort of Rio and Sao Paulo, and
Oh, okay.
it's beautiful. I've not actually been there physically, but all the videos and pictures I've seen, it's amazing what he's done out there. Really
And
stunning.
he made that?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. He's had a couple of builders help him, but he's
Yeah.
built nearly everything himself, and like loads of the furniture and fitted all the windows and all the groundworks. Blown up rocks from the land to sort of build stuff with, and
It's
just
crazy.
absolutely crazy. Yeah, clearing land and felling trees to like building and getting services in. It's like absolutely mental, absolutely mental. And I'm like, it's nearly destroyed him doing it, but it's like
Sure.
hats
Yeah.
off. You know, it's taken some drive to get there.
Plus, I can only imagine.
So,
I've been down there before, but I don't know much about the political scene. How much red tape he had to go through to make things work.
yeah, it's Brazil's interesting like that. It's yeah. Mm,
It's kind of a weird place. Rio, obviously has some nice areas and some not so nice areas.
yeah.
But even we walked around a mall there for a while. It was like this mall is not really very nice. Uh, so they have plenty of modern conveniences and plenty of industry and some clever stuff where they process sugarcane into fuel and stuff.
Mm,
But they have hold on. Um, but they have uh, it's an interesting place, infrastructure wise.
mm,
I did notice walking through downtown Rio that there's no trash. It was very clean,
mm,
but there was dog shit everywhere.
yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
understand that. you know.
Mm. The
It's like,
trash probably gets swept up with the bodies. Then,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, that was the crazy thing when they were doing the Olympics there,
yeah.
and the amount of cleanup they had to do ahead of time of like dead bodies in the waterways, and
Mm.
the crime there is very high. So that's
Yeah. My brother's seen a few things.
those. You've seen City of God, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Holy moly!
yeah.
Those you don't mess around with those favelas. Those are hardcore.
Oh, original synth is waiting backstage, apparently. Hey, hey, Fred.
Hello, hello.
How you doing? Oh, hear you? Do we have sound?
So he's unmuted, but must be having trouble
Yeah,
getting it to work.
probably wrong driver. Hey, Bluebell.
Does the cat come around when it hears you talking a lot?
Yeah, it depends.
Yeah.
She gets a bit jealous of Zoe actually when I'm talking to Zoe.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's her cat. That's hilarious.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, hello.
I think. Hello. How
Hello.
you doing?
Hey,
How's it going?
how's everyone doing? Nice chat for a Saturday night there.
Yeah, I thought I'd throw something out just for fun. I wanted to learn how StreamYard actually worked. So what the hell? I'll use the free one. So
As long as we don't go dark.
Yeah, this will expire though in 2 hours. So I don't know
Yeah.
how long. I don't know how long it's been exactly, but
About 41 minutes, I
40
think.
minutes. Okay, cool.
So,
Well, this is the first for me.
cool.
Yeah, glad you joined.
Totally. And the picture, by the way, I took of an ATM. Now, read it as one sentence. The biggest words. Read it as one sentence, and then read it as two.
All right. Yes.
I
Yeah.
have it so
Bastards.
small on my screen for administration stuff. I can't really see it, unfortunately.
That's like They Live. No,
Exactly.
Subliminal message. Yeah.
Yep.
Make-
Hoffman lenses.
Yeah. Make your money work harder. Make your money work harder.
Yeah. Well, that's why that's why I'm a fan of the Oxford comma, because it does make things clear.
Yeah.
What about the Pythagorean comma?
I don't know about that
I
one.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know that one either.
Oh, that's why if you tune things with equal mathematics, they go out of tune at either end. The Pythagorean comma is the little bit of reality that gets in the way of the mathematics.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's like the the bits they chop off the end in statistics. You know, the
Yeah,
bits where,
yeah.
where radical changes can happen and all the outliers are
Yeah.
like,
So
well,
the
like
edges of the
me,
bell
for
curve
instance.
kind of thing.
Yeah, the important bits where it fractalizes. Well, that's the what I look at as with music. The Pythagorean comma is a little. It's a little two fingers up to trying to control everything.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'll have to read up on that. I've never.
Oh,
I may have actually heard
diatonic
about it and
comma.
forgotten about it, but it looks interesting.
I'm gonna have a look at that.
I wouldn't be surprised if Adam Neely did a whole show on it. So
I mean, I don't know if it's my interpretation of that. You know, it's the mote in your eye, as Fish said. You know, it's the spanner in the works
yeah,
as far as trying to. I look at the this VR and trying to virtual reality. It's nowhere near, and it never will be. It's just a trick with using what is it? What's the use of words? Is it semantics? Semantics.
semantics. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. To me,
I always used to joke about semantics and Symantec, the company,
Yeah.
whereas they think they're actually, they think that they're clever with their tools, but it's just a tech version of word salad, basically,
Yeah.
because they have crappy tools. So what are you working on these days?
who me?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Do you have
Well, I
like
was
a
let
synth
go.
cave going and stuff, or do you have a?
Yeah, but it's more of a like a Tetris cave, I suppose, where I'm constantly. I used to be a techie with a radio station, and I shouldn't have been, but plugging everything in and just experimenting, and it's like being in a playpen, and actually disciplining myself to focus and create with a structure, workflow, and all that kind of stuff. It's been very difficult for me.
So then you avoid modular?
Well, I've got a. Do you want me to go with what I've got kind of thing?
Oh yeah, sure. You can go.
I've just today gotten a Ninja attuned Zen delay. Because I wanted hands-on for what I wanted to do without having to set stuff up even more, But you can't record automation on it, so I've got to perform it live if I want to jam anything. But my main thing at the moment is the Crave. I've got one of those Analog Solutions. Colossus, no, what's it called? Impulse Command.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say Colossus. Blimey heck.
Yeah, I'm saving up for that. No, I'm actually I'm unemployed. I've been unemployed now for a couple of years.
Right.
I lost 2 jobs just during the pandemic.
Right.
Which were both based in the outside. I was trained doing countryside management and the like. But I've always loved, since my friend sold me Equinox cassette tape in school when I was about 12 at the bus stop. Since Equinox, I've always loved it, but I've been very passive.
Yeah.
And I tell you, I've realised that word gaslighting. I'm really glad that's been invented, and I finally managed to understand it because of Rick and Morty. When the newsreader says to the female newsreader, "I've told you 1,000 times gaslighting doesn't exist, and you know it."
That's good.
But nobody else in the room laughed when that came on, and I was like, and it took me ages to actually for the penny to drop. And I realised that a life in your formative years, if that's been part of your programming, it's a hell of a baggage to bear with you for actually, it explains procrastination for me, and it explains, what's that other thing that they've invented? Imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
I feel like that as a human, because of this culture programming.
I mean, a certain amount of that is normal because it's about being nervous and am I worthy? And, especially if you're doing artistic stuff of any kind, you are putting yourself out there whether you like it or not. And at some point you just have to decide to do it, whether it's good or it's ready or whatever,
Plus,
and get some
only
feedback.
fools are certain, whereas the wise are full of doubt.
Yeah.
So
I love sound bites.
me too. I'm full of shit.
My favourite quote is I love quotes. They what is it? They mean you don't have to think originally.
Well, so I always loved the Hallmark card company out here. It was always fun.
Oh, yeah.
Their slogan is, "When you care enough to send the very best," and I always joked it was when you care enough to send someone else's words. So.
Well, have you seen Hair? The Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson film about the AI.
Oh, I heard
HER.
about it, but I haven't seen it. Yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic, and it's got the best closing shot. The closing shot. I haven't felt that since Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. So I do recommend it. But it's brilliant. But the last few seconds of both films. But I was really impressed with Hair. Again, it's bringing people away from this synthetic. We're better than nature. We're better than the real world, and we can offer you something to squeeze in between the experience and the and yourself, the product. It's interesting. It's like like the Hoffman lenses. They called them Hoffman lenses in David Liff,
Oh, right.
named after Albert Hoffman,
Right.
because of the LSD thing. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I knew someone who took her own life because of LSD. It was a propensity towards I think schizophrenia. But the thing is, it still doesn't mean that it doesn't need research and respect, and it can help you, be less subjective. Again, you can't be objective, but it can help you be less subjective and take you out of your current quagmire of what it's like to be human in this culture. I'm honestly, I don't want to run to the hills because I live in Glasgow. Run to the hills, you'd get shot, or you'd starve. You'd starve. But it's I did actually.
Quick question: You live in Glasgow. Have you been to Signal Sounds?
Oh yeah.
Is this nice? I bought stuff from them before.
I spent a lot of money there. I bought a packet of tendrils, but they did let me stroke the mini, and I played with an SC202, which I nearly got one of those when it was like £200 or £300, but nowadays everything seems to be, they've run out of things to miss when you go down the car boot or the charity shop.
Yeah.
Every old thing now is desirable. Again, that on Ranzi's show with that Electron. But as far as it goes with music, I did an album about 10 years ago because I listened to the Orb and they were rubbish, and I thought I could do that. I love the Orb for years since I saw them in '91. I got some stuff AX8P with Andrew Brooks. I had the same Tasco 60F monosynth, and I put an album together. There's mistakes and stuff in it. I didn't sell it or release it because I used samples. The Charm of Making from Excalibur Farm, and but I just decided to do it because the Orb were just churning stuff out after Chris Weston left,
So, what's your favorite synth now? What's one of your go-tos?
I'll let you into a secret. Actually, I'm trying to slow down the 303. I've gone through the TC303, the TD03, the MB33, but I've got a Deluge. I've got a Synthron Deluge that's been broken for about 2 years.
Right.
Yeah.
And I've just sent it off to get repaired. But that sequencer with the MB33, and I wanted to bring a bit more grace back to the 303 sound and stretch it out, make it a bit more like
Song of Life.
Oh yeah.
The intro Song of Life with the really deep, like that's the 303 that's been sampled down, pitched down an octave, and it sounds fucking incredible.
I don't think I know that one. I have to check it out.
Oh yeah.
I think there's a remaster that's out with lefties. The whole album is phenomenal. I mean, it's a bit cheesy with the lyrics at the start, but the whole album is stunning.
It's a classic. It's a work of art. It's
my favorite electronic production at the moment is Plastic Man.
Right. Which album?
soundscapes that he's created. Well, I've got the collection in that white slipcase thing, but I don't know.
I've got
I
Sheep
tend not
on
to.
somewhere around here. That's brilliant.
Yeah,
Really good.
that I like it. He's a bit more relaxed after that, but as far as the soundscape goes, the production and the feeling, it's a bit more like making a pizza traditionally rather than going to buy it at your local shop by pressing play on the process, factory made. But I do love the bass, and Union Jack as well. There will be no Armageddon. That's an impressive album to me.
The best, I think, in terms of just sheer artistry and soundscape and design and production, has to be Amorphous Androgynous, Tales from Ephedrina. If you've not heard
I
that
prefer
album,
Life Forms.
yeah,
That Tales from Ephedrina for me. Actually, I walked into a shop in the year that Life Forms came out, and it was playing, and it was about 5 seconds I listened, and I just went and bought it straight away. And I've never been bored of it, but pardon me, really tried hard with Tales of Ephedrina. But the psychedelic sound, it's the guy with the beard, it's his, what's his name? Doug? No, the other guy. I can't remember. But it's too much like psychedelic rock for me, and that didn't bite me, psychedelic rock. I'll give it another listen.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's psychedelic rock at all.
I've heard the name, but I don't think I've heard the track, so I'll have to check it out.
But Life Forms for me, and the single, Life Forms single with Liz Fraser, is it's a full album. It's 40 minutes, but it's absolutely incredible. And of course, Chris and Cozy and Throbbing Gristle and all of that. Chris Carter especially, some of Andrew Brooks' stuff over the last few months has reminded me of Chris Carter's stuff.
Yeah, he always reminds me of Richard H. Kirk. It's that whole Sheffield thing he's got going on. It's with like sort of some quite industrial sounds and ring mods and stuff like that. Really quite sort of punchy sort of stuff. So Richard H. Kirk sort of, yeah.
So yeah, I'm really disappointed with the T8, by the way. Speaking of going back to the 303 sound, because the S1, is that right? The new one, the new Baby 101.
I think it's S1, yeah.
Yeah, that's got virtually entire MIDI control CC, whereas the T8 has nothing.
Well, the T8 was like an afterthought, right? It's like, hey, here's your drum machine. Oh, let's throw a 303 in there just for fun.
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
Yeah, because those. There's a lot of stuff is ACB, so their chips are limited. That's why they only get like 4-note polyphony on stuff. So they can't like overpower those things.
What you mean? There's no algorithm for assessing the dampness of the atmosphere over the next few years, and it's not going to degrade the virtual capacitors.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, it's just when they keep using that ACB technology, they always have an underpowered chipset. It sounds great, but they limit some of their extra features.
You should be able to change the date and go back. I want this to sound like a 1984 101 that's been in a damp shed for the last 30 years. By the way, Jim, I've got Mark 1 Analog 4 and a Mark 1 Rhythm.
I have the analog keys, which is basically analog 4 Mark 1 keyboard. It's really nice.
Yeah, but it's got a joystick and single out.
It's really great. It's great. Yeah, it's so much fun. The only problem is because it's because of the architecture. I mean, the limitations are good, but sometimes you want a little more polyphony and stuff. So it
Yeah.
does the note stealing all over the place.
Yeah, I've found that occasionally in like sort of when I've been performing live,
Yeah,
because there'll be points where I'll actually, in some of my recent stuff, I'll actually play using the little one octave keyboard on the Analog 4, play
yeah,
some stuff live in there, and sometimes I find I'm like, all right, it's not actually sounding the notes, so I'm like
yeah,
muting another part just so I can like place more notes on that, which is
yeah.
quite. But you know, I don't. My mixes are too fucking busy anyway.
But
I've
that
always got
machine
too
with
much
like a
stuff in
couple
it.
more notes
Well,
of
that's
polyphony
another
would be
art, isn't it?
amazing. You know.
But yeah, no, it's an amazing.
I
The
do like
engineering.
watching Analog. You know, Analog Kitchen. Have you ever watched Analog Kitchen? He
No.
does. He does live different forms of techno. But the thing is, he does a lot of tutorials. He never uses compression,
Mm.
and he does mixing live um, using his ears basically. And there's handy hints throughout his shows. He does a video every week, Analog Kitchen. But if you want to hone your live sound, if you think your mix is too busy, um, I
Oh
recommend
no, no, no.
Analog
It's
Kitchen.
it's it's more the fact that my arrangements, rather than it's that's it's just my tendency to create a lot and a lot of stuff that goes together and create this wall of sound kind of thing. It's just
Yeah,
my
I've
own
I've
sort of
tuned
tendency
into a
to do
few of your
that. Yeah,
performances. There's some great
yeah.
tracks in there.
Oh, cheers, man. But
I'm
yeah,
only joking. It's shit.
yeah, whatever.
No, no, no. I was really impressed. I thought it was great. You've got an overall sound.
Oh,
But
cool,
there's one or two tracks for me that really stick out.
cool.
But I can't remember. I can't remember the names of them.
Yeah. Well, this is it. Nobody really knows the names of a lot of my stuff because you know it's not been released, and I never talk through sets or anything like that or explain anything. So it's
No,
very
that's good.
rare that um, I'll ever let people know what a track order is. So, but yeah,
I mean, time. Time.
yeah.
Oh,
Well,
I did. I've got an X station. Do you remember them?
yeah.
Yeah, I have several. I love those things.
I've never known such a complete MIDI control system.
Yeah,
You can
there's an audio
program
interface,
SysX,
everything. Yeah,
but I didn't even know it was digital when I first got one. I got the little mini one with the 32. Is it 37? It's 37, I think. Or is it
uh,
25?
it's 25. I have a 25 and a 49. Two 25s and a 49.
Yeah, I've got a 49, but it's again because I've been on the breadline most of my life. I tend to buy broken stuff and fix it
Right.
or
Break it
save up.
more.
And
I tend to buy broken stuff and break it more to get
Yeah.
interesting stuff.
Well, the great thing about the 25 is they sold that the special backpack for it. So you put the
yeah,
25 in the backpack, you use your laptop in there, and a few extra slots for cables and stuff, and you have a portable studio because the audio interface on it was quite good
Mm.
for the time. And it also, in the overlay mode, they programmed all the auto mapping for all the common VSTs of the day.
yeah, I
And in
remember that.
overlays, you can actually put overlays over the things.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah, that
Way
had
ahead
them.
of their
That's
time.
that's what I had, and the backpack.
Yep.
But
Cool.
it was only, I think it was only 100 quid for
Yep.
the. But the thing that got me, it's USB 1, so it would always bottleneck the hub
Mm.
Yeah.
with other stuff.
I mean,
But
yeah, if you go too crazy, it could. But the amount I used the interface, it was fine. So it just depends. But one thing about that backpack, be careful because
oh no, I
they
sold it. I
this.
sold it.
I was gonna say because they, where the little hooks hook onto the little rings at the bottom of the backpack for the straps.
Yeah,
The hooks are on a swivel, and that little neck right there, it's just this little tab thing that just kind of flanges out. Well, it's not very strong metal, And one day I was carrying mine and I had the laptop in there and a bunch of other stuff. And I was one strap, right? Just typical one strap backpack action.
Yeah.
And I went, whoom, and I tried to catch it and it bounced off my shoe and hit the ground pretty hard. And it did actually chip the edge of my case of the X Station. I was like, oh no. And I opened it up and it's the smallest damn circuit board you've ever seen. It's all air in there.
Yeah.
Mm.
So I didn't do any damage to the keyboard itself, just a little bit on the case. But that stupid strap design, I basically, every time, I have a couple of those backpacks for different things. And every time I bought one, I immediately cable tied the strap to that thing and don't trust that metal fitting. Because one day it will break on you.
Well, also, I don't drive, or rather, can't drive. A bit of a self-righteous symbiote, and I've tried my best to get as tiny a kit as possible, because it's all in a backpack. And I have performed. I performed at a festival with Electribe 2 and a SP404SX doing the samples with I think that was it. Yeah.
You don't do the Darren Workbench thing?
I think if you're in the woods, the worst thing you can do is put headphones on.
Yeah.
I mean, I have taken. This is one reason why I got the Deluge, because it's I can. What's that? Is it multi-sampling when you do one every set and a few keys, so it doesn't sound as crap when you go further away?
Yeah, it's multi-sample.
Yeah. I can do that to sounds I want. Plus, I can just sample certain stuff, but then I can have it all in one box, even though there's only two. There's only one stereo out, which is its biggest drawback, I think.
It'd be really nice if they allowed
Deluge
layering too, say multi-sample layering as well as multi-sample across the keys.
You can use the two oscillators for
you can
just two layers of multi-sampling.
Nice.
But
okay, that's good.
But for me, I tried all of that. What's everyone MPE? I had to sell them for money, not favors. I had to sell them the squidgy.
Rolly.
It's like the ZX Spectrum of keyboards. Yeah, the Rollies. I had some of them. What's the mini one called?
The block keyboard.
Yeah, the block keyboard. Yeah, I had two of them. Lovely.
Yeah.
Especially with
great.
the Animoog.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But I've got there's a certain area that I store stuff in, and basically if it's been there for 6 months or more, then it's time to move it on. And I wasn't using it. But those little Keith McMillan Q Nexus.
Those are nice, yeah.
Well, I got the Micro. I've got a Micro X. The Korg Micro X.
Yeah.
Because I wanted the pads from the 90s, and I took the keyboard out of that, and I've managed to fit two Q Nexus keyboards in.
Oh wow.
Like an organ.
Yeah.
And I stuck a Kenton USB to MIDI. What's that? The little silver box that converts.
Yeah, the host.
Box.
I love those.
I stuck a host in, and managed to just have one power cord going to the inside, and so I've got two. And it does polyphonic after which does the Micro X. The only problem is unless you're playing simple sounds, it's the MPE thing for me is not necessary really. I'm not a player.
I'm not a player. I joke, but Velocity's
That's
a bit
not what
too
I've
much for me. Velocity makes me seem shit. Never mind after such an MPE.
I noticed when I played that festival, I noticed the nervousness or excitement or whatever. Somebody's mum gave me a tramadol. And that's opiate. That's an opiate, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a mild
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I felt okay, but if you've got that adrenaline and you're trying to play keys with MPE, you'd be doing tremolo all the time, wouldn't you?
Or Osmos, same thing with the Osmos, right?
Yeah.
You wiggle too much, and
You know,
you mentioned the
I've
Keith
had- I've
McMillan
had-
thing. I like the little mini
yeah.
Keith McMillan products, but the K board is the big one, the fancy one that has the
Okay.
supposedly has MPE on it. I didn't like that one at all. I don't know if you guys have played that one. It's
No.
full size keypads, and it's I'm off screen here, but it's quite long.
Mm.
They announced it at NAMM 2020. I just didn't really dig it.
It seems like Osmos has thrown the gauntlet down. That's going to be the standard MPE if you can afford it for the next 10 years or so, isn't it?
It's pretty fun. It is a learning curve though, because like I was saying on another thing, and you probably see a couple of my demos out there where if you play a chord normally and don't think about your adductor abductor muscles in your fingers, and you naturally spread on a piano, it doesn't matter because there's no lateral movement. But on the Osmos, it goes.
I think if you're a guitarist, you get your head around that very quickly because you're so used to like being aware of
Locking the
bending
shapes
notes.
and- yeah.
Just a slight bit of tension on your fingers and you're bending things out of tune. So,
Yeah.
there's, I think, I took to it like a duck to water. I'm like, bloody heck, this is awesome.
It's
and
great.
really expressive, and you can get some real emotion in there. But yeah, it's funny you're mentioning about adrenaline playing live though. Like, I don't get nervous playing gigs really, partly because I think about a couple of good friends who have lost, including Dom, and I think about them, and I'm like, I get to be here and do this, and that immediately just makes me go really calm and into a place where I'm like, right, I can perform. But there's in my set, there's this one bit where I've got the SH01A, and I do this pitch shift down from an octave up using the tuning knob. Okay. And the way I used to do it, I used to have to try and hit that center detent. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I was just like, and the amount of times I'd either like overshoot it or just not quite give it enough. And it's, you're talking a tiny little knob that's like got so much a little bit of resistance and not much. And, that turning force to get it just right so it hits the center detent and stays there. It was like so hard to do.
Okay, here's a handy hint.
I've worked out how to do it now. It's like I use
Start
the
from
other
the
switches.
detent.
No. I do it through 2 octaves now down to the bottom and hit the bottom.
Oh.
So it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
No, the problem
I've got one.
is,
I've got one here.
the way I start it is it starts on the detent and then goes up and then I have to go down. But all I'm doing is not flicking the sort of rocker switch thing down again. So I'm leaving that up and just going 2 octaves down on the tuning, and that works fine. So I'm like, yeah, I found a workaround for it. But the amount of times I'd play that live and, I just about get it, and then you hear me go a bit out of tune and then back in, and I'm like, oh, missed it again.
But if you recreate it, then it was intentional. So
Yeah.
Well, it also reminds the people there that you're doing
It's
it.
live. Yeah.
Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
I actually one performance. Oh no, at the radio station. I bought one of those DJ decks because I did a radio show. I did for about 5 years. I did a weekly radio show for the charity, the local charity radio station, and it was an hour's bollocks and music I liked, and then an hour's mix. But it was ambient, down tempo, and I used to layer them and play around. And they had this event that was at the same time as a radio show, and they asked me to perform. So I said, yeah, okay. And I got an S4, the tractor S4 with the big, two big robot breasts on. Yeah. And so I learned how to do that, but I Bluetoothed the phone to trigger samples and went around the crowd and got people to put samples on there was some Still Game. Do you know the Glasgow comedy?
Yeah.
Have you ever watched it? Yeah, there was some
Yeah,
some of
yeah,
those
seen it.
mixed in with. I did, Paul Hardcastle's 19.
Yeah, yeah,
I got, yeah, well, I got the stems for that, and I remixed it live, and then I had there was a 49 Delta come in. This is 49 Delta come in, and then I had the little Neds, the Scottish Ned going. No, it isn't he? messing with the transmission. It was really entertaining.
That's
But
funny.
I really try to use whatever whatever tech's available around me to make it. But I learned how to mix. Like there were times when I had 3 tracks or 4 tracks playing at once. Like I like. If you heard of Eliana, I think it's Radig. She did
Oh yeah.
drones with accordions and stuff. Amazing. You've just really got to listen though, but it's weird because you're not. I normally fall asleep when I listen to drone stuff on the headphones, but I was listening and it's so subtle and yet so. It's like It's like you're listening to her. She's talking to you very subtly, and nobody normally listens. And it's quite a revelation. Though. But I mixed her with some other stuff, some of that Death in Vegas, his recent stuff, Richard Fearless. But getting my head around it, it's put me in good stead for making live music, because I'd love to do the live streaming.
Cool. I have to say, your audio, I don't know what my audio feed's like, but your audio is glitching in this like
I
really
think he's just
cool
got
way.
it's not the Dalek thing. He's just got a not so great connection.
Yeah,
It's
it's
audible, but it's glitchy a little bit. Yeah.
but it's glitching in quite a cool way. It's not like just can't make stuff out. It's like
Okay,
an
now you can turn the
effect.
effect off now.
Yeah. You got a microcosm.
Max Headroom.
Yeah.
Or are you
Speaking of
using that Zen delay?
speaking of former performers, you guys heard of Layla Arab? She's
No.
a performer, singer, does a lot of modular stuff mixed in with her stuff. She's
I'll write that down.
kind of a famous track called Molly, Mollie.
Aye.
Interesting droney with modular, with vocals, with kind of sometimes little Middle Eastern bits or some pentatonic, whatever, something in there. And so I've only heard a few of her tracks, but they're pretty cool actually. So,
Is it Layla as in?
Leila and then
Yeah.
Arab.
Arab.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, this is all new to me, so I'm writing it down with a pencil on some.
I just remember
You know,
Molly, but she has a few other ones that are interesting. But Molly's really cool.
I know it is.
Well, not that Molly, yes. I'm a square. I don't know about that one, but I just know what it is.
No, it's really interesting. I haven't taken any of the psychedelics for a long time. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just telling you. But there's a
I
lot
heard
of
if you get the
research
right
coming
stuff,
out now.
it's fun to try at least once, But
Well, there are veterans from war who are recovering from PTSD a lot more readily with
I've heard about that, yeah.
that
Or with
particular drug.
mushrooms or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. But interestingly, one documentary, there was a bloke who you'd think would love mushrooms, and it didn't affect him in the slightest. And he had the Terence McKenna heroic dose. It was really interesting.
Well, that's
Because
the weird thing.
a lot of people who promote using mushrooms and MDMA or whatever for mental and emotional health tend to think that it's a panacea when I don't believe that.
Oh, sure. Well, the thing is, your individual brain chemistry matters so much. Because one time I had really bad food poisoning, and a friend of a friend is a doctor, and I was desperate, and I said, I need some antiemetic, some anti-nausea medication. I'm dying. What can you give me? I once had one a long time ago. I forgot what it's called. And of course, super embarrassing when you can't keep anything down. You have to use a suppository, right? It's already demeaning enough. I can't keep anything down, but now I got to stick something
Gotta
up.
put it up.
Yeah, but it really worked, and I couldn't remember the name of it. So she said, "Well, I have this one thing," and she kept asking, "Are you sure you really want to take this?" And I go, "Yeah, I kind of need it. I'm dying here. I can't keep anything down. I'm weak."
Volker.
And well, no. So it ended up being a modern derivative of chlorpromazine. And if you know about antipsychotics and stuff, one of the side effects of this one is anti-nausea. It's actually a good side effect. But if you're not messed up mentally and you take that shit, I had the weirdest fucking dreams. I couldn't sleep. My brain chemistry is basically pretty normal, but if
Yeah.
you're not normal, it helps you out. If you are normal, it fucks you up.
Yeah.
So it's just,
Exactly.
it was crazy, but it
Ah.
really did help with my nausea. I was able to function, and keep food down.
What's normal?
Well, normal is
Wow.
in not going out and killing people and raping and pillaging and that kind of stuff. So
Functional.
Oh,
I
yes,
think.
yeah.
exactly.
Well,
Yeah.
socially acceptably behavior.
Yes. No sociopathic tendencies.
No,
So,
I've found this. I've concluded that in one sentence, the situation with it's changing slightly, but essentially, it's fit in or fuck off.
yeah.
You can be the most psychotic individual, but if you dot your I's, cross your T's, and jump through the hoops within this particular culture, then sometimes you can be a respected part of the society when you're in fact a nutter.
Prime
Yeah.
It's
Minister.
mad.
Yeah.
We were
Yeah.
talking about
Wash your
alcoholics
mouth.
All
earlier. I
sorts
mean,
of
we had a
places.
guy at work for years who was clearly drunk at work, but he managed it. He was functionally drunk at work, and you could smell it on him, but he did his work, and people liked him and stuff like that. But I mean, how long can you keep that up? Yeah,
Well, till your liver goes in it.
I guess.
Yeah.
Because we had another guy at another place I worked, and I used to take
Actually,
naps in the car. And one time I left my car around the same time he left his car, and he's just kind of out of it walking back toward the building. I go, "What's up with this guy?" And we go back through the same back door. He heads down the hallway to my IT area, not his documentation area. Totally opposite part of the building. And he's walking fairly normally, but he's just with a purpose, but like he's clearly going the wrong way. And he stops at one point in the hallway and kind of looks around. Doesn't know I'm behind him. And I go, "Hey, you need some help with something?" He goes, oh, no, I'm okay." And he turns around and goes to the opposite end of the building because he was so gone. You know, he didn't. Unfortunately, he didn't last long after that in the workplace because that catches up to you pretty quickly. But
Yeah. I mean, going back to what you just said about till your liver gives up, it's often not even the liver. With long-term alcoholics suffer from what are called varices, which is basically sort of internal bleeding.
yeah,
Generally,
Oh,
internal bleeding of the esophagus or upper part of the stomach, and yeah, that's
well, I
that's
live in
kind of-
Glasgow.
Yeah.
One of my friends who passed away, he was a volunteer. I was looking after some volunteers in the woods, and I'd known him for years, but he was covering his belly with his bag, and it turned out that it was swollen, and he had a hell of a past. And they drained 6 litres of fluid
oh,
once they got into hospital, and he was dead within, I think, about a month of being passed around these. We visited him in those god awful end of life, but what do they call it? What there's a
hospice.
word for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's another for
Yeah.
for end of life treatment.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I've forgotten the word. Like pediatrician or orthopedics or something. I'd never heard the word before. But anyway, yeah, it was tragic and
How old?
34. No, I'm only joking. He was about mid-50s.
My ex didn't
I'd say
make it to
sorry,
50.
mid to late 50s.
Yeah, my ex didn't make it to 50.
Yeah, well, again, it's the old, every single metabolism is different, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you've got your genetic propensities, and your environmental factors. Have you heard about the residual pesticides affecting the microbiomes? Is now official.
Not that. Yeah, I've not seen anything on that.
I haven't heard that. I mean,
Yeah.
everything chemical affects
It
everything
figures,
else. So
yeah.
it's
Well, yeah, but they're talking about anything from IBS to Crohn's disease. Were basically it's the organic versus conventional. You know, they call it normal food, don't they?
I was going to say, do you mean organic as in the organic food, or organic as in organic compounds? Because like,
Not
Yeah,
chemistry.
exactly.
No.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Yeah, benzene.
yeah,
That's organic. Eat that.
lovely, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing of
How,
like, well, it's natural, it's
You
natural.
took
Well,
your
so are a lot
benzene
of
rings.
toxins. So
well, so's everything. How do you define natural?
Yeah. right.
Yeah.
No, I must apologise to the chat as well. I'm new to this, and I'm actually still adrenalised. I'm shaking like one of
It's
those
okay,
cats.
yes.
No,
Nice
one of
ones.
those dogs when they get all wet.
Like a chihuahua.
But yeah, well, I've got the same build.
I think you're doing well, so don't worry about it. It's nice.
No,
to be
nice one,
joined.
thanks. It's a nice
Sorry.
atmosphere. We
Yeah,
just need the crowd in the background, and Kent. I've honestly since before the lockdown, I've been tuning in, and
yeah,
it's weird because, especially with Dom, I attended his funeral remotely, and it was just it's so many different emotions, but the one redeeming thing is that it's still nice to know that he has been part of this realm, this existence that we share, with his grins and his horn.
yeah.
I mean,
But it
other
was
than
so
chatting with him
fast.
on these shows and his show and a lot of Facebook stuff, chat back and forth, I never met him in person, but I think I got to know him pretty well, which is really special, because a lot of people, you don't really meet them online. There's just a persona, but I really feel like I met the guy, even though I didn't physically.
Yeah.
Well, that's one reason. That's one reason why I thought I'd come in here, because you guys, I'll always that when you were outside of that big that gathering, it wasn't NAMM, was it, where they sell stuff, they promote stuff for the next generation. When you were outside with the camera, Andy.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Yeah.
And
Those crazy walkabouts. Yeah.
and people were doing a commentary. That was hilarious.
That was fucking funny. That one was.
Oh,
That's
the NAMM show. Yeah.
Yeah, the funniest pub ever that was.
I love that.
Hilarious.
NAMM, yeah.
This time I have next time I have a better plan, because I was using the Bluetooth headset and it fucked up a lot of the audio. So I had to go mute for a lot of it. So I was laughing to myself. Like, you could see the camera shaking sometimes because I was laughing so much with you guys in the comments and stuff. So
Yeah.
But there's stuff like that.
The dick-shaped guitars and stuff.
Oh yeah, the giant penis guitars. Yeah.
It's just like, what?
And smuggling people out.
Yeah.
At the fox was it the fox on the push bike?
Yeah, the fox being tortured, the saxophone, the guy. So.
Yeah. Oh,
the guy playing against the wall, he's like he's in shame.
There's
the floor littered with broken dreams.
Yeah, the stains of sorrow and remorse. Yeah.
This is one thing that I'd love to bring into music is a more humour.
That's what
I
Zappa
love
did really well.
Well, and Half Man Half
And
Biscuit.
Weird Al,
I love
all
them.
those guys.
Oh yeah, Half Man Half Biscuit were brilliant.
They were going to appear on the Tube, Half Man Half Biscuit. You remember the Tube?
Yeah.
And they were going to appear on that, but Tranmere Rovers were playing, and they went there instead. So they missed, they missed it, because they would have gone down really well. But four lads who shook the Wirral, which is where I'm from, by the way, in case you haven't guessed.
Yeah, no, I did. Well, I knew it was that area, that ballpark.
Yeah,
So how
it's
did you
not
end up
quite.
in Glasgow then?
I moved here by mistake.
You just woke up and I'm here.
Oh, go on.
Well,
Tell us.
well, I was living on a 500-acre farm in Harrogate
Yeah, sounds
in a
nice.
caravan. I was woken
Still
up every
sounds
morning
nice.
by the blackbirds beneath an oak tree,
Yeah.
and I was going to start teaching bushcraft. I've taught bushcraft, and the man there, he'd worked for Ray Mears for years, so I was like training with him, kind of thing. But the farmer ended up being not who I thought he was, and there was lots
Right.
of problems. And basically, I
Right.
was part of a co-op as well. We were
Yeah.
going to grow, inoculate oyster mushrooms. We were going to do a cooperative, which turned into a no-operative.
Right.
I split up with my girlfriend, and after a couple of months at this farm, which was wonderful, I had to move out. I was evicted by a co-op,
Oh.
and
Were you going to sell those inoculated logs with the spores in it?
yeah, exactly,
Yeah, those are cool. Man.
exactly. Oysters, starting with oyster mushrooms, and then moving on to psilocybes. But sometimes you need a fairy god person nowadays, and I found someone who used to be my neighbour, and she'd moved to Glasgow many moons before, and I phoned her up to get her opinion, and she said, "Where are you?" And I told her, and she said, "We're driving past there tomorrow, 5 miles away. We're driving past there tomorrow with an empty transit van." And I was like, "What would you do?" So I took a chance, and they put me up for a couple of months whilst I found my place here. And then for the last 10 years, I've just been working for a local nature reserve, but that all went tits up. Bloody COVID.
Yeah.
Again, I'm still out. That's why I'm with Andy on this, and I think Jim, you've got a good outlook from what you've said in the past about we've got to be careful when these things are happening as to how we behave and what we do and what we judge the information coming in. But over that time, I lost 2 jobs, and the trouble is, I use music as therapy, but if you're not motivated to do the music, it ends up like a little eddy of despair, I suppose.
I think you can put a lot of pressure on yourself.
Yeah, you can.
And I think that's a dangerous kind of thing. 'Cause you've got to give yourself a break. Be kind to yourself. Ask yourself the question: would you treat someone else in the same way that you treat yourself? In that respect. And the answer is probably no. You'd be really kind to that other person, and you just need to show the same kindness to yourself. And
oh no, I'm a
give yourself
cunt.
break, You what? Sorry, you'd say
I'm a cunt.
I don't believe you.
I'm only messing.
I don't believe you at all, mate.
Oh well, no, we all are.
We can all be at times,
in
right?
different ways.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
In the right
We've just got to manage that.
Yeah,
We've got to
whatever.
manage that. I'm sure that Antelope Audio would think different about that.
Now that we're talking about gaslighting again there, because that's the first time I've ever been gaslit by a pro audio company, which is I found that amazing. I'm like, you're telling me that my comments are not being censored, yet I've seen them disappear. It's like, whoa. That
Well, I
Yeah,
was
but
guarantee
something
if you
the
engage
else.
person
with
you
Uli,
was,
he would have gaslit you. So,
It's just like,
but the person you're talking to might have a different, they might have issues within the company,
oh, I know
and
about,
they don't,
yeah, I know
it's a
about lots of
it's a
issues in
difficult
the
one that,
company now. Mm,
but
yeah,
I hope you've thrown a spanner in the works for them, because more companies. I mean, look what happened with what's that, Waves?
yeah. Well, this is it. I mean, chatting to the guy at Gearfest, I'm still not going to name because he was very honest and open with me about the situation at Antelope. He basically said when Waves, did their subscription thing, and it all kicked off. He basically said to his colleague, "That's going to be us in 2 months' time," and then
Wow.
it's happened. Exactly like that. Except unlike Waves, they didn't go back and offer perpetual licenses. But they're just, yeah, it's a bit like when Robbie was, or whoever was having a rant about Beringer the other night about them being run by the control freak kind of thing. And I'm like, that's kind of exactly what Antelope is like.
yeah.
Yeah, these people, the mindset is good for getting in that position. It goes with the territory.
Yeah, and it's such a shame because some of these companies could actually be really, really good, like in a sort of 360-degree kind of fashion. But it's
Well,
it's
there's
it's
loads. There are thousands of people around the world studying different ways of approaching business and making it more equal for everyone. You know, and it's a mess because it's and there's tons of evidence as well that I read one CEO within the last couple of years gave his employees hundreds of thousands of pounds. He basically became what they call I'm doing air quotes here. Wait till I get the camera. An entrepreneur. Uh, no, not entrepreneur. What is it when you give a tiny
philanthropist.
percentage? That's it. Yeah, it's like you use most of your wealth to fuck people over and compete, and then you give a tiny part of your wealth, and you're called a philanthropist. I don't get that.
No, I mean, I think the days of philanthropy are pretty much belong, from Victorian times when there were true philanthropists who actually built loads of stuff for their communities and built schools and
Ragged
facilities and
trousers.
housing and it's just where's that these days?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, Port Sunlight. Port Sunlight was built for the workers in
Mm,
south of Wirral.
yeah.
That got interesting um, solar alignments actually. Sunlight, Port Sunlight. They were all into um, secret messages in their architecture, all that kind of stuff. Da Vinci Code without all of the occult BS. Just people believing that the occult was working. It's interesting, but no,
It's a
no
weird mixed bag though,
philanthropy.
because even the old school philanthropists, I mean, and going way back in the old days, some of those people had slaves, they had other questionable behavior, So even though they're doing good stuff with their money, they're simultaneously doing a lot of bad stuff. So
Yeah, the true philanthropists wouldn't actually be called that, would they?
yeah, and we did some interesting study in some genetics classes and other stuff had evolution classes about the nature of altruism, where it comes from. Is there such thing as true altruism, or is it another form of selfishness? Because you're giving, but you're also making yourself feel good. So in that way, it's actually kind of
Yeah, you're getting
selfish.
a dopamine hit.
Yeah.
It's
So
Yeah, yeah.
where's the
I did.
true,
I studied archaeology at undergraduate, and one of the courses involved a book called The Gift, and it was all about that. It's really interesting. But basically, we're symbiotic by definition. We wouldn't be organisms if we weren't. And I just think it's if you superimpose selfishness on altruism, it's more to do. You can't separate the two. They're intrinsic. You look after others, you look after yourself, you look after others, it's like the chicken and the egg, It's the two are intrinsic. You can't separate them.
Well, I think anyone who's not a psychopath can see the benefit of people working together,
Well, everybody works together, we'll breathe, we'll recycle, we're a species. Well, we are, we might not be soon.
Some people are lizards. No.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh yeah.
One for the conspiracy theorists.
Well, there's that whole notion of CEOs and
I've got a
corporate
good
fat cats being sociopaths anyway, right? It's their nature.
Well,
yeah.
And some being psychopaths too,
Yeah, 1%.
Yeah, well, the corporation, they took a psychological profile, projected it onto a non-human entity, as in a corporation, and got the same conclusion. It's a psychopath.
Mhm.
But it's a there's no, you cannot define the entity itself. I think there's some legal situation where a corporation has been classed as a person to get round laws, but it's, again, to me, it's intrinsic. You cannot separate them. So we complain about psychopaths as CEOs like Uli, and yet, I just think he's a bit clumsier than the rest. He's not got the grace to. Oh,
Hey, Grace.
I think you're muted.
Oh, no sound. Oh, yeah, that works. Oh, a bit more gain.
am I?
Got a bit
Yeah,
more
it's
gain
low,
on.
very, very low.
How's that?
Bit more.
Still low, yeah.
Hello.
Sorry. Keep talking.
Can you hear me?
Fred.
Yeah.
Original Fred.
Original Fred.
Well, and more people. We're almost maxed out. There we go.
Hey.
Hey,
Hey.
Eddie.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I too loud, too
No.
quiet?
Quite
It's
loud.
good. No, it's fine.
You're always too loud.
Fair enough.
I meant that technically. Eddie. Hello.
Okay, hello.
Hey, Grace, try again.
I
You might be
can-
low, I think.
I can put me
Oh, that's good.
down, I think. Ooh,
We'll just about get level sorted by the end of the 2 hours.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it's almost.
You want to talk?
Clock is ticking.
Cool. How are you?
So,
Nice.
what-
Yours and Andy's jam the other night.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's
Mhm.
nice.
Yeah. Last night was fun. Yeah. Are you coming up to Sheffield next week?
I think I'm on holiday. Maybe. Well, yeah. I don't think I can make it. What
Okay.
date is it?
It's Friday.
No, I'll be travelling. I'll be away. Yeah. Unfortunately, sorry.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It's. I think we're playing at like midnight or something.
Oh, were you doing one of Brawny's extended
Brawny's late night
sets
specials. Yeah.
after the
yeah,
EMOM?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
yeah,
That'd be wicked.
I think he's playing a long set as well, and someone else. I don't know who. I know nothing. I'll just turn up and plug
Yeah.
things in
Oh.
and make noise.
Fred, over there. If you've not checked out Brawny, you should. He uses a deluge for like
Oh,
most
yeah,
of his
yeah.
stuff. It's fucking brilliant, really good. So yeah,
He's
check
all
out
over
his
that.
stuff.
Yeah, he's really good with that.
Yeah,
And he's got a homemade lyra,
yeah.
which is brilliant. I'm very jealous of it.
Which he said by the time he bought all the bits, probably cost about the same as a pre-built Lyra. But yeah,
I got mine. One careful owner. I got mine for 500 quid. I think it was.
oh nice.
It was good. It just sat in someone's studio. I
Cool.
don't
Was
think
it,
they did very much with it.
was it from a carpenter, knocking nails in with it?
Yeah, no, it didn't have any dents on it until I got it.
Right.
Until Andy got hold of it. Yeah, we had fun last night. That was good. We wanted to just put ourselves on the spot a bit and not just sort of noodle and go round us up an audience. So it was nice that everybody turned up. And before we knew it, we'd done over an hour, and it's like, oh right, okay, this is going better than expected. Yeah.
Cool.
So, can you explain me what's the situation? Where's the host?
I'm the host. This is my
Yeah.
little silly pub.
Yeah, this is
Kent,
Andy's
Kent
pub.
is not feeling well, so I figure what the hell, I'll do
Yeah.
some little fill-in crap thing and have some fun.
Yeah.
Ah, but sorry, this is not Ken's channel.
No.
Nope. See, I have the logo in the corner, then I have got the free StreamYard. I'm cheap. This is going to expire in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, join the club. No, it's not.
Plus, I
I'm
wasn't
gonna,
sure if I
I'm
wanted
gonna
to invest
expire
in
in
it.
about 15 minutes for sure, definitely.
Cool.
Did
Well,
you,
thank you.
Grace, did you buy the full one or did you?
What, StreamYard?
StreamYard? Yeah.
No, I haven't bought StreamYard.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it. I mean, it's pretty cool, but
No.
$500 a year is kind of a lot. But
Ooh, yeah,
It's,
yeah.
it's not good.
How much is the free one?
there's a $250
Free.
a year, which is pretty good, but
Sorry.
you really want the full
Had
one.
to go there.
The free one is free,
Yeah.
but the basic one is what he just said. It's 200 quid.
And you
No,
can't like do
we-
multiple cameras, and you can't do, a couple other things that are kind of nice.
Mostly branding and stream and bandwidth.
High quality, yeah, because this is only 720, the other one's 1080. So, but it's like
Yeah.
we're just chatting, doesn't have to.
My
be
my TV's 720. It's
exactly.
fucking
Yeah.
amazing. Got such a good picture.
It's really
on
a
my
bad
plasma.
thing when you've got limited bandwidth either. So
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
Like, and this won't record into StreamYard's structure. This goes right to YouTube
Mm.
or whatever
Well,
your
you-
choice is of
Yeah.
carrier. So
Exactly, because there's an option that it would record each people on the screen their own copy on their computer, but that's only if you pay. If not, it's just the one is out in the streamer.
yeah,
Although you can make tryouts and you can record if you don't go live, you go onto the studio and you have an option of recording. So like you can pre-record your live stream and then just release it afterwards.
Yeah.
That's still in the free one, but
they also have a new webinar format in the full version where you can have up to 250 people
wow,
joining, and you can take a roll and all that kind of shit.
like a what?
Take roll like it's class, right? So
Right.
it can be like Wagyu with his late book, like you didn't join in the thing. And
Oh, okay. That's what you mean.
That was funny when he told Mick McNeil off for being late.
oh, he did. That's funny.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Dear.
So we have about 12 minutes left, or less, actually. I guess
Oh,
it
yeah,
just shuts off.
Really?
2 hours, they said at the thing.
But then you
Oh,
can
okay.
just restart it again, or is it like?
I don't know. Probably, yeah, you probably could.
is it like Zoom where you get that free session and they just arbitrarily boot you out after 45
I'm
minutes?
guessing it just cuts off. So it's
Well-
free. You can't be
And
can't
sometimes they
expect too much.
do you a
Yeah.
favor and let you stay on.
We can do 12 hours.
Oh, well, you could do the back end stay on, probably. Yeah, like we're doing Kent sometimes, but it
Yeah.
won't be the official YouTube one.
Okay.
Only people on here can chat.
Right, okay. So it's not on the
Yeah,
stream.
because we've done that before. Ken had like an 8-hour show,
Yeah.
and then Ken,
Mhm.
Robert, and I were chatting for like another 2-3 hours or something like that.
Oh, gee.
Yes.
So Ken was exhausted.
11 hours, 50 something minutes at the end.
That was crazy. Yeah.
So, guys, can I put you on the spot?
Yeah, sure.
Good. I don't think well, I don't know if you did listen to it, but I assume you didn't. So it's mostly for Grace and Synthetic. Honestly, what did you thought about my input for the hardware jams?
It was great.
Like the guitar thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
I loved
like
it.
we
I
like
mean,
mixtures of things, don't we?
and as you see, there are other people doing like freeform guitar stuff, or like just a pocket operator sitting there doing stuff. It takes
Yeah.
all
It
kinds
takes
are welcome.
lots of variety. Yeah.
I've never watched or listened to the full stream and obviously I did for mine, and all I could say is, God, I'm different, so different,
And I love the
so
Middle Eastern
different.
vibes that they had, the in the trailer.
Everybody's
that
so
guitar?
produced and so well sound and so well mixed, and I go like, oh fuck, it's just a guitar, some reverb, and there we go.
It was
Yeah,
it
but
was
well
the
done for
Cities
doing it.
challenge, wasn't it?
Cities Challenge, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well
Can you
done
hear
for
me,
doing
everyone?
it. Yes, hi Fred, we can hear
Yep.
you.
Yes.
No, absolutely. The whole point is to do it. The only reason hardware jams exist is to get people to actually make music and not just think about it.
And forget about imposter syndrome and all that nonsense. Just do it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kent. No. That's why I don't think I will ever do any other one, because with all the subjects you bring, and even when they're nice, basically, I do understand the concepts and I want to do the challenges, but from what it's in here to put it out on the speakers, I'm not ready. I don't have the gear. I don't know how to use the gear I have, and half of the gear is not even working. I spent all day since Rancy till now just trying to fight my virtual mixer, let's call it that, because just trying to set it up for tomorrow's live stream. So
Well, for hardware jams, you're going to have to use that Behringer pitch thingy, because that will be amazing. Just do some crazy ass thing with that.
in chord mode,
Yeah, exactly.
Chord mode.
I'm waiting for the next glitch challenge.
Yeah, do it anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really is a cliche to say it's the taking part that counts, but
No.
that's the whole ethos. Anybody who thinks they're actually really good doesn't.
It's not
doesn't
the
belong
winning.
in-
It's the
doesn't
taking the
belong.
piss.
Well, it's taking the piss, yeah. It's the actually producing something that counts. That's the bottom line.
I've seen
Doesn't
some
really matter
incredible,
what it is, yeah.
incredible stuff on there.
And
It's
what you
blown
find
me
is-
away. Oh
what
my
you find
God.
is once you've broken your dark, you keep going, you just get better and better, and that's
Yeah,
that's
my
Obviously.
first one was nerve-wracking as hell. It was my first time I ever
Yeah.
made something that was kind of live like that and put out there, and for people to goof on or not, you never know. So,
but it's a gentle place to be if you're a bit of a nervous disposition about
And I mean, I had a very, very, very nice experience, and nothing but praise and very good welcoming messages. So yes, it's a lovely community, and just feel so inadequate. It's like, no, I don't belong here.
You did just get a bit of constructive criticism there from Paul Ortola. I was disappointed you didn't bust out Smoke on the Water at the end.
Careful what you wish.
Isn't the next one about an ending?
It's all about it's my challenge this weekend.
I actually didn't read it yet. I got to check it out.
You need to think
I
about
wish
how
I
you're
had
going
time
to
for
end
that.
your jam from the moment
get
you
them
start
on
thinking
here.
about your jam.
I mean, I got hundreds of ideas for that. The problem is I cannot put him into music in 48 hours. I'm not that fast.
We haven't done ours yet. We're probably going to do ours on Monday.
Yeah, but
Well, you can cheat.
but
Because I have access to the database.
Do an Aphex Twin and just pick something off the shelf and
No, the idea is to do it this weekend.
I wish.
That would be cheating.
His
No, the constraint
Aphex
is
Twin's
the good thing.
entire
The constraint makes you do it.
SoundCloud is on.
It is, isn't it?
Sorry,
It's all that.
Aphex Twin put all of his back catalogue on SoundCloud, didn't he?
all right, cool.
You know what's great? All those sneaky ones he put out and kept pulling. Those are some great tracks. It was like user 845321. But did you ever see that?
No.
There's a couple
Yeah,
years
yeah,
where
that's the one you
he
can
was-
download it.
Can you now? Okay, because
Right.
for a while he put them out, teased people, and then pulled it, and a bunch of websites were writing articles about it. Like, what is he doing?
I
You
remember
know.
that.
And I grabbed them all
I
frick
don't-
before he
I-
got rid of them. So
I don't condone piracy at all. I don't think poor people should have access to stuff because they can't afford it. I think they should all be rounded up. Oh no, sorry, that's a different show. I think.
I hope it's
where
a
you were
different
going with that.
world.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking of Kenny Everett. You know, when he was in that as that army general with the big epaulets and
Round
that.
them all up
Oh,
and put them in
yeah.
the field. That one.
And bomb the bastards. No, I think, you know. we're all
Okay, I'll
equal.
start running right now.
But
You can do it.
the AX ones, yeah, sure, the AFX
Whoa,
ones,
Super Dalek.
you go to archive.org and have a look around there. And because it's all his stuff, he actually said he did.
Please,
do it
somebody
anyway,
sample
you
this.
I'm gonna sample that for sure.
Yeah.
That's great. Who said the pub isn't useful?
I think Fred's got so much like remix material. Just who needs any kind of other vocal processing?
My
Sounds
microphone's
sounded
getting
amazing
retired.
all night.
Really?
Yeah, it's very Apex.
Yeah, yeah. It's proper like time stretching going on.
Apex twin tunes to us.
Wow. Well, I'll have a professional setup with a £4,000 microphone in front of me next time.
I reckon Apex
Well,
twins
it's
It's a bit
Sure.
window
sound
lick of
like
this,
that.
actually, isn't it?
That sounds like a very broken sample rate because it's
Yeah.
stretching out little slices of sound.
Yeah,
There's a famous mix of We Are the Robots from Kraftwerk that had that sound in it,
Mm-hmm.
so broken up.
Paul
I'm a bit-
Stretch.
I'm a bit aware of that. And it's just on the phone. It's just on the phone. It's the nearest thing I've got with a headset. But it's all wired.
It's probably upstream of the phone. It's probably within
Yeah, it's
the
the
mobile
upload.
network. Yeah.
Yeah, but whatever you're
Well,
doing, keep it up.
honestly-
It sounds great.
Yeah, we're recording.
Yeah.
Red light
I'm
on.
one of those people. The other hotel is with good intentions. Well, the quote says it's also wallpapered and roofed with them. And yeah, I've been wanting to stream and express myself since way before lockdown. And lockdown, it was like, yes, but then of course, you know, was it does it suffer from procrastination? I don't know what it means. I'm like,
I'm out. I don't get a word. Sorry. I'm very sorry. I know it's not your fault, but no. Between my hearing and my origin, I'm totally lost.
oh, don't worry about that. We're all lost.
So it's coming up on the end
Now
pretty soon. I think it's going to cut
I'm
off. Do you guys want me to just restart it, or are you guys?
Well, I'm gonna,
I do.
I'm gonna
I'm
cut
away
off
to bed,
myself.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like
You're off.
Okay.
done in, yeah.
Getting late.
Guess
to meet
what time
you.
is it?
20 past 1, 21 minutes past 1.
Do we
I'm
have
happy
to
to do.
speak like
Well,
Okay.
in Freddish to
That's very good. Very good.
I don't really want to interpret that way.
It's like part robotic and part Welsh.
It's like
No,
Welsh
Sounds
meets
like you're-
Martin Mac.
You're gargling metal washers.
Exactly, it's Welsh. Yeah.
Now then,
okay. Oh, say something. See sample. We come in peace.
Whatever.
it's electro
Come in
sound.
peace. Peace, dude.
You know what? Maybe Kent's problem isn't to do with Kent's studio at all. It's endemic in the concept of a pub.
It could be. Once you put pub in the title, you're screwed.
Yeah.
So
Or some conflict with StreamYard.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
StreamYard
could also be it.
Doesn't like
no, because everyone else sounds fine. It's just that one connection.
but it's only ever one person on Kent's as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's always Kent.
It's yeah, it's not random at all. It's always the one.
I think what we need to do is get Fred on Kent's show. And see if we get 2 people in dialect
Have
mode,
a glitch off.
and then there'll be a fire on.
Glitch off.
It'd be like crossing the streams where he just the whole thing.
Yeah,
Wow.
and then eventually it'll be all over YouTube, and it'll be a TikTok phenomenon.
Oh,
And
well,
you'll
we've
be
gone over
famous.
2 hours.
We passed 2 hours, so what happens? Does it just die?
Is this like the year 2000?
Are we still going out? That's the question. Are we still going out?
It's still live, yeah. It's still live.
Oh,
Send it. Oh yeah, 26.
And on all the stuff.
This is great.
You see all these trailers.
This sounds epic.
Don't know what you said, but it was awesome.
Yes, totally agree. Sorry.
Wanker.
That almost got through.
No.
did I heard what I heard? I guess no. Guess
Yeah, we need
not.
the digital version of Wanker. The wank, wank.
Maybe this is how StreamYard stops the stream by just making the audio progressively worse by window.
By one
Trying to
person at a time.
kick us out.
People get mad and start kicking
Some
people
bullets.
out of the stream.
Maybe
Yeah.
we just give up in despair.
Oh god.
It's like one of those
I'm gonna
Twilight
be
Zones where the
PMing
aliens are
after
playing with the humans.
It's getting close. Have you ever heard the music with the Tesla coils?
Oh, they're awesome. Did you like
They're
the
awesome,
8-bit
but
Nintendo things with them and stuff?
oh, never heard that.
Good stuff.
For instance, there's a film, the Sorcerer's Apprentice, with Nicolas Cage. Did you watch that one?
Not the one with Mickey Mouse.
I just know
No.
the animated one. Yeah.
No, wait. Oh, probably it's a different. Yeah, I think it's the Sorcerer Apprentice. Well, in the middle of the film, the guy tries to flirt with the girl by playing her favorite tune through the Tesla coils. It's awesome. It's a very awesome sound because you can feel the power of the power of the electric power creating the waves.
I've been to 2 live events with giant Tesla coils. One was at Maker Faire in San Mateo. And it's just it's outdoors and it's loud as hell, right?
Yep.
And then I went to a kind of a ravey party thing in a warehouse in Oakland. A bunch of like Burning Man type people, random stuff. My guy was doing one of my friends was doing live sound there, recording the events, and he had to set up right underneath a giant Tesla coil that was going off. And I'm like, all right, let's set up and get back because I don't want to be grounded and get hit by the fucking thing, you know. But you could smell the ozone. It was super loud. It was really nuts.
Wake
And
up,
beautiful.
smell the ozone.
There you go.
Naughty, naughty. I can do the same, I think.
Yeah, it still hasn't
But-
cut off yet. Weird.
Well, I'm going to go anyway because I'm my 2 hours is. I was only popping
They're
on
gone.
to help you test the cameras.
That's what happens.
Exactly. Yeah.
Time flies by in the pub.
It does. It does. All right. Take care, everyone. Good to see
Thanks,
you.
Jim.
You too.
Catch you
Night,
later.
night.
Nice chatting, Fred. Cheers.
No, nice
Cheers.
one. Yeah,
Other
for me.
usuals. Nice one. Take care.
Oh,
Cheers.
Let's hang out a bit longer and see what happens.
And
All I have to do tomorrow is a live stream after lunch. And some shopping, but
With the Behringer pitch thingy.
what a wanker.
that should be
Come again?
a sampled bank as well.
Come again?
What a wanker.
Say what?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I talked over it. One more time. Say what a wanker.
What a wanker.
Oh, that's good.
Maybe you just got a micro freak. And
Honestly.
it does sound like what you can do with a micro freak.
Yeah, that speech algorithm on there is pretty fun.
No, on the sample engines. That's what I've been doing.
Oh, I haven't tried that yet.
Yeah, I've got.
I got to update mine.
I'll do it. You won't regret it. It's,
It's a grand
fine.
thing, right?
they're really good little sample playback things, and You can
And
do
they didn't take anything away to add that. They had
no,
plenty of
not at all.
space. Right?
No, it's
Okay,
extra,
good.
and the sample memory. They've just created this space for samples out of nowhere.
Nice.
And even when you put the original sample set in with the presets that come with the update, you still got room for about a minute's worth of samples.
Wow.
And they're on mono. You can only use mono samples, so it's not
Sure.
like the massive files. And you can pick and choose which factory samples you take off, and if you want more space, you don't have to wipe them all off. You can just take a few off. And I've got a load of recording of Jolie when on his first stream back after his break, and that's what I've been using on what I was using last night on that gig we did and stuff. And it's just him talking, but going through the granular sort of playback stuff. It sounds like Fred does tonight. Although,
was it live going through that, or you had to record it into it, or dump it into it?
I just went back and recorded it after stream, after recording on YouTube. But and then I just chopped it up and exported some little mono files and slammed them across. And each of those is maybe a few seconds long, and then just using because once you get the samples onto the Microfreak, you got. I think it's 4 different sample playback engines.
So it mounts a disk share, and you can just copy samples to it.
Yeah, you use what's it called, MIDI control center.
Oh, okay, right.
And you just you put them into there and then sling them across.
Okay.
On the USB cable. It's not very quick, but
yeah, it's kind of like using iTunes. You have to put stuff in folders.
Can you pan the mono samples within the Microfreak?
No, it's a mono output. It's not a stereo output. So
they still should give you panning though, because you can pan on a mono mixer.
Of course, but the instrument is a mono instrument.
Mono instrument, yeah.
On the Mini-Freak, it's a stereo, and if they add it, Kosh is saying in there, if they add it in the Mini-Freak, then it will be a stereo thing, won't it? Because it's a stereo instrument. But
okay.
I would be very surprised if they don't add that functionality at some point to the Mini-Freak. It's just one of those nice surprises that have been carved out of seemingly nothing. And
yeah, it's
nice. Nano-Freak.
It's I want to see a Matrix Freak or a Poly Freak. I think something like that would be amazing.
I think we did the Super Freak joke.
Yes. No, like a poly brute scale freak engine, but with proper polyphony would be quite.
I am amazed at it's like a tsunami of synthesizers over the last few years. It's like this huge confusion of technology, and I'm sure it's like it's a never-ending temptation to not do stuff because you're busy waiting for your next hit. But the Microfreak seems to have found a place, and the only person I think it was Jim with his USB noise problem was the only problem I've seen with the Microfreak. It seems like a really
noise
excellent thing.
Yeah.
And didn't someone cut the keyboard off as well and have it as a super small unit?
I've seen someone do that, in Hardware Jam's community.
Yeah, Jim was having the tracking issue, right, with the touch. It wasn't tracking his touch properly or something, right?
Lick your fingers.
Yeah.
And some people have different electrostatic potential, don't they?
The other day I had it wasn't, sudden notes weren't playing. They just what you do. You hit a C and it didn't make a noise. You hit a D and it was fine. And I was like, oh, this is a bit fucked. But then it just started behaving again. And actually all I did was lick my fingers. And
well, that's the thing. I have a Make a Noise Renee, the little touch sequencer. That's a grid.
Yeah.
And the pressure points is perfectly fine all the time. But the Renee version 1, sometimes you have to moisten your fingers to get the better contact, which is annoying. But
many years ago, maybe a decade ago, I was doing a gig at Hogmanay, which is New Year's Eve in Edinburgh. right? And it was really cold. It was a spectacularly cold night. And the console I was using had a touch screen, but it was so cold and it was dry cold that I couldn't make the screen operate because I had so little moisture in me because it was so cold. And obviously, you want to wear gloves, don't you? But you can't if you're operating a touch screen. It was Arctic cold, and
well, they have those touch gloves now you can use. I use those with my
well,
iPad at the telescope, and
I had some for that very reason that night, and they weren't very good. They were crap.
Still didn't work.
Yeah. But yes, I mean, I'm sure they're a lot better now. It was a long time ago.
So, now that you mentioned, do you mind if I pick your brains about your job?
Mine?
Yes.
Oh, go on.
Yes, I understand you work on live sound. I don't know if you do front of house or monitoring.
Mostly monitors.
Good. So, are you using a digital console?
Pretty much always. Yeah. I learned of analog desks, but they don't really exist anymore. Very rarely.
And that's my question. Do you miss the analog ones?
I love them. I learned how to do my job on them, and I'm very comfortable walking up to an analog desk. But the reality is that there are very few of them in rental stock anymore, or in venues, unless it's small venues. Very small venues, yeah, you'll still see analog, but anything of any pedigree, you just get so much more for your money and in much less space. The sort of amount of stuff you'd have to carry around with you to achieve the same thing. And partly, and interestingly, the way bands set themselves up now has really adapted to the digital mixing environment. So, and monitoring with in-ears and things as well. But not just that, just the ability to do so much tightly synchronized stuff, and to do virtual playback for sound checks, and to do digital inputs to mixing systems from digital outputs from rack equipment and stuff. Lots of different things, but it is rare to see a proper analog system out on the road. I mean, I'm very happy to do that stuff, but you're looking at equipment that takes 8 people to lift it, and it takes 4 or 5 times more space on the truck, and costs loads more money to hire because you've got so much more stuff and a lot more copper and a lot more places it can go wrong, lots more stuff to adjust, and you don't have the time or the logistics support or the budget or the need when you can do it all in a laptop, essentially. Why would
what about power? You ever get janky power at gigs?
Janky power is always a hazard.
Yeah,
you can have not so much really in the first world for sure, but you still do get
it's almost a given.
Yeah. Well, you always got to be aware of your power situation for sure.
And what? How are you doing for stage boxes? Are you going Cat5 or still using multi-cores?
Well, it depends on the environment, the consoles you're using. A lot of stuff now, well, most stuff is still copper from the stage to the monitor system, and then it splits. Then it will split, and most digital front of house consoles will take either a Cat6 or an optical line of some kind.
Thought so.
Cool, because there are length limitations using Cat6. Obviously, there aren't really with optical. Some things use MADI on BNC, but there again, they have length limitations. But it really depends on the technology you're using as to how all that manifests. Some things you can sort of get digital from stage, but it depends. It depends how complicated you need it to be.
Obviously.
A general rule of thumb with live is that if it doesn't need to be made complicated, then you shouldn't, because you're just adding opportunities for failure.
I know.
And predictability. So,
I mean, I did I wouldn't say my fair share, but I did a little bit of pub sound and small gigs, all in analog, but most usually with almost none outboard, just basically the console just to give power and a little reverb, and that was it for small bands and little concerts and little not concert recitals. Yeah, little very very concerts for, I don't know, a couple of hundred people. Never anything big. And every time I look at what's out there, I totally understand the advantages of, for instance, stage boxes or the communication with front of house, going from $3,000 worth of multicore to just a couple hundreds in Cat5s, and having a pristine quality with no degradation. I understand that, but I panic every time I have to, like you said, all my compressors or my EQs, everything, all my plugins are behind a touchscreen that is not even responding to my touch. That would be like me, like, Jesus Christ, I want to put it off the window. Give me a freaking analog.
Depend on the board.
It depends. Yeah,
obviously.
Actually, with the sort of pro level stuff, there's always more than one way to do everything, and a touch screen is your immediate option, but there will generally be other ways to do it as well. And also, these days, technology with touchscreens is vastly improved compared to that anecdote. But the good desks are the ones where you can do things in multiple different ways, and therefore each end user finds a method that suits them. Because really,
I get it.
Speed. It's about accuracy and speed. And if I need to do something, I need to do it now, not figure out how to do it. So when there are multiple different ways to achieve the same result, then you find a way that suits your brain, and you just work like that. So, which is where it wins. Another way it wins over analog is that kind of versatility and customization that you can create in these environments. Analog, you're limited to going, I'm going to put these channels here and these channels here. When I build my effects track, I'm going to put that effect there and that effect there. So you have a physical option, but beyond that, and actually there's a lot of, I mean, I did lots of analog touring, but you'd come across setups where people made things very hybridized and make it like, I'm going to go like this and be a bit wacky with their layouts. It doesn't logically follow in a linear sense with what the other desk is doing. And then if there's a problem, you're sort of looking at it in an extra dimension to fault find because of the non-matched layouts and stuff. So it can get quite involved. But digital is very, very involved in its own way. So the fact that you can make things very custom means that only you and maybe one other person knows how you set the thing up. But probably just you. And so if something happens to you and someone has to operate the show, they're going to have to be pretty on
That's another side that I think that all the digital sound reinforcement technology has brought much forward, or has made more prevalent or more important, is the fact that, because it was exactly my case in the analog days, you could wing it. You could just feel your way around the console until, if you had trained ears or you were a musician, you could tweak it until it sounded right. With a digital console with so many layers and menus and plugins and the compartments inside the computer, as you said it, you really need to be very, not precise, you need to know what to do, where to do it, and how to do it. Otherwise, there's no way to wing it.
You have to wing it anyway. Sometimes you have to know your tool. That's the point. It's just a different.
But that's my point. You need to know the tool and how to use it. Otherwise,
you have to know how to use a compressor and effects unit and a console to be able to wing it on an analog desk. It's the same thing. You have to just know a different tool. That's all. It's not. It seems overwhelming and complicated, but the complexity only comes as you develop a show. No one goes into the beginning of a gig, like when you start working with a band, you don't go into a rehearsal room with it all mapped out how you're going to do it. You start from essentially a blank canvas with a tool that you know how to use.
Yeah, but Yeah, because we're talking about completely different situations.
No, it's the same
Yeah.
with an analog console or a digital console.
No.
You don't know how to use
I mean,
analog desk, you're going to be lost. You know.
But no, what I mean is what you're talking about is I'm being hired by the artist and I'm gonna be doing the job for this artist for
Or
a period of time.
If you work in a venue, then you know your console because you use it every day.
Oh yeah, that too. But as you said, there's not so much prepping opportunities. It's like if you're at the front of house of a rock venue, and it's the bands that come and go, but you stay. Yes, you know your gear, you know your room, but you have to adapt on minutes or on just a sound check if you're lucky to the band or band/bands. And that's another advantage that I see from the digitals. You can set up one band, store it, load a new blank, set up the next band, and then just recall the profiles.
Versatile. I mean, there are versatilities about both approaches. It's horses for courses, really.
Obviously.
The reality is that there aren't very many decent analog desks left in circulation. They're expensive to maintain. They're not rented very often or installed in places, and so they are just disappearing. And
was Neve still one of the better ones?
Not for touring. Neve never did touring desks. They're studio systems. But that's also true of, analog consoles in studios, in some pretty amazing studios, don't get used. They'd like a pair of channels get used for a computer output.
You see a whole long line of just two fighters.
Channels get used occasionally for tracking, but not very much. And there's this battleship sitting there, which people put their laptops on, and it happens all the time. And unfortunately, studios can't justify expenditure on maintaining things which are very expensive to maintain. So eventually they've got an absolute white elephant sitting there and they have to get rid. And they're not things that you can ignore. You have to look after things like that and cherish them and keep them.
I was curious about maintenance. They never seem to have dust covers on them. Do they worry about that? Or do they just...
Consoles?
Yeah.
They all have dust covers.
They do. Okay.
They're not in photographs because they don't.
Right.
I get it, and that brings me a more profound or silly question, because I'm curious. When we're talking user level, I in bedroom project or bedroom studio, what would you think nowadays is the best bang for the buck in mixers with, let's say, 16 to 24 channels?
I don't know. I bought an Allen Heath SQ5 this year, which is great. I got a good price on it though. It's a bigger desk than that, but I don't know. That 16 to 24 channel, I don't know. I was looking for a while because
I've just managed to get a Soundcraft 328 digital.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
And that was 250 quid.
Yeah.
Again, I'm unemployed, and the PayPal do pay in 3.
Yeah.
So you've got 3 months, and that's really helped me to get some stuff together. But this is, as well as having 16 ins, it's got two banks of 2 ADAT in and outs. So you've got an extra 16 channels, and then it's got a separate ADAT out for your AUXes. And I've got two old 828 Mark IIs, the Motu, which I think I just tend to open them up, remove all of the sockets if it's not working, and then remove the chips and put the chips back, and then spray it all with contact cleaner, let it drip. And but at the moment, that's what I'm setting up. So I'm not bothering with the AUXes. I've just got 2 Motus for the 8 in and 8 out per ADAT. But I also got an old. It's motorized as well, which is good. I actually cleaned all of the faders because the motors weren't working. But the motor, I found the motorized faders are very useful. But the I've also got a Soundcraft FX2. Is it pure analog with individual outs for the main? So you can take 16 outs, but that's before the EQs and that. But that was £70, and it's just a matter of being lucky and doing your research. I think for the small scale.
But that's what I mean. For instance,
I think you need to.
I've got a Behringer DDX. Sorry, am I allowed to mention that name on this channel? Behringer.
Andy's not
mute.
mentioning.
Mute. Andy, you're mute.
Sorry, I said you can trash it all you want. I don't give a shit.
Oh no. I think the objects themselves that have a life away from the company.
Oh yeah, they're fine. It's just the management stinks. Yeah.
So
there's issues.
He's a
anyway,
douchebag tyrant. So
it's a 3216 DDX, I think it is. Look it up, because that's also got 2 banks of ADAT ins and outs. But the problem I found was that I couldn't be asked plugging it all into the computer and setting it all up via the computer. I just wanted to press click and go. So what I've done in the end was get a Model 12, a Tascam Model 12, the little digital mixer. Because I can only do one thing at a time at the end of the day. And because I used to be a techie for a local charity who have a huge hall and a radio station, and they own the building now. And I was a techie for them for a few years, and they went for a studio. Is it the PreSonus, the 1602?
Is that the analog?
It's not motorized. It was Firewire at the time.
Yeah,
it was the 1602, I think. But they just got it replaced now with a Behringer X32, the mini one, and that's well out of my budget. Although I just saw one for about £800 for an X32 compact.
It's a Midas equivalent which runs off
a
rack mount thing and an iPad.
There's the X32 rack, and there's the
M32 is the Midas one, which got a little Midas preamps in it, and it sounds great actually. It's a 16 input thing with 8 AUXs and some effects built in. But there's no control surface. You have to use a tablet app.
Sadly, that doesn't apply to me.
Well, it works pretty well for some people because you haven't got the real estate to put a console somewhere, as if you're in a small space. And
well, I am, but still, it still fits.
Well,
there's the L20, the L20R, the Zoom one, that has got 5 headphone sockets, which you can use as separate AUXs, but apparently the amps aren't very good in the headphone sockets.
That's the one that multi-track straight to a drive.
Yeah. I mean, that's what the L12 does, and the L6. The Model 12, but that's digital. But the Model 16 and the Model 24 are both under £1,000, and they're if you're lucky, they're both analog path. But
it's an interesting place, the 16 to 24 input bit. I had to replace my old O1V, which had served me very well for 20 years, and I had an
Yamaha.
Well, that's the automated slider thingies, right?
The original one, and it has motorized faders, but it did really well, and I spent when did I get it? 1999, so 24 years ago.
Did you ever get a software update for yours? Because one of the guys I used to work with at Nikon, he and his friend rewrote the software for that model.
Wow.
And he was going to give me his for really cheap because it was a test model. And finally, at the last minute, he decided to keep it.
No, it just needs I need to strip it down and give the preamps all a clean and the switches for the pads and stuff, and give it a bit of a zhoosh. But it's a funny old thing. Doesn't sound great as audio, but it's very versatile.
That's weird.
Very versatile sounding thing. Useful facilities, and it had an ADAT port, which is really good. But
Is
it
40? Is it 24-bit?
What, the OMV? No.
Yeah. No. Is it 44.116?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's not really that. It's the preamps weren't very good. They're quite crunchy.
I tried to get that one.
Sorry.
I think it's called the FM7 or something like that with motorized faders, the Yamaha thingy.
Is that the new one?
No, it's from like 20 years ago. And I tried to get one, and everyone I bought had problems. I had to return them because the belts are bad. They need too much maintenance. But the idea was very clever.
In general, with motorized faders, they're only ever sort of guaranteed for a certain number of full actions. I mean, you're normally in the hundreds of thousands, but it still adds up very quickly. And you see it with high-end and cheap consoles all the time that you get sticky faders. And once you start like layer hopping and stuff, and the fader gets sticky, you can cause yourself all sorts of problems. But
Grace, the preamp thing. If you use a combi jack and you use the jack instead of the XLR, you bypass the preamps.
What you mean, the connector? No.
If you plug the jack in.
It's determined on where you're plugging into on the desk normally. If you have got a line input and an XLR input, the line input on a console on a jack will go to a different place.
Yeah.
If you're using,
it's just a different impedance.
If it's combi jacks on the actual panel of the console, it's unlikely. Well, I don't know. It depends on the desk, I suppose. It might be wired to different circuits. You'd have to look at the.
It should. It should be wired. It's still, you're still using the preamp. It's just different impedance and.
But you're using the preamp is built into in the line level the line level gadget, isn't it? That's preamplifying the signal.
No, it's built in both. You have one preamp with. Once again, you're talking about combi jacks. If you have an XLR, a balance connection, that requires a specific circuit to unbalance the signal that is coming. So that's one
different.
Plus.
I'm talking about
design.
Line level is already amplified compared with a mic, isn't it?
It's louder, but it's not really. You could say if it's plus 4 dB line level, it's way more powerful than mic level, yes.
Which is amplified.
But still needs a little bit more. It still needs a little to be set to the bus volume of mixing. So it's just different sensitivity.
I know you get. Is it -4 and +10 or is it? There's two different.
+4 -10.
That's balanced and unbalanced. But listen, I've got to go to bed. It's really late. Sorry, I've got things to do. I'm going to say good night.
Yeah,
that's okay. Nice one.
Meet you. See you soon.
Okay, bye.
Night. Bye.
Night.
So line level is -10 dB for home use, for domestic use, and +4 for professional use. That's the standard. That's kind of the manufacturing standard. And then a mic level is at least 100 to 300 times smaller than -10 dB. So many times in all the cheap console, if they go as cheap as using combi connectors, they just make one preamp for the smallest signal, and they just dimmed it down for the line level. But you're still going through a preamp.
Right, because I didn't see the I didn't see the point in, because I would have bought a really good 2 in, 2 out, or no, four out for pre-listening.
Yeah.
I would have bought a better quality audio interface instead of a mixer because I only do one thing at a time.
Okay.
And
Yep.
everyone talks about getting the best preamps you could possibly get, and yet I just thought if you've already amplified the signal, then it's not going through a preamp.
Yeah, but careful. What a preamp is given to you is not only level, is not only how loud the signal is, it's how transparent, how linear the conversion from one level to the other is. Because
Well, that's
cheap
the
preamp,
AD. That's the AD converter, though.
no, that the AD stage is next after that, but before that you need to transform a very minute signal into a signal that is strong enough for the console circuit to mix it, right? In that process you could lose a lot of quality because of the preamps being of low quality or very poor design, poorly filtered, or even poorly shielded. Your original pristine balance signal could become distorted or losing depth or losing detail or losing high end or distorting the high end but not the mid range. That is the job of the preamp, to keep your signal clean and the same way as it came, just louder. That's where you want to put the money.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do is look at the schematics. I think that will tell me.
Of course it will. Yeah, exactly that. What I was trying to talk with Grace before is that obviously I'm scared as fuck to go digital with digital consoles. Not because the maintenance is more expensive. No, I take that back. It's because the maintenance is more expensive, and because nowadays all the affordable digital consoles, they're kind of disposable. They're not meant to be serviced. Once they break, like for instance, Kent had the issue with his X32, a whole half of the main bus died, and
you're not
going to find anybody to fix that.
Tangerine Dream have Behringer X32s. They use them live, multiple units.
Exactly, multiples. Because if one die, they don't bother fixing it. They just put it in the bin and they take another one from the box.
For me, consumer culture it wouldn't be, what's it called? Inbuilt obsolescence, isn't it? Inbuilt obsolescence.
Yeah. But that's why I can't afford that.
Well, I look at the older stuff partly because I can't afford it, and also because like this 328 cost like $7 or $8 when it came out around the millennium, and I got it for £200.
Wow, good.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt, but just everyone say hi. We have Synth Royalty in the chat. It's Dina Perlman is there. So, and I'm wearing the shirt. I love the ARP shirt. So,
hey,
hello.
Sorry, I was about to show her my barb. Sorry, it's all I can afford, but it's because I love the original. But say, I was trying to talk to Grace. So the first mixer I managed to buy for myself was a Soundcraft Spirit. I don't know if you remember the first attempt of Soundcraft of creating affordable entry-level consoles, because they designed them in a single PCB instead of the multi-PCB per strip as they used to do. And then I bought a Behringer one, 12 channels or 16 channels with effects. That didn't really flow my boat either. Then I bought this Mackie, 16 inputs, but I think it's only, no, it's 6. So it's 16 preamps plus 2 stereos. Which, let's not get into all the crazy discussion about inputs versus channels versus preamps that you get in the chip mixes. And my point is they're all analog. I can hear, even when they're the cheapest of the range, I can hear a finesse that the Spirit has that neither of the other ones do. And I can hear extra headroom that the Mackie has that the Behringer dreams with or dreams of. The Behringer it's really finicky. The minute you try to push your audio a little bit, goes into distortion. The Mackie is asking you to overdrive it, to run it hot. Because if you don't, it also sounds a little meh. But the minute you go peaking or sometimes solid red in some types of programs, obviously not percussion, but some synth-ish stuff, you go solid red and it sounds glorious. And apparently the more you give it, the better it gives you back. And apart talking about maintenance, the Spirit Folio, I think it was released early 90s or in the cross between 80s and 90s. I don't know how old is my particular unit. I cannot believe how smooth and sensitive and crackleless the faders are. They're amazing. It's the biggest faders I have in all three consoles, and you could almost blow them. You could blow air and they would move, and not a single crack. You know that when you get dusts into the faders, you know that you start moving and it goes or makes jumps in sounds and quality. Nothing. It's like, yes, they did them for cheap, but they did it with the best things they had, and it's crazy good. That's one. Sadly, it's only 6 inputs. Well,
it's from my perspective, it seems like all you need to do is I'd ignore the fact that they're digital and just read and study as much as possible, and perhaps get one and test it. I mean, the stuff I get it secondhand. I very rarely buy new.
Yeah, I know.
But I still get a guarantee of 14-day leeway. The trouble is that 328 was from eBay, and it weighs a ton, and I'm stuck with it for now. But the nuances of the preamps and the signal paths and all that. I mean, there's volumes out there about all that stuff. So yeah, but I wouldn't be scared of at least testing the digital side of things because of the differences it offers. Because you get good digital and you get bad analog, you get bad digital, you get good analog.
Obviously,
it's too complicated to address in a simple manner for me.
Really?
Yeah.
You even fix them. So, talking about nuances, my rule of thumb nowadays, mostly because my hearing is already damaged, I abused my hearing for too many decades by now, is that if I can't hear the difference, I don't care what the blurb says or what the manual says or what the professional says about the unit. If I don't hear the difference, that difference doesn't exist to me. I don't bother.
Well, then there's no point in worrying about digital then, because
no.
There have been many. There have been many shit albums.
Yeah.
Done with all that stuff that you're talking about. Yeah. And there's been many excellent albums done with both. It's just you may be just beating around the bush.
Careful. My point with my reserve against digital is not about sound quality. All right. That is off the table. That's not my concern. My concern is the price of entry to get the same amount of preamps / strips on a digital. It's almost 3 times what I would pay for the equivalent, obviously secondhand, on an analog. No, my point against digital is the discardable nature of the tech. It's like once it's broken, either the repair is gonna be the same as I pay for the console, or I will not find a tech that will fix it. I'm already struggling in my area where I live to find anybody that will even bother to open to maintain my keyboards. So think about.
Okay. Apart from Kent, who do you know
Yeah.
who's had problems with the X32?
Nobody.
Hey guys,
I
real
don't
quick,
know
say
anybody
hi to
who has
Chris Head.
one.
Chris Head,
Hey,
welcome.
Chris Ed.
Hiya. How you
All
doing?
right.
How you doing?
Good to see
Yeah.
you.
All right.
I was a bit relaxed, but I'm not anymore. Hello.
We can at least hear you properly now.
Yeah.
Do I
improved
still
a
sound
lot.
like Max Davros?
No.
No, it's
No,
fine.
no.
now.
Okay.
It's gone fine again. That's why we're having this conversation. Otherwise, I couldn't understand a word before.
Oh, I thought it was just my accent.
No, I'm fine with accents.
We've
No,
all
the
got
glitching
accents.
was epic. You got to go back and listen because it's definitely sample
Yeah.
quality.
Yeah, it's sample worthy.
Yeah.
So as I said, it's not sound quality. I mean, I'm with the people who claim that nothing surpasses good digital sound quality, because extended range, more even, you can decide how dirty or hot your signal is. You're not sold by the quality of the components in the circuit.
Well,
So
one good point with digital is when you press the snapshot recall, and it's dung. I mean, it's fancy on the PreSonus. It just has LEDs like with the Zoom L12 or the L20, but on the motorized ones, you do get that little dopamine hit because you've got it under control, you know. Whereas if for some reason your levels, like you said, if someone blows on your mixer, it moves the sliders. Well, if you had the perfect mix and you come back to it the next day,
but
that's why
that's
I've not
another
got any
thing.
pets.
That's another thing that I'm going to say, but out of ignorance, because I don't have enough experience with digital technology, neither good nor bad, is that, and let's put it to this particular case, just because you mentioned it, that Spirit Folio that has so sensitive faders, they're also longer than even my Mackie. Is like at least 4 centimeters longer than the Mackies.
Yeah,
all right.
Spirit Folio, they're pretty nice.
They're very nice. But my point I'm trying to make is, yes, you could move it a centimeter, can be moved, but the sound will not go horrible. It would not be as nice as before, but not horrible. When my only experience of digital is my DAW, my computer, the minute you move 3 ticks, any control, it goes horrible. It's like, oh my God, no, that's too much. Or that's doing exactly the opposite of what I was trying to do. Or this mix is not working. It's just piling up and piling up frequencies, but it's not actually gluing together. And my experience with analog is it's quite easier to get to the gluing, melting into a nice result. At least my experience. Obviously, I said that's out of ignorance.
Well, I've heard other people say that, and personally, a lot of the VSTs that emulate analog, it's much of a muchness for me. It's whatever tools you have, do the best with them. But you've got to make sacrifices as well regarding cost.
Yes.
You know, I've discovered if you don't make sacrifices, then it's you've only got yourself to blame if the tools don't do the right thing. You know, because they do cost a bomb. But as I said, I'm 20 years behind, apart from the cheaper stuff that's coming out now. But I'm you know, again, this Behringer DDX 3216. It's in very good condition. I'm well impressed with it, and it's actually got EQ and compressors that you can change, unlike the fixed compressors you get on the Zooms and the Model 12s and the models. This is a proper compression, but it's all per track. So, and I've yet to dive in. I actually bought that at the same time as the 328 because I couldn't decide which one I wanted, and I knew that if I'm skint in the near future, I can always let one go.
Yeah, that's definitely.
But
I'm
it's a
totally
compromise,
aware that.
basically.
Yes. Well, yeah, it's kind of, it's more of a trade-off. You trade some things for other things that might be more convenient or a better investment. I totally understand it. It's just that tech at the moment is still out of my price range. Not because it's too expensive, it's because my price range is too small. It's just that.
What's your price range?
£100?
How much?
£100?
£100 for the ideal mixer?
No. I mean, yeah, obviously, but no. I mean, in my head, if I could fire a 24 or 36 analog mixer for around £200 to £300, and when I say 24 to 36, I mean 36 preamps, microphone preamps. Obviously, anything below 36 or 42 is gonna come with dual preamps, as you said, not on a combi.
Have you seen a film called The Castle?
No.
Because I'm going to say something now from that film. You're dreaming.
You're dreaming. Yeah, no. I know. No, don't get me. I've seen Midas. I've seen Mackeys, like in 40-year-old Mackeys, 24, 36. I saw a Mackie still with a view meter bridge. There goes the pic. I saw it once for 400 quid, but we're talking about one of those consoles that you need 4 people just to move it.
What's the advantage? Why are you after one?
Because it was only 300 quid for 36 very high quality preamps.
Well, Behringer do
and
stuff like that, don't they?
Yeah, but those preamps are not half that good.
The Midas preamps are not crap.
I never said that they're crap, but I don't think they're gonna be as good as Mackie. All Mackie.
There's Midas preamps in the X32, aren't they? So
yeah, but as I said,
the M32.
I cannot give my opinion because I never I never compared them. It's just that if they give you so much for so little, I always get suspicious.
Well, they have they make a lot, so they can make it cheaper.
Yeah, but still.
And the other thing is, Eddie, why do you need so many preamps? Why can't you just alternate with smaller unit that's got even better quality for the money?
Okay, that's a good point. I don't like plugging and unplugging because I am aware of the wear out of the connections.
Oh no, use a patch bay.
I also use a patch bay. That's what I have to use right now. But I want to go bigger so I can ditch the patch bays. Most because the patch bays I have.
You're making barriers of convenience to stop you from getting where you want to be.
I guess. What do you mean?
Well, what's your aim? Is your aim to make music or to faff about? I know I've been a techie.
Ouch.
Both. Well, we all do that to a certain extent anyway, right? So
yeah, we're all guilty of that. I'm just asking.
No, my goal is having everything ready to go when I need it and not having to worry, oh, shit, I didn't plug this there.
Are you wanting to plug
That's my goal.
Are you wanting to plug everything in your studio? Is that your problem?
Yeah.
And how many things have you got?
Well, last time I counted, I had 72 line channels.
What, you got 72 instruments?
No, but they are multi outputs. Yeah. They all have multiple inputs. The Trinity itself is 4 inputs. The Yamaha is only 2. All the JBs are 4 or 6 inputs. I got the 11010 is already 8 inputs. it's basically having everything plugged. Now I'm making do with Patchbase, but
What are you recording?
I need better Patchbase. Sorry, what?
What are you recording into?
16 channel system in and out for Behringer.
No, I mean, what
UMC.
are you recording? Are you recording into a DAW or hardware or what?
Yeah.
What DAW?
DAW. Cubase.
All right.
Audacity.
Audacity,
Most
sure.
studios only track 2 things anyway, so I don't get why you would need to plug in 36 things at once.
So Eddie, my workaround real quick is I don't want to mess with Patchbase, even though it's a good idea. I just do submixers. I have a master mixer,
Yeah.
and then I use submixers all around the room and feed them all into the master mixer.
Yeah.
Mileage may vary. If you don't have good mixers, you could get noise and extra stuff, but mine is pretty clean.
That's
But
one.
that's one way to do it. That's what I do. So
That's what I've actually got. I've actually got a 1010 blue box for my drums on the rhythm, on the analog rhythm.
That's why
I'm putting them through a separate mixer, but it's also a recorder, so I can get the dry stems.
That's why I have.
Multi tracks. But
That's why I have
that's why-
the other two mixers. One is the main, which in fact is just using the synths, and then I have the other one for the effects. But it's the routing. It gets too troublesome, and
it costs a bomb.
cables and quality and contacts and degradation.
You could spend £100 just on like 5 cables, or less.
I know. That's why I usually make them myself.
Well, when the radio station changed buildings, they chucked out a load of stuff, and I was getting huge amounts of cable and stuff out of the skip.
Yeah,
I was
that's the
lucky
way.
then, and
It is the way.
And I can't. I've got loads of right angle XLR plugs. Purely,
Those are expensive.
I can't. Well, if you buy them, if you wait long enough, you can buy them cheap in bulk. I did the same with square plugs. Do you know square plugs? I got a load of them for like 20 quid.
You mean TS or TRS?
Both. Mostly TRS, but there are a few TSs. And I've rigged up my pedals just using them. And
that's awesome.
But when you want to do an insert cable, when you want to make an insert cable yourself, I've had to. I was lucky that I got 2 separate cables that were joined by plastic, rather than having to bind them together. But I've spent a long time just doing the cables, and then I've sold something and had to do the flipping things again. And I'm understanding where you're coming from, because it's like, whenever I've got a solution to a problem that's stopping me make music, it's almost like I self-sabotage and invent another problem because I can fix it rather than doing the music. I'm a procrastinator, and I'm verbalizing it now because I'm realizing that externalizing it can help me conquer that.
Sure. Yeah, it does. And another point.
Eddie,
yes.
are you trying to record, or are you trying to do jamming? What's your goal?
Well, neither and both. My goal, and now is when you can laugh at my face as much as you wish, because I understand it's totally ludicrous. I'm trying to create a setup similar to Vangelis. I'm trying to be able to play as many layers of synths as I need or want or wish. And not for the sake of playing all at once, but for trying to do what he used to do, which is bring in sections on different points of the song, everything performing one go live. Because as him, obviously, I'm not as talented and not as a good player as he was, not even close. But but I love the be able to, with only one command center, to be able to bring, now I want the strings to come in, but then I want them to come out. And I want the brass, or I want this synth or the other synth, or I want to make what my pad sound out of 2 synthesizers.
You just want a
Because-
fully functioning studio, basically. You just want a studio.
Yeah, I know. I know that it's too much to ask with my budget. I'm
it's not at all.
suffering and going through it. That's just.
At least you've got a job, mate.
Well,
I'm on,
knock on wood. Let's hope.
I'm on about £10 a day.
I'm on
Ouch.
nothing
Sorry.
today. I can outdo everybody. I've got 0 income whatsoever. Right. I win.
Have you got a roof over your head?
Well, yeah, I pay for that. But I've got no job.
Oh,
But
well,
whatever.
that's
so-
amazing.
If you're trying to do create a song, then I don't really see the need of a mixer. If you're doing live, then I understand the mixer because you're trying to plug
Yep.
everything in there once. So if you're trying to do
But
a
that's-
jam, then yeah, mixers are a thing. I've got a mixer at home. I haven't used it in 3 years. I've done like 3 albums worth of. I just don't need it. I just track whatever I'm going to do into the MPC and then mix it inside the MPC. I don't need a mixer. Well, I've got
Cool.
a mixer. The MPC is a mixer, but it depends what you're after. You know what I mean, if you're trying to do
Yep.
a live thing and you're faffing about all over the place with like 10 different things like a big octopus, then yeah, your mixer would be a good idea.
Sorry, which MPC
That's
have you
why.
got?
The smallest, cheapest one, the MPC one.
The one.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's
Amazing.
brilliant.
It's really good. So yeah, it depends what you're after, I suppose. And
Yeah.
cost wise, you might not like it, but Behringer are really good bang for buck.
You think half of this studio is Behringer?
Yeah, I've got a
But
Behringer.
even
myself.
worse,
I don't use it, but I got it. It's
I
and I've had
go-
it for 13 years and it still works. So,
I go one notch higher. I only can afford second-hand Behringer. So, and
Luxury.
that's where my problems comes. What?
Luxury. I have to get
Luxury?
mine out of a skip and reassemble it
4
Yeah.
Yorkshiremen and
After-
synths.
after
That's
I've-
it.
after I've dried it.
I live in Hole in the Road. Oh, that shit. Yeah.
Lick road clean.
So yeah,
Live in a shoebox in the middle of the road.
That's the one. Yeah.
and that's where half of my problems come, because they basically break, but they break on all the Behringer gear breaks on the most funny way. For instance, I have the DI box, the rack unit, the four times DI box, right? Only one is broken, and it's broken 90% of the time. I got one of the compressors. One of the compressors, one input of one half is broken. The rest works, but renders that half of the compressor useless. So
I believe one of the stigmas is they had a batch of Chinese capacitors did Behringer for their mixers or whatever, and it's those that cause that massive anti-Behringer movement.
no, I mean, you can.
Is that true?
I mean, it's possibly true. I don't discard that, but that happens to everybody. What really gives a lot of backlash to Behringer is not the fact that they break. It's the fact that if you really like how that item performs and you try to fix it, you're either in for a bill, a repairing bill almost as close to brand new price, or
So
the
would
tech.
you prefer Behringer cost more then? So therefore your repair bill looks justified. So if you had
No.
the same price as Roland, you'd be happier. Is that how you?
I
work?
mean, okay, let's put it this way. I miss PB and I miss Alessis.
Well,
I'm missing those two
brands.
brands.
They're still around.
Yeah, but they don't do this type of,
Old school
of
Alesis is
stuff.
great. Yeah, the new stuff is
That's just a new name.
I've
That's-
got Alesis
They don't do
monitors.
rack. They don't do rack gear anymore.
They used to take chances and make a lot of weird stuff.
Well, they made the
I'm-
Andromeda and that killed the company, so I was a bad move.
Yeah, but I mean all the stuff before, like the Wedge and all the different like air synths and all these weird
Yeah, but you know,
experimental gadgety things.
we don't live 20 years ago. We live now, don't we? So you got to deal with what you've got, not what you haven't got, and what is around.
That's true.
Sorry, I'm too old for that shit. I'd rather go for vintage as long as it works.
Yeah, but you got to get
Vintage as in old.
If you go with
not
old, then
actual.
you're going to have to subscribe to the idea of it falling to bits, and then you're going to get a repair bill.
I know.
That's
But
also the repair bill. If you look at it as a spread over the time,
Can you imagine a
Then-
repair bill for a TB303 compared to just going buying a TD3? Or rest more cash.
That's a
the
very
street
good question
cred for the
because it
original
might be the
owners.
same. It might be
I
the
believe-
same.
I believe Left Field, Glastonbury used TD3s.
Yeah, well, the audience don't give a shit, do they? They just want to hear the bass. They don't care if it's
Oh,
made by Suzuki,
there's
Yamaha, or
Did
or
you see that
whoever.
meme? Did you see that meme? That newspaper article about the offended synthesist who was
Nobody cares.
they used VSTs at the rave, and he was mortally offended. It's really funny. But you're absolutely right. It's
I'm sure he's flying into his paycheck all the way home. Yeah, he'd be fine with it. Wouldn't he?
and someone mentioned Uli Musk.
Elon Musk. Yeah. Well, both successful businessmen, so people are bound to hate them. Yeah, that's how it works, isn't it?
Well, I'm sure there's some non-wanker businessmen and women
sure there are,
and business folk.
Well, the difference being Uli can actually design and make a synth, and Elon is a grifter to the highest order. So
He's a management guy.
exactly, he's
He's a
not an
dream-
engineer. He's not a
He's
scientist.
a bit like a Steve Jobs guy. He has an
his-
overall, let's do something, and then hires people to do something.
And his code that went into PayPal, the X.com code, was some of the sloppiest code I've ever seen personally. So
We still made a mint out of it. Anyway, back to Eddie. Let's talk about Eddie. Come on, Eddie. So, tell me, what have you achieved, and what do you want to achieve, and how do you think you're going to achieve it?
What I have,
Honestly,
what I have achieved so far, a very big headache, a huge hole in my bank account, and PTSD syndrome that I don't even want to come inside this studio.
what we don't want to see is you just, polishing your equipment. Be nice to actually hear it, wouldn't it?
Oh, is that a euphemism?
No, not really.
An observation.
No. Every time I get a while, I do use my gear to the extent that it works so far. It didn't help that around Christmas, which was around the time that I said, okay, I'm not going back into that room. I hate being in that room. My computer also had to be had the operative system restore, so I have to restart everything all over again, and I'm still on that. And in the process of doing that, other things that used to work have stopped working or start malfunctioning. For instance, my speakers are so cute. Have you ever heard of the KRK Rocket 5 Gen 3?
I have that.
Yeah, very bass biased, I believe.
Well,
My
if
speakers
you push
hold
it,
my computer up. They're not
Excuse
even
me?
plugged in. My speakers hold my computer up. They're not even plugged in.
well, that's up to you. That's preference. Well,
Well, Diamond is from the mid-80s. I don't use speakers. I use headphones. I found some headphones at work, and it depends.
Yeah.
My point is, it'll be nice for all these people that I see every week. I mean, we've got a guy above me, Synthetic, who actually makes stuff, and I hear new stuff from him every single week.
Mhm.
I'd like that to be of everybody I see on webcams.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
you're
man,
prolific,
don't get me
you're
wrong.
prolific as well, Crescent. I've seen your channel, and
Make a load
you
of
do a
shit.
lot of stuff.
Well,
What?
at some point you're going to die. You need to get on with shit, otherwise you'll leave nothing.
Well, that's why I hounded Eddie. So now he's a hardware jammer. He's got to keep going, man. Come on.
Well, yeah,
Just
you've done one. You've done one. You're in. We like what you did. Let's have more.
really, thank you.
Yeah.
You're very kind.
It's true.
Ooh. So yeah, part of it is just a little bit of hoarding and a little bit of obsessive and a little bit of I never was able to afford it and now I can afford it, so therefore I'm getting it. Hence the bloody JV collection. The fact that I am OCD and every time I set myself to do something, I have to finish it or else I die. Not really.
Eddie, have you got a Dymo? You must get a Dymo. Everybody needs a Dymo. Forget Fatboy Slim. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's a fancy one. Does it play Doom?
I've got an old school one. It's called a marker pen.
I was just thinking about
if you don't do it, marker pen all your plugs.
If you don't ritualize, you'll procrastinate. Yep,
I know.
I've had my. There's only 2 rooms in this flat, 3 including the bog, but I've had setups.
You mean the vocal?
I wanted my master setup, and then my scout ship, and I wanted my scout ship to just have a couple, like in a hardware jam, just have a couple, and like what Andy does, and then have a space for that, and then have my main studio set up. But the problem is, in order to have the studio set up like you want it, everything plugged in exactly the way you want it, in order to have a scout ship, you've got to unplug stuff and put it through to the next room. And it's just like there's these constant barriers for me of oh shit, you can't just switch it on and go, because I've self-sabotaged.
Yep.
And it's a constant issue. So perhaps
and I uncover myself to you, sir. I wouldn't be able to do. I mean, I wouldn't. I did it when I was just only playing guitar. I did it just a guitar, a small speaker, or headphones, or whatever thing that would just make me loud enough to hear myself, and that's all I needed. Is only when I started doing synthesizers that everything went tits up. It's like, oh God, it's even worse than guitars. You can't. To me, synthesizers have been like Pringles. You can't have just one. It's like you need then and then you think you need, and then you talk yourself into into believing that you need. It's. Well, I know it's not my fault.
I did an album 10 years ago because I was pissed off that the old was shit and I could do better. And the other reason was that I wanted to stop using technology as much and get back into appreciating the ultimate in technology, which is, biology. I used to say when I was in the woods with students, life, living nature. I used to say, pick a blade of grass and say there's more complexity in this blade of grass than in our entire civilization.
Yep. That's true.
All I wanted to do was get this out of my head. I sold a JX8P for I think 250 quid. With the
never like that anyway.
What's the black? I've forgotten.
JX8P was shit. I didn't like it.
Oh, I enjoyed the XP, the 8XP.
What's the final countdown synth?
With the controller.
That's my case. What else do you need to say?
I didn't know at the time any of this. I just used to plug it in and listen, and that's one reason why I've kept it away. But anyway, I just wanted to. I used to tell people I just wanted to sit up a tree playing the flute and get rid of all of that tech, get it off, a weight off my back, like Robert De Niro's character in The Mission, with that armor in the. That's what it felt like. Anyway, many moons later, as I ended up getting a job in the woods and that kind of stuff, and it was great. But then a mate of mine said, listen, I'm part of this charity and the radio station, and they need techies and that. And he said, you're good at all that. Why don't you do that? And I was like, well, okay. And then, 2 years after that, I got the radio show, and then what was it? Yeah, it was the X Station. That's what started. And I completely empathize with what you're saying about getting this constant, this like confusion of kit, and then looking at the websites, watching the programs, Sonic Talk, and watching all of that. I've suddenly plugged into this urge to just one more. This thing will make me better. This thing is on the all that kind of stuff. And I've been ebbing and flowing. I've been ebbing and flowing all the way through that.
I've got a question for Synth Addict.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you think? Well, I've not heard you, but I would imagine you don't use a DAW very much, do you?
Used to. I was, in college days, or post college, I was all the rage of getting all the VSTs because I couldn't afford the hardware and didn't have space for it. Okay. So I love VSTs and DAWs and all that kind of stuff, but hardware is always my favorite. So I don't use them much anymore, except to host a VST or something once in a while, but not against them. I just prefer hardware. So,
how long does the machine take to boot up?
It's a decent little computer. I mean, it's people complain it's underpowered because it's just a quad atom processor, or whatever it is, but it's pretty quick. And then be careful with, as you know, with a lot of these things, be careful with your updates. There was an update I got that was totally screwing up my saves and my loads and other weird glitches. So I don't update when it tells you to, unless I really know it's going to work.
The thing I like about hardware is if I get an idea, like I'm in the kitchen and you start humming something, like, oh, that's quite cool. Or you just get a general idea. Or sometimes when I'm cooking, I might have a bass guitar while I'm cooking, to make sure I don't burn things to death. So we're like pressing out on a bass. You get an idea. Shit. Go into the other room. 15 seconds later, MPC's loaded, blank thing, plug the bass in, record it, done. Whereas if I was doing it on a computer, I'd boot the computer up, take maybe a minute to boot up, wait for the desktop to arrive. Okay, launch Logic, wait for that to load all of its plugins. About 2.5 minutes in, then go and find a empty scene and sort out an empty scene. So I forgot what I'm doing.
I hear you, mate. I hear you.
Yeah, that's the beauty of that Machina Plus is even though it's a computer and it can be tethered to a computer, the last probably 4 or 5 hardware jams I did with it were completely done from nothing to finished product to upload in like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So I don't have anything else that's that fast.
I've done more songs since I've got that MPC one in 2020 than I've done since 1980 till 2020.
Yeah, so the device plus the pressure of the clock, because I'm often uploading when the show started already.
Well, yeah, you're always late.
It's,
Well, my last
watch this week, eh?
My last hardware jam, I was going like, I'm not doing it. I don't know what this fucking thing is that they wanted, this Psytrance thing. And he was like, 10 o'clock Monday morning. I'm going and thinking, well, the deadline's 12. Fuck it. I was going fucking launch the MPC and just do something.
Exactly. Yeah, it's great.
And I thought, while I'm there, I'll get my Akai WinSynth. If we're going to do anything, I'll do the majority on that. And that's funny because I've got no idea how that thing works.
How are you digging that?
I love it. I really like it.
I have the Yamaha WX5 and I have the Silphio, but I haven't played the Iwi. So
it's cool because it's different. It's like when I bought a guitar. I don't know how to play a guitar, but I've got how many guitars I've got? I've got 3 electric guitars now.
Yeah.
I can't play any chords. I don't know any chords at all, ever. I can do lead and I can do riffy things. My idea of a chord is 2 strings. It's a chord. If I need to do
this is all you need. That's the chord you need. That's all you need.
No, if I need any chords, I'll go to my mate Andy. He can play guitar. He can put real chords in.
That's interaction with other people.
Yeah. That's the other thing. Every week I'll go around to my mate who's Andy, who's a guitarist. We do bits and bobs with songs. That's cool. Working with other people. different roads. Brilliant.
That is the reason why I go into music and I stay to music and I keep trying and I can't give up. And it's killing me not being able to find people to play with around, and even less people who wants to do something similar than I want to do. I have this project of...
It's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword having people, because you end up with like, you know, having to like. Sometimes it works, sometimes it's annoying. It's like, you know, how I ended up doing singings, because the singer that I was using was being a pain in the ass. So I thought, fuck it, I'll do vocal.
I think the word you look in his asshole.
Yeah. So I ended
it's like we need like the equivalent of a dating app, but for musicians.
Oh,
well, you've heard about Mix. What's this one? I mean, 3 of them, and they're totally useless. I mean, findamusician.com and Bandmix. That's the one. It's very pro, very expensive, very posh, and crap. I can't find anybody to play what I want to play.
You'll probably find.
I'm talking about. Sorry, I was just talking about an app where you swipe left or right depending on whether you like the little bit of music that they're playing.
Bandmix.com. Yeah. Look at this. It's not as straight as swiping left and right, but you make...
Well, exactly. So people aren't going to use it. You need it to be simple.
So you got people in your area, gives you...
I noticed that there was an imam in Glasgow before the Lurgy, and it's just disappeared. And you know, I've even been. I know the pub where it happened, and it's very good. You know, that the people seem to be working as a community as well as pub employees. You know, and I've thought about setting up myself, but you know, the road to hell and all that.
You don't need anybody if you don't. You don't really need anybody. It's nice to have other people. But
it's not a need. It's better. Anything.
Is it though?
Well,
I'm very good. Everything my own. I'm very good at growing seeds, but not planting them musically. Okay, that's a different problem. So I said, I can do it all. I can do drums. I can do the bass, the keys, the guitar, the bass. I can sing, but the result is nothing I like, because it's all very, very mediocre. And every time I've interacted, even to the most basically 5-minute jam on a pub or on a jam session with anybody else, just because of the clash of concerts and the clash of needs and wants, it's always brilliant.
No, it's your preamps, mate. It's your preamps, mate. Your own stuff would sound much better if you had decent preamps.
Not that again.
If only. No. It's still the same shit. It just sounds better.
I played now with a friend years ago who got me into that style of the hardware jam thing. And I literally would not be doing any of this shit, because he showed me, we hooked up a bunch of gear, a stereo recorder's running, and I have like, I don't know, a drum machine, a groove box, and like 5 or 6 synths going live, and we're just playing shit live into the recorder. And it was scary as hell, but also exhilarating when we got something decent out of it. And now with loopers and all this other stuff, that's so much more enabling and empowering. It's crazy. You know?
Yeah, Eddie.
Yes.
Do you have a looper?
No.
That's the most important thing you can ever get is a looper. It's amazing. A looper is amazing. Not a DAW, a real looper.
Proper looper.
Okay. Let me take that back. I kind of do, because most of the collection over there are multi-effects units, pedal boards. They all have some sort of repeating device. And I know that because one of my goals...
Bespoke loopers have
No.
added functions which are incredible. I've had a 505, a 202,
Yeah.
and I've had the RC30 as well. The RC30 is very good for the money, and they're around £100.
I've got a Digitech foot pedal looper for my guitar. That was
Ditto?
really good. A Digitech. It's about
Digital, sorry.
Yeah, it's only one channel,
Mhm.
but it's got
Jam Man.
No, it's not a Jam Man. No, it's got 400 memories. It's got 400 patterns in it, so you can put like an intro and a chorus and a whatever, and then you can you got foot switch with it, so you can go up and down your patterns. So you can record on it, up and down your patterns to get your next whatever you're doing, your verse or your chorus or whatever. So that was really good. Then I bought an RC505, which is a 5-channel looper. But But currently I use an MPC because it's got a looper page on it, which is like amazing. And that's like.
Can you pedal? Do you have to use a MIDI pedal on the MPC? Does it have any pedal inputs?
I don't do that. No,
I can't remember.
No.
Also, if you have a decent phone and an audio interface, I can't say enough about Loopy. On the
iPhone.
iPhone.
Sorry, I've got an iPad with that on it.
Loopy's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It's ridiculous. It's like £3, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something like that.
What does he loop?
Eddie, if you've not used a looper before and you've just used effects like the delay with a high
a loop is so creative
feedback,
it's so creative.
It's incredible. I had fun with the 505 with the Behringer Odyssey, just because it's analog. Again, you can't have presets, so it's lost forever if you don't continue. But just having that and then looping, I've seen Andy do it on some of his jams. Have you used, how many loopers? What other loopers have you used, Andy?
RC505. Well, first I had RC200 or whatever, the metal one with the that didn't have the pedal, and that got me into it big time. I got it used somewhere, and I go, this is really cool, but it's the loops weren't long enough, and I wanted more loops. So then I got the 505, and then I got into Loopy. And Loopy, there are like several versions of Loopy. There's HD and Pro and stuff. You can have up to 16 loops on the screen at once. You can record a bunch of different ideas into each loop, and then I've done live mix downs of my loops. I basically write down, I make a little matrix, and I do a little mind map of the loops I want to put together, and I literally just go these two, then these two, then these two, then this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and I'm actually performing it live to a stereo recorder. So you get the DJ feel, you get the stuff you already built little by little manually, and it's just very satisfying, and it's on a goddamn phone, so it's crazy, or iPad,
Yeah, phones are crazy. It's Star Trek technology in my mind, to my eyes.
Loopers are very creative because you can literally sellotape a performance together of an idea you haven't worked out yet. You can work out a bit of it. Go, where's it going next? Don't know. I'll put that little bit down. Then when it plays through, you get the next bit. You either get it right, you get it wrong. If you get it wrong, you undo it and just do it again.
Yeah,
that's how I do my WinSynth at the minute because I can't play it. I ain't got a clue how to know where the right or wrong notes are. I'll figure out whether the next right note is and put the next right note in. You do it that way. It's
also,
very,
because
very
loopers are only forgiving to a point, you really have to get that timing down. So it forces you to really nail that timing, and you just get better over time. It's very useful.
It depends. You can also preset on the RC505. You can make like a 4-bar loop rather than you having to manually work to start and stop. You can do that as well.
Yeah.
And you can
Gaz Williams recorded many hours in one track. He basically multi-tracked the RC505, but he changed the micro SD inside, so it had much more memory. But you still get a shitload of memory on.
You get loads.
But I was impressed with.
Watch Mark Rebier, those live things he does. He did one today from New York. That guy's one of the best ever. All from scratch, all right on point. He's even recording a dog on premises or a kid screaming, and it's just fucking crazy.
He's the master of the thing, but the guy's been practicing for at least 7 years by now.
Well, sure.
Like in practice on a daily basis.
There's always a bigger fish.
But you'll see him screw up and fix it on the fly and just keep going. He never stops. He just goes,
wait.
There's always a smaller fish too.
Yeah, but careful. What you call him he screw up is usually oh, once in 300 times in a row,
No, that's not true.
I didn't press on time, or I forgot what to do next, then I got blocked.
Well,
because the
occasionally he
guy,
has an idea and he goes, that's just not working. He'll just stop and start over from scratch. So,
yeah, that too. But even that thing that he discarded that is not working is way better than I can do myself at the moment. It's
That's not
really
the
good
point.
already.
That's not the point. It's an
Oh.
inspiration. It's not something to
Yeah, it's a creative
Yeah.
tool. I find
course.
it a very good creative tool. And
Yeah.
also,
and I learned that Beardy Man has a photographic memory.
yeah, Beardy Man.
You know,
I never heard of that one.
He's up there. Beardy
Yeah.
Man has
thing
how
to
many
remind-
iPads now?
the thing to remember is like you don't go, oh, I'm going to get a looper because Beardy Man's got one, or I'm going to get a looper
No.
because this amazing genius with a looper is going to get a fucking looper. If you're my main thing is if you're shit, get a looper because it will fucking
Exactly.
help you.
Yeah.
It's true.
No, no.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Listen.
You know,
Listen,
in anthropology, you've got
Listen.
sympathetic magic. It's like that with
Yeah.
a lot of kit. You think you're going to be on your way to getting as good as them because of the kit that they've got.
No.
That's
Yeah,
the
it's-
wrong way
it's
to
not
look
the
at
tool.
it. That's the
It's the
wrong way to
master.
look at it. Wrong way
It's,
to look
it's
at
like it's like
Okay.
a consumer hook.
Listen, people, listen. I do know that a looper would open a lot of possibilities, and that's why I started to push me to do more, and I want to keep doing hardware jams. And sadly, getting extra gear at the moment, that shape is sale because all the future money is already spent in finishing the
A few
collection.
dollars for the app.
I know.
Remember, you can
But
also sell
why
stuff.
to get careful? Give me a second. I'm trying to speak here. All right. Thank you. I already have loopers. The only problem is I have them in scatters in several units. So I just need to move my fucking ass and put them all on the floor and find a way for those units, because they're all rolling. Those bastards talk MIDI like it's their mother tongue. So I just need to put them down, hook them up, and make them work together. And then all together, I might be able to get a looper with 2 or 3 or 4 different layers, because each individual one can do 2 or 3 layers with 2 or 3 different sounds of different sorts, like in just a plain bass or a synth bass, or on top of a very weird bass, or some of guitar, some of stuff. I got several units, and I want to do that because one target is hardware jams and the other target is EMOMs. And even when it's gonna be really painful, because the closest to me is Bristol, which is fucking hour and a half drive, but I want to do it. It's on the charts. It's all on the bucket list. I'm on my way, at my own pace. Thank you very much.
I'm sure you've got enough equipment at the moment. You don't need to buy anything. You just need, like you say, just need to.
That's my point. I don't need to buy more. I just need to fucking get in the case to learn how to use it.
The other
I'm
point
sorry, Eddie. I'm new to this.
Yeah, it's not that he
You're
doesn't.
what?
It's not that he doesn't have to buy. He needs to buy it. It's the need.
Yeah.
I'm new to this.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
No, my point about getting a bespoke looper is that
Yeah.
the delay pedals, like KT Tunstall started with the that big green loop delay pedal, and
Mhm.
but the thing about loopers are they have specific functions. Like some of them reduce the volume
Quantization.
of the last loop, so
I've
they
been
don't. So
I've been
it
keeping
mixes
up
it live.
and learning.
Let me
I've been
speak,
keeping
let me
up.
speak.
Okay.
No, I'm not bothered really. I just thought I'd say it because you said it.
Yeah, I know. So yeah,
Go on.
I know what's out there. I know that the tech is dead, and if I had the device, I'd most likely make my life way easier to find that target. But as Synthetic says, I have way more tech power, my horsepower, than I can handle, and I could get even more if I wish. No, that's not the problem. My problem is I'm the kind of obsessive that needs to learn how to use the thing on full. And
It's
I'm
the
sick and
acronym
tired of having
KISS. Keep it simple, stupid.
the single stupid. Exactly. So I rather dive deep into what I already have and squeeze the biggest amount of juice out of it before getting even more options and even more menus and and being a steep learning curve.
Something that's helped me a lot was I looked back at the tracks that I've done, and I've listened to my favorite tracks, and I thought, how did I make that track? And I've looked at what was in common, and the best times that I've made my favorite tracks was when I just had it small setup going into a stereo recorder, and I'd just gotten to know each kit, and then I just made them talk to each other, and just had it going live, recording live. And nowadays you can get 500 gig for £30. That's the size of your fingernail. You know, you can just leave it recording. Forget about that recording fear. You know, when the red light's on.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing.
You know,
yeah.
that's one good thing.
Another thing to remember too is my first looper thing I saw that was really successful is Ableton Live in the old days when it was fairly new. Guys were doing like beatboxers were doing multi-part looping into Ableton Live with a little foot switch thing to trigger the loops on the screen. So you don't have to buy the hardware. Ableton Live does a really good job of looping. This guy Kid Beyond, look for his YouTube stuff. He does some amazing beatboxy stuff on just a loop pedal, multi-loop switch pedal, Ableton Live, and that's it, and a microphone.
Yeah, but I don't want to do
very simple
beatbox. Okay.
No, but it's the idea of it.
I get your point.
It's all analog. There's no it's just punch in, punch out. Get your timing right and just do it. There's no like massaging later and all this bullshit. It's just go. You know.
The other thing I would put across would be don't know how other people work this, but when I record not all of it, when I record most of my music, unless it's a specific sequence bass line, all my synthesizers get recorded as audio in the looper. There's no quantize because
that's brave.
Me too, because I want to play. I want to be playing stuff.
It's not brave. It's
brave.
No, it's not. It's the reason. No, because what I want to do, I want to put feeling into it, and I don't have to be locking into a quantize.
And you also want to get better brave as fuck. By playing it, you're really playing it. So that's for me. I want to get better at playing the keys.
It's a compliment. I'm not having a go on you. It's a compliment.
I was reading about White Town. Do you remember that song? I could never be a woman, and it was a bedroom. It was a bedroom number one, and I was reading about the tech behind that, and he used this old Tascam. I think it was a 6-track cassette. It's a beautiful black mixing desk with a cassette in and all that stuff. But what was my point? He was saying he took absolutely fucking ages to get the drums out of sync, and he had to he made a box for the MIDI signal to interrupt it and cause glitches deliberately so we could get the timing on the drums perfect for him, which was perfectly. I mean, Dilla, Jay Dilla, the timing. I think I just do it with a bit of both. I've tried to work out the 808 shuffle modes and transfer them technically and mathematically, and it's just like, hang on, Fred, what the hell are you doing? Just listen.
There are times when quantize is a very good thing, and you need to use it, but there are times when you really just should switch the fucking thing off and just record it.
Agreed. The human factor is what makes music beautiful.
It's not just
dance music. You need to have the tight,
it's not just that. It's if you've got quantize, you might have the idea and you play it how you want to do it, and then quantize moves it, and it puts it in the wrong fucking place. It's not
exactly.
So if you don't do quantize, how you play it is how it goes down. Warts and all.
It's a human factor.
Or the opposite way around, not warts and all cherries and all, what we call it.
I like to put it through there and watch it and quickly hit the quantize just to see how it fucks it up and then go back.
But
you can do that if you have an undo button.
There's an undo on the Machine Plus,
Yeah, you can always fix something that's not. If you're recording MIDI, you can always fix it by moving the notes. Recording MIDI. All I do is I'll record it again. Why am I trying to fix something?
Exactly.
Hit delete, redo it until it's right, And the
Chris said, I'm
last thing I
agreeing
wanna-
with you.
the last thing I want to say that when I make my songs and when I record my songs, they're the first time I ever play it and the last time I ever play it. I have no clue how that song gets made once I've made it. If I look back like 2 weeks in the future,
Me too.
I
Yeah,
do
couldn't
do
redo
not
the stuff
know
if I
how
wanted
that guitar went down. Don't know where it is. I might spend an hour trying to find where the notes are.
to. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's a bugger when
I'm a
someone
little in
asks you.
between.
It's weird because like afterwards you're thinking, who wrote the song then? Because I can't play it. It's weird.
Well, I learned something about the nervous system recently that's very interesting. Apparently, your five senses
Mhm.
consciously, the pilot behind your eyes kind of thing, your conscious self, it processes 40 pieces of information per second.
Okay.
As far as it goes, your nervous system doesn't work like computers do, but it's similar. So there's 40 pieces of information you're consciously processing with your five senses. Unconsciously, behind the scenes, is 11 million processes per second. And I had to look up a separate thing. The entire nervous system of the one human is
Mhm.
processing 80 quadrillion processes per second, which would take
Yep.
the fastest supercomputer on Earth
Yep.
20 minutes to process.
Yep.
So we've got all
Yeah.
that going on, and we can get from the outside world 40 pieces of information per second. So I trust what's going on in the background and have respect for that. And I think that's what you're talking about, Cresshead. It's brilliant because it's this sort of culture promotes the conscious self so much more than what's behind the scenes, and it's like the tip of the iceberg of your whole psyche. And on that
Indeed,
bombshell,
yeah. No, it's brilliant. It's what it is. We're extremely complex machines that we don't even know how we work.
well, we're not machines, but I know what you're saying.
Machine
I mean,
systems.
we're chemical organic machines for sure.
Yeah.
Well, the
all
machine
physics.
has separate moving parts. doesn't
Okay,
it?
I got two unrelated questions. Changing subject. Sorry for that. Synthetic.
Yes.
Would you have any clue why my Windows PC takes up to 15 minutes to shut down?
When are you using solid state drives or hard drives? Spinning platter drives.
1 and 2. 1 solid, 2 spinnings.
Because if you're still running platter drives and you're not doing check disk and defragging and stuff like that, you got to keep up on that. You don't need that
Okay.
for solid state drives.
All right.
That's
And second
also
question.
make sure you properly close all your stuff and you're not like
Yeah.
sometimes you have like
I always do that.
things that are like Windows updates sometimes get partially stuck and other things that cause things to slow down in the background you don't even know about.
Sure. Yeah, I know that.
So it's good to run. Actually, if you haven't used it in a while, because we were using corporate stuff, where I was, but I went back to see Malwarebytes again, which is an old tool from like the late 90s, early 2000s, and it's actually gotten a lot better now. And Malwarebytes is a great tool if you have a PC because it does so much now for you, and it's inexpensive. It's like I think a year was like $30 or something like that. And
Yeah,
you can run
I've got the
peace
free
of
one.
mind.
I've got the free version of Malwarebytes.
Free one's good, yeah. I just wanted a couple extra features on there, but you gotta have something like that on there because you'll get stuff. If you're running as admin all the time, if you don't create a separate account with limited access, your PC's wide open. You're just asking for trouble.
Well, my PC's not wide open because it's not connected to the internet.
Well, there's that too.
Wise. Very wise.
It connects every, I don't know, 6 months once. If you need to go and do something. Then,
But that window you're still vulnerable, right?
Oh yeah. What I'm saying, like day to day. That's my what do you call it? It's my creative computer. I'm on a Mac Mini here, just like on the internet. But my Mac Mini is for the internet. I don't do anything else on it, so whatever on it. But yeah, be careful.
I mean, the best tool out there is CrowdStrike, but it's expensive because it's corporate. So I don't use CrowdStrike personally, but Malwarebytes is actually very good. So.
Cool. Crescent, would you like to do to have a collab one day?
Yeah, why not? I've done one with David already, so why not?
Good. Hit me up in Facebook.
Am I with you in Facebook? I think. Are you FR Rose in Facebook? I saw FR.
Probably no. Eduardo Garcia.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll find me on Facebook if or and just like friend me on Facebook. It'll be
Okay, I'll try it.
me, you know.
And for you guys and anybody in the chat still listening, poor guys, is anybody living near Leeds, in the Leeds area?
I'm not even on there. Hang on, let's have a look.
Yes, it might be a chance I might go to Leeds in next week. Might have a visit, and it would be nice to meet people and know the country.
I used to live in Leeds.
Is it nice?
And Huddersfield and Bradford. Leeds, it's just another city.
Okay.
Same problems, same beauty, same ugliness. You know, it's all there. Nice park though.
I don't like cities.
Okay.
Cities of people. Ugh, horrible.
Yeah, tell me about it.
That's
Used to
true.
work in Nottingham, and the amount of Looney Tune people you see in Nottingham in the morning or in the afternoon, ridiculous.
I've witnessed 2 near stabbings in Glasgow. And
Ouch.
the funny thing is, when I first started living here, I went to the unemployment office, and I was waiting, and you know, people are all miserable, as well as the staff. Like, but this woman sort of looks at this bloke. She goes, "You got a problem, mate?" And I thought, "Oh shit, it's going to kick off."
That's never something good.
No, but the thing is, he just went no, and she went, "Oh right, okay," and nothing happened. And
Thank God.
in the street, I've seen, you know, couples arguing and stuff, and you think, "Oh no, something's going to kick off," but they're just having a conversation, and it's just like this is. I've lived in a few different cities, and Glasgow's like the most honest city I've lived in. You know what you know. There's no masks. There's no social masks as much as there are in other cities, and that's one reason why I like it, amongst all the other reasons why I don't. But Leeds had a good sort of subculture going on. Lots of nice little pubs and clubs and that where people are just chilling out, and lots of music creativity in that.
What's that thing called where they cut the guy's mouth? Is it Glasgow Smile? Is that the?
Yeah, but sometimes they use 2 razor blades separated by a matchstick because it's harder. It scars better.
Wow.
I know.
Yeah.
But that's a long time ago. I was in a pub. I've been here for 10 years. I was in a pub about 5 years ago in Govan, and this bloke's like, you know, if you'd have come into this pub 20 years ago, you'd have been killed. And I said, I was like, well, I would have been about 12 then.
Yeah.
But no, it's all changed now. There's still infighting, you know. Divide and rule is epitomised in Glasgow, you know. But there's so many lovely people as well, you know. I miss the people I worked with in the woods, but you know, it's you know, I mean, and I'm not a drinker either, so that's one thing out of the way.
Do you make music and stuff at the moment?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fiddling with a SH-01A through a Zen delay at the moment.
All right.
That sounds good.
I'm really disappointed with the Zen delay. because
Delay.
I
that
thought it would
software?
make me better. No, the hardware.
So the Erica
It was
Sense
a
one, is that
cheap second-hand one. I thought this doesn't weigh much, and then I put through, and I just thought, oh God, this is
that's Erica Sense, right?
yeah. But I've
Yeah.
noticed that part of my sort of one of the issues I've got is that everybody sounds better than me.
Not everybody.
That's not true.
Not everybody.
I know it's not true.
I've
I'm
heard
just
plenty of
expressing
horrible stuff out
those,
there. Don't worry.
you know, those little demons, whispering in your ear and that.
I hear
Not
you, mate. I
literally,
hear
of
you.
course. Not literally, but
Just go to
one of
Aldi and buy an ego. You'll be all right.
but I've got enough stuff here to definitely. I've recently learned. I've got some of those. I've got the Mark 1 Electron Rhythm and Analog 4, but I've just learned the random feature.
Yeah.
And putting them really into the cache, and then putting each of the 16 notes in the sequencer on a different random sound.
Have you done hardware jams yet?
Instant glitch. No. I was nearly press ganged by Inky. I haven't been on Facebook, and I hate it.
You don't need to go on Facebook. You can go on the community page on YouTube.
I know, not anymore. That's only been in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, who brought that one to it was me anyway. Yeah,
nice one.
Wow,
nice one.
One of the people was saying, like, I don't use Facebook. Well, you got community page. You don't need fucking Facebook. You
but it's better now. And I looked at the forms there as well, so you can upload. So yeah, I'm definitely into it. And also that's one reason why I came on this show, because it's a bit. I felt a bit nervous going to the Kent pub without breaking the ice. This has been a good icebreaker. Thanks, Andy. It's a really good idea.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, the Kent pub is a lot of fun, but it's a tougher crowd, I think.
Tougher crowd?
Well, because it's just stuff flying left and right, and it's very funny, but if you're not ready for it, you're like, whoa, hey, whoa.
Oh yeah, you need to keep up. That's true.
Yes.
Get in there and do a hardware jam, mate. Get one done.
Yeah.
They're a great crowd. Everyone, there's no negative crap at all. Everyone wants to lift you up. So
yeah, that's true.
Don't worry about it. It's brilliant.
I can vouch for that. Yeah, that's true.
And Eddie, is your jam on your YouTube? I suppose it has to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, because I commented on it. Yeah.
I think I put 2 because it would be too boring to explain. My jam is just a chunk of me improvising for almost an hour. I just took the best 5 minutes.
Yeah, you like clipped a bit out, didn't you? Yeah.
Yeah. I just chopped on where it was more or less nice because.
So that's what John Alchemy does anyway. So that's great.
I've done it a few times too. I've done it was like 7-8 minutes by accident. Ah, shit! I have to truncate it because I'm not playing that again.
Well, one of my big issues is an intro to one of my tracks is 5 minutes.
I've got the opposite.
That's when the beats come in.
When I do a hardware job, I have the opposite problem. Is trying to stretch it out to 5 minutes. It's usually I've got like a minute and a half worth of something. It's like shit. Can't do it.
Okay, when I have a laugh, mate. And Synthetic, remember that I told you, okay, I'm gonna do a live stream, and I'm gonna do a live stream for 3 minutes, and that's what I'm gonna send, right? The live stream was 2 hours.
See, when you got comfortable, just doing your thing.
Because I couldn't stop. Basically, me jamming is almost 45 minutes of those 2 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Most of it was shit, but hey, it's there. You can watch it if you have the time. The whole live stream is on my channel. Do you need the link to find it, or do you found it already?
We can find it. It's on YouTube.
But a lot of people do that. They'll have like a long thing they recorded over the weekend at like a live event, and they'll just truncate part of it and post that. So
it's either that or half of what they release. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do recognize that the people that are releasing the high quality stuff are pros. They're doing that for a very long time. They know their hardware like the palm of their hands. I'm not taking any merit from them, but many of them, they seem like it's something they were already working on. They just finished it or truncated just to release it. That's the feeling I got for listening to 2 5-hour sessions of Howard Jams.
there are all kinds in there. I mean,
Of course,
there's the last minute little like
like
make
me.
something on a pocket operator, just go and then put that up, and that's perfectly fine.
Yep, it
or
is.
full on production where it's like 5 people in a room doing something, So
No, what I find the most crazy is how efficient some of them are on the video side, because it would take me the whole weekend just to finish the music. If then I have to do the video for that music, it would take me a month.
Well, that's why my videos are always boring, because I don't have time to make a nice one. I'm just making the thing before I upload it. I don't have time to doctor it up, and
I've got a MacBook.
Call them boring.
I've got a MacBook Pro from 2012, and it took overnight rendering for a 15-minute
that too
dub techno thing I did, and uploading it is fucking ages.
We did some about a year ago. There was a movie inspiration one based on this weird Polish sci-fi movie.
Oh,
and
yeah.
There was one based on Marvin the Martian or whatever, Hitchhiker's Guide stuff. And so I planned ahead. I put green screen cloth down. I put all my gear on that. And in post, I was able to put in the clips of the movies and stuff to make it a little more dressed up. But that was just a few more minutes of work. Going and doing fancy edits and fancy filters and all kinds of stuff, that just takes too long for me. So I like it, but I don't have time to do it.
Well, OBS, you can record on OBS as a video file, and you can record. I mean, would it be possible if I did a live stream?
Mm-hmm.
Can you edit that in YouTube? Can you take bits out or something?
If you're not paying for YouTube Premium, no, you can't. And if you're not paying for Premium, YouTube will not even let you download your own video so you can edit it afterwards.
Well, there's a way to download it, but not officially. So
obviously, the way I do it, which is play it and record it in OBS.
You can download it, yeah.
Oh, 4K video downloader. That's free.
I don't.
And it extracts MP3s automatically if needed, in case you want to analyze something for educational purposes only. I must add.
Yeah, just throw it in a video editor like DaVinci Resolve, which is free, and then just chop it down and re-upload it. Done.
Oh,
but
I
you
also
need OBS or StreamYard to do a music stream into your live video. I use YouTube all the time with audio interface to a mixer to a bunch of gear, and it comes in as one music source, just like a camera audio, and you just select it in YouTube, and you can stream straight into YouTube without any fancy extra software, and then pull your
with OBS. Yes,
because doing the live mix, I did a live mix for an hour on Sunday nights every week for 5 years, doing ambient and down tempo, and that put me in good stead for doing live stuff with the pre-listen that was on the whole smooth. My goal was to get someone to put their headphones on and lie down and take them on a journey for an hour. And
that's
and
cool.
It went, and it was lovely. But
the one problem I had with live YouTube streaming is sometimes the stereo gets messed up.
Oh,
you get a
what do you
mono
mean?
track.
My point was that I'm better at doing it live than I am doing it with editing, and also I'm a lazy fucker.
Well,
yes,
I'm actually, my workflow is super easy. I have an audio interface that hooks to my iPhone. I suspend the iPhone above my workspace. Audio streaming right off the equipment right into the iPhone and the camera, and it comes off as one big file. I just trim it, put titles on it, and upload it. That's all I do. It's very simple.
Well, the trimming, that's all I did with the 15-minute one.
Yeah.
It was, I trimmed it, and then it had to render it, and then that's what took so long. It was rendering it overnight.
These Blue Mikey Digital Lightning, these are awesome. I use this for all my recording.
Okay.
Audio input, stereo, CD quality audio right into the iPhone. No messing about with tracks and stuff, and it just comes off as a single video file. And then, of course, I can massage it in Premiere or whatever afterward if I want to. But I just really just crop it, put a title on it, and I'm done. So.
Yeah. My problem
I've
is
got no excuses now.
No, you don't. I when I was doing the Name That Synth videos, I wanted to do better and do more. In fact, I have one of them unfinished because I cannot edit the video. I got DaVinci Resolve and my computer keeps crashing. It's so bad now that even crashes with Windows Video Editor. Every time I try to do anything a little extra than just watching YouTube on my computer about video, it crashes. I don't know I think that my graphics card is fucked.
Or you need to wipe the slate clean and do a fresh install over a weekend.
I did. Yeah. That's what I mean. That's what I've been doing for the past 3 months, reinstalling Windows all over from scratch. And then is when even Windows Video Editor, which is inbuilt, crashes. I'm pretty sure, 90% sure it's something called the graphics card.
I got a 13-inch MacBook Pro 2012 for £70, 70 quid. It had been dropped. Okay. I spent an extra 40 quid on RAM, and the SSD was like amphetamines. It was brilliant. But, so maybe about 170 to 200 pounds, and that little thing was absolutely excellent. And I even installed that Windows window. I forgot what it's called. You know, it's a Windows emulator.
A virtual machine.
You swipe your screen,
or Parallels.
Blue and Parallels,
yeah,
Parallels desktop.
Yeah,
and it was literally, you know, you've got the Hackintosh, and that's again for techies. That's a geeky thing for me. But then when I got this, it was just a breath of fresh air. And I've used both Windows for years with the AWE32 and all that stuff.
They also have VMware Fusion for a while too, for other choices for virtualization, but it's not really supported anymore. So Parallels is still the gold standard on the Mac side.
Well, hang on. The one I've got now is VMware Fusion.
You have that. So it's an older version, right? Because I think they stopped making it.
Yeah. And I installed... do you remember Peter Gabriel did an interactive CD-ROM called Eve?
Explorer 1.
I had to install macOS 9 or whatever it was.
I love that CD.
To run that. It's beautiful. But you can get it free on archive.org, but you have to use the old macOS 9.
They also have it on Macintosh Garden. It's an abandonware website for Mac software.
Okay.
If you like Mac software, go to Mac Garden. That's awesome.
Just writing that on the
laptop
table.
Is next in line for the in the purchase list.
Well, again, you've got to make sacrifices. I've sold stuff that I've wanted, but I've had to sell it because I didn't use it. I wanted it, but I didn't use it as much, and it's this constant battle between need and greed. It's Gollum, isn't it? It's Gollum. Brilliant.
Yeah, sorry, I can't sell. That's no. Yes, no.
but I'm waiting. This is Crescent. I've not done a hardware jam. My Deluge. I got a Synthstrom Deluge. I got tax back one year when I had the 2 jobs, and I got a Deluge. But it broke apart from the MIDI. So
don't get put off from doing a hardware jam because of the challenge. Don't worry about it.
No, it's off. It's at repair now. But the MIDI, the sequencer on the Deluge to me was I had an Akai Force, And the Deluge was like a breath of fresh air, because it was like the force is kind of in between. You know, it's more towards a door than I'd like. But the Deluge was a breath of fresh air. I'm just waiting for it to get repaired and come back, and it could take another couple of weeks.
Are you having the big screen put on?
Sorry?
Are you having the biggest screen put on it?
No, I'm going to sell it for much more when it becomes vintage with the old calculator screen.
Okay.
No, I just prefer using my muscle memory. The OLED screen, it looks good, and I'm sure that they will use it for all sorts of brilliant things, like CC. Mind you, I want someone to program CC so they appear on the screen like those other MIDI. What's it called? Hapax? Is it Hapax?
Oh, the Squab Hapax, yeah.
Yeah. That's. I'm looking at that thinking open source. And that's just started the open source stuff on the Deluge. But I know I'm going to stick with the calculator screen. But it's brilliant for.
So currently you can't do a hardware, John, because you're waiting for your Deluge to come back. Is that right?
That's my rationalization for it.
Okay, so that's not the real excuse then. It's just like you don't want to do it.
No, it's the excuse. It's not the reason.
Right.
Okay.
Just bust one of these out. Get a little pocket operator and make a little jam.
Yep, I've got a Tonic 32, is it? But I can't afford the Tonic software.
That one's great. Oh, Tonic is amazing.
But the software is £100.
You don't need the software though. It's pretty good without the software. But
well, I've recorded people's screechy ZX Spectrum cassette loading sounds, and off. People have kindly shared their drum kits.
I love that.
But I've got an arcade which the screen broke.
That one's fun too. I like the arcade one a lot.
And I've got all the little shitey stuff, the Monotrons.
Monotron delay is killer. Just using the effect pathway for things is amazing.
If people want analog warms, then they just put it through the Monotron delay.
And you get the dub reggae type delay effects and stuff. It's really fun.
Yeah, but I'm kind of I'm fully aware of the hoarder in me. But I'm also
one of us.
I'm also wrestling that demon by selling stuff that I want but don't use and things like that.
Well, at least you sell.
You have to say, "Hi, I'm Fred. I'm a synthaholic." Hi, Fred.
Hi,
I love the way it sounds. I love the way it tastes.
Talking about silly stuff. Another thing in my bucket list, I want to learn how to do samples and sample, not libraries but instruments, kind of. Because another thing I got for a failed project, it's a sampler, and I'm really keen on sampling the drum machine in my Electron organ. I love how that thing sounds. It's so cheesy, it's delightful.
What's the sampler you've got?
It's an Akai S2000.
Oh right, yeah, like painting the hole through the letterbox.
Yeah, shipping a bottle.
That's why I got a tattoo.
You see my point? Yes, I got into synths almost 5 years ago, okay? But because I got into the ones I could put my money into, which is what everything was leaving behind and nobody else wanted, I never knew any different. All I ever knew was rack units, letterbox screens, pedal boards, letterbox screens, or nothing else. That's it. That's all they take. I know. So to me, when I bought the Trinity, I thought I was traveling to the 30th century. It has a screen this fucking big, and it has graphics, and you can slide on top. It's like, what the fuck? And that thing is almost 40 years old.
Yeah, but it's really still amazing.
Sampler and Groovebox. These are great.
I know.
Built like a tank too.
And those, those rack samplers, they've got a lot of kudos.
Just sample trick.
But it takes a lot more effort to learn and to use well than it does, say, an SP 404, one of the old ones.
It does.
Which
yeah.
one?
The SP 404s, the Roland. It's used a lot in hip hop. And
It's fun. It's a lot. The new one is much better because they do have more functionality. The old one, even though it's pretty fun to use, it's much more limited. And if you're doing certain kind of hip hop beats and stuff, you need quantizing. It doesn't have quantizing.
Oh yeah, it's the sequences shite on it as well.
And no velocity on the pads,
Yeah,
and only one effect at a time.
But if you want to record your drum machine on your old organ, you don't need a sampler. You can just record on the best quality you possibly can digitally, and then do what you want with that recording. Yeah, that's what I'd do. Make sure your mic positions are all calculated. Is it? Can you plug something into that organ, Eddie, to get the sound? Is it got external output?
In fact, that particular one has two, which is crazy. It's one of those double manuals with the amplifier in the case in the cabinet. It has one RCA output, monophonic, because that thing is monophonic. So that's the one I would use to do the recording. But also has an RCA input for an instrument. It was designed to be able to plug some kind of guitar or a second keyboard of some sort and play both through the same amplifier and speaker. It's crazy. No wonder they were that expensive when they were new. I got it for free. It's stupid.
But the new SP404 though, to me, because that would be ideal. One of the things, again, the Orbs Fest, up till Pommes Frites, I love all that stuff by the Orb, and their use of vocal samples and samples in general. The SP404 Mark II is perfect for that kind of thing. Yeah, for me. But I've deliberately gotten away from it because the Deluge is getting repaired, and that's got sampling on it. Even though it's only got the two out, but that's why I've kept away from the 404 Mark II. And also because
Mark II.
Sorry,
I've got an SP404 Mark II as well.
And is it a dog's bollocks?
It's not an MPC, but it's the one thing I will say, it's got how would you describe it? The guitar sim is fucking amazing, like really fucking good, like really good.
Sorry, guitar what?
The guitar sim in the SP404 is really good.
So you can just plug a guitar with no preamps in.
Yeah, I've got a Boss Katana, which I used to record with. Then I got the SP404, and I tried out the guitar sim, and I thought, "Fuck it, that's great. That'll do me. I'm done." So I'll go. At the minute, I use my SP404 as my guitar sim when I go into my MPC to record. I haven't switched the Katana on since I've got the SP404.
Wait,
it's mad, isn't it? But there you go.
I'm not sure.
Well, it's well known. I mean, the originals were well known for their effects, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you saying guitar synth or guitar simulator?
Guitar
amplifier.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sounds amazing. Anything in the last 4 months or so that I've put up that's got guitar on it is through the SP404.
Mm-hmm. It's probably borrowing a chip from the new GT Pocket Pro.
Probably, yeah. Well, it's all the same algorithms, isn't it? They put it all over the place. So that's what Roland do. They make one really expensive thing, then as they build other things, they go, "Oh, you can have that. Oh, you can have that," and everybody gets everything. That's why the reverb that's in the new, what's it called? The S1, the Roland Compact S1, sounds amazing. And the delay is brilliant in it.
Not any.
What the 101, the miniature 101?
Yeah, got one of them. Amazing, really good.
Oh, you shouldn't say that.
Oh no, shit!
That's better.
Crescent.
Doorstop. Don't get it, mate. You won't like it. Carry on.
That's it. Don't be fooled by that. That dynamic, even when I doubt that it was that in the first place, it's not like that anymore between Roland and Boss. The way I read it, Boss, it never was, but certainly not now. It's not the younger sibling or the lesser brother of the company. No, Boss is the FX division of Roland.
Roland's huge. Well, Roland stroke Boss is huge market share wise.
Yeah, but what they do is for marketing purposes and for R&D purposes, Roland takes care of the synth and the MIDI, and Boss takes care of the algorithms for effects, simulations, cabinet emulations, IRs, all that is how do you process what Roland does. And
they had to change. They changed the name. They simplified the name of the company because the guitarists couldn't read multisyllabic words.
Yeah, that too.
Probably more to do with accounting. Look at it. It's probably if they split the company, they can account things differently. It's probably a business decision more than anything else.
No, in fact, one of the first products that Roland Corporation, before it was called like that, exported to America was the CE1, the pedals with the chorus and the amplifiers, like the jazz chorus. Problem is, the name they exported first, the American division said, sorry, we cannot promote this name. Nobody's going to like it. Plus, it's a little too fresh, the Second World War, so Japan is still frowned upon. So why don't we put it an American name? And they decided to call it Boss. Oh, hello.
New person.
Good evening.
Cat dragged in.
Mr. Dr. Mike Medley in the house.
Who? Take a drink.
Are you muted?
You.
I didn't mute you.
How about that? Is that better?
Yep.
That's the one.
There we go. Yeah.
Here we go.
yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, StreamYard is weird that way.
It is.
Anyway, I'm listening to this and having just written a book about Roland.
Ooh.
I'm finding the interpretation of the history to be very interesting. Mostly, almost entirely correct.
Let's hear it.
Oh no, that can't be right. I'm sure everything is wrong. I'm just talking
You're
shit.
being too kind. Too kind.
Too kind.
No, actually, Boss has always been a very interesting thing because they really are, to some extent or another, separate companies. They're part of a larger group, but what a lot of people don't realize is that Roland actually has over the years, it's had like 10 divisions. There have been 10 different companies. They had a company called Roland DG, which made, and what do you, I can't read your headstock there. Ibanez?
Oh, his knees are gone.
Well, Ibanez,
Tama, Roland, Boss, it's all the same corporation.
Well, they have some common stock owners. The main thing about Ibanez was that because they came from the same, a lot of the same parent financiers that Roland did, that's why all the Roland GR guitars were actually made by Ibanez, which is why they're such amazingly good guitars.
I need to check another fact then.
System, right? Where all the things are connected.
Yep.
What I've been told through the guitar community is the first generation of Ibanez guitars. Well, in fact, Ibanez took the name from a Spanish company from Valencia who tried to sell Spanish guitars in Japan under the original name called Ibanez.
Yep.
Which is the same spelling, but the N has a weird wiggly bit on the top.
Well, it has an Enya.
Tilde.
Enya. A tilde, exactly. So they couldn't use that name in Japan, and when the Spanish owners decided that no, it was too expensive to try to keep both factories, they would just left the Japanese factory behind for the Japanese to get. as long as they could change the name to something different, and they call it change it to Ibanez. But they only knew how to do Spanish guitars, classical Spanish guitars. The electric division was kind of outsourced to a different factory, which I think up to this day is called Fujiken.
Yes.
So the whole first generation and most of the GR guitars were actually made in the Fujiken factory.
Exactly, and they have a lot of other divisions. You know, they made digital plotters for a while. Digital plotters, digital
the
printers.
Millers are cool. The Millers they have.
I have a router in my job. Is Roland.
Roland DG.
One of those CNC routers.
Yeah,
it's called Roland.
Yeah, Roland DG. So yeah, it's very cool to see the stuff they've done, but Boss is the one company that has always sort of, I mean, yes, it's a division of Roland. Yes, it's a separate company. You know, it's ¿Por qué no estás?
It's in fact both. Yes, it is both.
Anyway, hi guys.
Hello. Happy to see you. How you doing?
All right, there, mate.
I'm doing okay. Andy, thank you very much for the invite. Fred, Cress, I hope you're doing well.
I was.
And then I got on.
I feel like you need a staff.
Oh, should I leave?
No. Please don't.
That's the Gandalf.
No.
Oh,
I was thinking more the darker side.
Oh, well,
it's uncanny.
Yeah. Well, the
anyway, I've followed you. I've followed you over the years, Dr. Mike, with your books.
Yeah, and you don't think
done.
I didn't notice you were following me. I would turn around every once in a while and I'd catch you.
You've got the footage. Oh no.
Oh yeah. But it's
you're
a pleasure to meet
missing
you.
that CS80.
Well,
that fell off the back of your lorry.
Yeah, I know. But here's an
resist.
interesting piece of trivia for you, Fred. Did you know that until June of this year, 2 months ago, I had never actually played a CS80?
That is trivial.
Hard.
That is trivial.
Hard to believe, but
It is trivial, but it is true. I have seen them. I've laid hands on one that wasn't turned on, but it was only June where I ever had a chance to actually have a proper sit down with one and play it.
And what is your opinion now?
Were you pining for the effects units?
Not. Okay, how do I answer that nicely?
It's true. It needs effects. I mean,
It's all right, we're all friends.
even Kent says that. So
Yeah, well, it's actually I enjoyed it dry, although I could see where the
That's what Uli said.
Yeah, ooh, earn misses. But I have to say I own 2 Hydrasynths, and I get the
Why?
same. I get the same playing experience from them, and I couldn't see spending even $3,000 to have a real CS80 because I love my Hydras. Why do I have 2?
You get a better playing experience.
Stereo.
They actually
you have the
work.
regular and the deluxe.
No, I don't have room for a deluxe. You cannot. You can actually see right here that there is like no drywall. I am in an unfinished basement. If I were to tilt my camera up, you would see that I have fiberglass insulation dangling down from the ceiling. I don't have a drywall ceiling in here. My walls
in
are
vogue.
my walls are concrete. And this is a tiny shitty little room. And I don't have room. I literally could not fit a Hydrasynth Deluxe in this room.
The synth cave is more of a synth bunker.
Oh, it's actually, and it's yeah.
You got your
Actually,
MREs down
lovely
there.
record collection.
well, no, the record collection doesn't even fit in here. I've got some CDs and cassettes you can see behind me, but my vinyl's got to be in another room.
Obviously.
There's no room for it. No, I call this place Subterranean Scumbarge Studios. And
Okay.
down here in Subterranean Scumbarge, I have room for a 4-octave original Hydrosynth, which I have had for a while, which I adore. And I got to the point where I felt like I didn't really want to go out live without taking a Hydrosynth with me, so I got an Explorer. And so I use one or I use the other, and you know they
How
share.
do you find the Explorer? Because I know not literally, but how do you find
There was a
it
joke there.
compared with the big one?
Well, I gotta say, it's surprisingly very, very similar in terms of the UI. It's very easy. Yeah, Crescent with a flashlight. Actually, you know, I come in, I turn it, and it's right here. I actually have an old-fashioned copy shelf. You remember in the days when you used to have a slanted shelf between your keyboard and your monitor, so you could open up a manual or whatever. And I have one of those, and that's where my Hydrosynth is sitting right now. It's either my Hydrosynth or my instrument. So it's literally, I can't show it to you because it's literally like right here. And the Hydrosynth is over here, and my Osmos.
Oh, it's all right. I've seen loads of them.
Yeah, you know what they look like. And my Osmos is on the other side, but it's tiny. And I sometimes I layer them, sometimes I use them, you know, as a 16 voice thing, but most of the time, you know, it's horses for courses. Right now, the Hydrosynth is running into my mixer, but the Explorer is only being used as a controller because I'm writing some product manuals for plugins, and so I need a controller to play them.
And when are you going to upgrade when USB 2.0 becomes the norm? Do you know much about 2.x or whatever it is?
What you mean MIDI?
Yeah,
it's all vaporware. I don't give a rat. Yeah, I don't give a rat's ass.
Wow.
Oh yeah, what MIDI 2.0?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. It's all vaporware. It'll come. They've got some good ideas, but you know, people don't realize what a good job MIDI does.
Yeah,
you know,
I
you put it on a. By the way, Sasquatch. By the way, Sasquatch. 2 Hydrosynths. Yeah, that is greedy. Tough shit.
Oh, by the way, this is the first time I've been to any of these pubs or anything online or anything. So apologies for interruptions.
Oh no, not at all, Fred. And you got to come to Pro Synth Network on Fridays. Fridays at I guess it would be 7 p.m. UTC.
I can't.
Yep.
You can't?
I'm allergic to doorbells.
Oh. Ouch. Right here.
He's got the no FM thing.
No, actually, I saw a Volker FM2 for sale for £70 today, and I thought,
well, that's £70 I've saved.
No, come on, it's got its place, which is in the past.
It does, in fact. I you know, you can prop doors open. You can, you know.
Well, you know, it fits in certain
Don't be
spots
mean.
too. You know, you can put it somewhere. You know.
Oh no, Andy, bad. No donut.
By the way,
Squid.
the Explorer is I love the idea of the Explorer because I love portable gear.
Yep.
And it does obviously sounds good, cool interface. My only 2 gripes are no ribbon. I know there's no room for it, and the key bed isn't that great, but I know it's a cost thing. So.
Well, and considering that you listen,
Oh, wait.
you want a better keyboard, spend $300 more and get a Wave State.
Yeah.
You know, which has no aftertouch at all. There you go. You happy now?
Well,
Can you run
considering
it off a battery bank? Because the Explorer doesn't last long, does it, on the batteries?
Actually, the Explorer can last for several hours.
It should, because the power supply is very wimpy, right?
Yeah. It doesn't use more than 5-volt rails.
Yeah,
It's not like you're running, you know, massive analog stuff.
I was shocked because the 49. I look at the power supply. That's the spec.
Yeah. It's a little tiny Class D power supply.
Yeah.
And in fact,
Class D.
Well, you know, you really need big iron for one of these things.
No, no.
exactly. So
I'm being
No,
honest.
not-
God bless
it was-
Class D because everything is shrunk and more efficient and cooler.
yeah, and cooler and not that much noisier.
some of us,
If
some
you
of us
filter
keep our,
right.
some of us keep our homes warm with them things.
Oh yeah, I know. I have a friend who lived in his parents' basement and kept the whole house
yeah.
warm with a Polymoog. He turned it on he turned it on in September. He turned it off in April.
So did he get it in tune?
After about a week, yeah. Question. Froze. You have a question from Cresshead in
sorry.
in chat.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Bringing it back to music making.
Don't go
No,
off on preamps again. That was a long discussion.
No. Digital made emulations, either GT100 or I love my Vox ToneLab SE. I love how that one sounds on the straight to the desk, but usually straight to the desk out of a balanced output or a DAW output. Emulations of amplifiers, emulation of a speaker. One of these days I'll try to mic the amplifier and see how much nicer and how much more convenient is doing that, opposite of just plugging it straight to the console. And I'll let you know.
Cool. When I recorded my Boss Katana, I went out the record output.
Oh, that one is very good. It's a very good direct output in that amplifier.
Yeah, they've got a speaker emulator and all that stuff in.
Exactly. That's why.
Call it. I don't know. It sounds good. So yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Well, you've got some good.
I mean, there's a reason why the Katana is probably the best-selling product for Boss for the past 5 years.
Yeah.
All the Catalan line.
Yeah.
They really hit it out of the park with that line.
Yeah, it's really cool.
They are very good amps.
They are.
Did you ever use a Digitech GSP 2101, Eddie?
The rack unit, the one with the tube.
Yeah. YouTube.
No, I drooled for months and end to the catalogs, but never managed to come any close to one.
Oh no, I got one cheap, and I got a pedal as well that was cheap. I had to strip it and replace the LEDs. They've now got green LEDs, which makes a big difference.
I'm sure they're nicer in green.
It's simple.
My
but beautiful.
My second multi-effects unit, Korg AX1000G, because I was also into and I have kind of the capacity because of my work as well. I was related to do soldering stuff. Each is one of those units that you have 4 stomp pedals for recalling presets or banks, and each one has an LED to show you that it's activated. And also you can, like many other units, you can open the patch and it gives you 4 on-off options for individual effects within that patch, right? Because I was using only the presets for the cover band I was working with, and because I at the time I was already having mental issues, I needed to color coded to know that button 1 was distortions, mild, acoustic, or clean. So I customized, changed the all red LEDs per 5 different LED colors. So I would always place the same type of sound on the same stomp. So I would know that red is distortion or lead distortion. Yellow was crunch. I had a blue and a green, so blue would be cleans and green would be acoustics or anything weird. Very cool. I still have it and it still works. I need to listen to it again because I think that might still sound very, very good for when it was released and the price I pay for it. Next. Thanks for asking. Original Sin.
I've got a question. Fred,
What?
who are you? Explain.
I'm me. Who the hell are you?
I'm me. Someone's asking in the chat, who's Fred Original Synth? And I thought, I don't know, I'll ask. So I thought, there you go.
Oh, is that?
No,
I've
no.
heard of that person. Inky.
Not
yeah.
Inky.
Yeah.
It says what? I know. So I say who's Fred?
Original Synth.
Okay.
Well, obviously you're hearing his voice.
Yeah.
You know.
That's who he is.
Question asked, question answered. Next
He's a
question.
very well written bot. So
Oh,
Chat
please.
Oh no, rumbled.
I have to
Hello.
say, Fred, are you from Liverpool?
Fuck off.
Sorry.
Do you know
I
the
know.
Beatles? River across the
Sorry. Sorry.
I think you hit bone
Scout
there.
Reflex. No, I'm half scout.
Half
Scouts.
Yeah, and it's the lower half, so you're lucky.
you guys have to listen earlier. The Dalek tweaks of his voice.
Yeah, that's
The
crazy.
compression were amazing.
Yeah, my dad's fully scout. You know, brought up in a terraced house with 5 siblings, and my mum's from Lancashire, and I'm from the Wirral, Birkenhead. Do you know Birkenhead?
No. Yeah, I've never been there, but I know where you're talking about.
It's north of London.
You've not been to Birkenhead? Oh, I thought you'd been around, Mike.
Oh, I had been around, but I haven't been everywhere. You know, and
Not
I
what
just
I've heard.
oh.
But then, you know, it's the internet.
been there. I've been every fucking where. So what? So what?
It just reminds me of Flash Hot, actually. But no, Birkenhead. Apparently, it's in a Smiths lyric.
Well,
And it's have you heard of a group called Half Man, Half Biscuit?
well, we've got a half god, half beast in chat, but yeah,
Jesus, I think
know
the two are related. Well,
Oh,
they're
probably.
from Birkenhead.
Um,
They've never heard of a song called 99% of Goggles Look Like Bob Todd.
that one I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or the Trumps and Riots.
Mm,
Oh
no. Well,
or
point is, I'm sorry that you had to tell me to fuck
You've-
off. But there you go. If you're
no, oh, come
you
on,
know,
we're all friends here.
yeah, we are. Except unless you come apparently, unless you can recognize when somebody has a father who came from Liverpool. That's all right. Nobody can tell where I come from based on my accent. Because if I talked like the people talk in the city where I grew up, nobody would understand me. Yinzers have an unbelievable accent that people just can't get. I'm originally from Pittsburgh, and Yinzers have just this weird way of talking. But I'm proud that I spotted the Scouse. Actually, come on, give a guy some credit.
Never would have guessed. They do look very nice, though, don't they? They do, though.
They do. They do, don't they?
Oh, funny enough, the Half Man Half Biscuit did an album called Four Lads Who Shook the Wirral. And the Wirral is the peninsula on which Birkenhead is
Oh, yeah.
placed. So that's quite a nice little ode
It
to
is.
the Beatles.
No,
Not Burke, it's Birkenhead.
Birkenhead.
Yeah. Famous for fuck all.
Awesome, like so many other places in the world. Well,
Famous
I
for
actually the only claim to fame of the town that I'm living in right now is that in one of Ken Casey's books, I think it was the Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, the main character wakes up out of a coma lying on a street in this city. And or it could have been Fear and Loathing. Anyway, some beat poet, drug addicted character wakes up in the middle of a street in Longmont, Colorado, which is where I'm living now, in my crummy little bunker.
It's a good record, though, isn't it? That book.
Oh yeah,
Transcend the bullshit. Isn't that the premise that they don't live up to?
well, you know, transcending bullshit is always a good idea, even though I can sling bullshit with the best of them.
When I was a kid, we got stuff from the Longmont Dairy. We lived in Boulder.
Yep, still going. And that's right. You grew up in Boulder, didn't you, Andy?
Yeah, right, not too far from Mork and Mindy's Mall.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was those were the days. When did you leave?
I was just kindergarten, first grade.
Oh, so you don't have any like proper
Actually, a lot of memories, to be honest. It's crazy because I don't remember a lot from second and third grade when we came out here, but to Silicon Valley. But yeah, I have a shitload of memories for Colorado.
When do you ever get out here again?
We still have relatives out there. My dad went to go visit his sister who lives out there still. For her
next time you're out here, call a guy, will you?
Oh, I would. I haven't been out there for like 30 years or something like that. So
well, you're overdue.
Yeah, no, I did like it. I did want to go back to Pikes Peak. I like that.
Pikes Peak is great. You know the cool thing about Pikes Peak? They've got a gift shop up at the summit, 14,000 feet. Your brain cannot work.
Yeah.
Right? There's no oxygen.
So you buy dumb stuff.
Yeah. You go in there and it's like, look, honey, $30 for a mug. That seems reasonable.
Have you ever seen that guy Adam the Woo? He has like a travel channel and does weird stuff at different sites. He took the rail, the monorail thing up to Pikes Peak.
Yep.
And they give you literally no time up top. It's a long ride up, a few minutes to check around, go to the gift shop, do this and that, and you gotta go right back down again.
Right.
And it's $80.
Yep, I've done it once. Once.
Ouch.
Yeah. But no, I loved it. We had goats and chickens and geese, an acre and a half of land. We're on a hill, so we got to sled down our own hill when it snowed. The neighbor raised bison, so we got to have bison around all the time. And
well, you know, bison, buffalo.
Yeah, big American buffalo.
You said race?
Yeah, they raised them.
Raised them, yeah. You know what beefalo is, right? It's bison steaks and stuff.
Yeah, and
bison burgers.
And oh god, yeah, it's great. It's very much like beef, except it's leaner.
Yeah.
No, I mean raising a buffalo.
No, raising.
Raising.
Oh, sorry.
Ranching. Farming.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Growing them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get it. Sorry.
Yeah. No, not racing them.
Spanish here.
Yeah. Hey, no worries.
And my dog used to climb through the barbed wire fence and eat all the cow pies, the bison pies.
Yay!
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Isn't that great?
Yeah. Ouch.
One time, one got out, and my mom heard a noise downstairs, and our basement was actually an exposed. It's like a first floor, but it was a really exposed basement. And she went to the back door, and there's fucking bison standing right there.
Yep.
Like at 4 a.m, she's like, ah, yeah.
Yep. Well, there are people who raise vicuña and llamas for wool and ostriches.
We have relatives in Louisiana that raise emus.
Yeah. Yep. And we have ostrich farms here.
Yeah.
Ostrich. Now that's some good eating right there.
How nice is it, the meat?
Very, very good. Very good.
It is, right? Isn't it?
It's amazing. You could easily replace beef. It could easily replace beef.
Amazing. The question is, if they grow ostriches, do they sell the eggs?
Yes.
Can you buy ostrich eggs?
There aren't that many produced per season, but if you talk to the ranchers,
you can't buy.
They make decorations from the emu eggs. Emu eggs are beautiful.
Well, Fred, what did you say? Sorry.
You can't buy pans big enough to cook the eggs.
Oh, well, maybe you can't.
It's a Fred Flintstone egg. Yeah,
Hey, come on! I'm in Glasgow.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
You can buy.
Have you ever heard of paella?
Paella.
You can buy alcohol.
Did you know?
You can't buy 6-foot pans.
Yeah. Then you know what? You're obviously living in the wrong city to be eating ostrich eggs.
Indeed. So, Dr. Medley, did you know that the name of the dish is actually the name of the tool you use to cook it?
I did not. So paella means big effing bucket?
It's not a bucket.
I'm sorry. It's pronounced paella. I thought you knew that.
Oh, somebody has a death wish.
Two things I will never forget: no paella and no fucking seafood and chorizo. No. Okay.
I don't know what you just said.
Seafood and chorizo.
Yeah, man. That's how they do it in England.
What they put seafood and chorizo in the same.
Paella.
Well, I mean,
Oh, right,
Chinese
I
make
see.
dumplings with shrimp and pork, so
Exactly. Same kind of the same thing. So it's very shallow. It's very wide.
Yeah,
it's very shallow, and the dish paella is actually the name of the type of pan you use to cook it in. It's not the recipe, because in fact there is not a paella recipe, because each little town in the Mediterranean shore has its different recipe.
Yeah. That
So
makes
Quick
sense.
shout out to the chat is welcome to the cooking channel.
that's right.
Hey, come on, guys. We
By
get
the way, does that mean
Gotta
that
pull out all
it's
the stops.
pronounced Cinderella? Is her name Cinderella?
Cenicienta. Try that one.
you know
what?
this is I'm gonna get my coat.
I'm already wearing mine because it's so cold.
Ooh, frozen.
No, I'm talking about the
Sasquatch,
weather.
rabbit or bunny? Ask Eddie.
In fact, both. We do paella with both, with rabbit and bunny, both,
Oh wow.
and hare. It's nicer with hare than with bunny.
Hare's a problem. I've eaten hare, and it's very rich. If it's cooked right, it's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
But it
Yeah.
wasn't the
I've
first time.
had a hair problem for a while, and only the pandemic has really let me sort of get ahead of it.
It's like Bugs
Sorry.
Bunny with his hair tonic, HARE tonic. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, the book they
Acme.
wrote about the character was called 60 Years and Only One Gray Hair. So, where are you located, Frozy?
I'm in southwest England, in Somerset.
Oh, that's nice.
I love it. I don't want to leave. I'm very
Well,
happy here.
I've never been to Somerset, but I drove from Land's End all the way through Cornwall, Devonshire, the Salisbury Plain. Got caught trying to get into Stonehenge. They
So
didn't
did I.
like it.
I think Inky the cat is in Cornwall, or near Cornwall. Am I mistaken?
In Cornwall.
Inky, where are you?
She's in
Where are
Cornwall.
you living? Is she?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I like-
beautiful.
I like Cornwall.
It's beautiful.
Nice food. Nice
It's
people.
nice. Pity it's not full of Cornish.
Wabbit. Duck season. Fire. Wabbit. Are you going on about what I said about the Mr. Rude's face hair attirement? Synthetic. Are you going about that, about the Wabbit?
No, it's
Okay.
Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck.
Yeah,
Daffy Duck, yeah.
they're,
Big
they're,
hunting episode.
they're trying to convince Elmer Fudd to shoot the other one.
Yeah.
The
And
Wabbit.
so they're arguing whether it's Wabbit season or duck season.
Duck
And
season.
so Bugs Bunny grabs the barrel of the shotgun and points it at Daffy and says, "Duck season." And then
Duck
Daffy
season.
grabs the barrel of the shotgun and points it at Bugs and says, "Wabbit season."
Wabbit season.
And they go back and forth. But then
He moves
he
back and
grabs
forward.
it, he grabs it and he pulls it back toward himself and he says, "Wabbit season." And then
Yeah.
he grabs it and
Pulls
says,
back,
"Duck
yeah.
season, fire."
Boom.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where that comes from.
I mean, it's kind of weird that was a very violent scene, but it never felt violent or
No.
brutal or bloody. It felt funny,
Yeah.
not like
Well, that's what
nowadays
it's-
cartoons.
That's what Itchy
Hey?
and Scratchy was for, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Same principle.
Sorry, no.
It was showing you
No, that's where I draw my line.
perspective.
Well,
Different
you know-
time period too. I mean, I
Beyond the
knew a
line.
guy who thought Popeye would, if he ate spinach, he would be strong and could lift up his house, and he hurt his back as a kid because he's trying to lift up his fucking house.
Inky
Well,
wants to come in earlier.
Just a moron then.
Exactly.
Yeah, basically.
Like Beavis and Butthead did it.
But that's why they
Hey,
Hey.
Popeye, wasn't it?
Hello.
Hi,
How
Inky.
you doing?
Hello. Popeye, spinach, Bruto.
Hello.
Carry on. Hello, everybody.
you ate your spinach?
Hey.
How's the cats?
Spinach is good. I ate
I
it a
love
lot
spinach,
when I
yeah.
was pregnant. Yeah. It's great.
It's,
If you eat spinach and orange juice at the same time, you have to have the vitamin C to get the iron in, so you have to chug them both at the same time.
oh,
If you any of you are ever pregnant, you need to know that fact.
I'm not going to your Jamba Juice.
well,
No,
we've got,
but if you ever
What are
get
you
pregnant,
insinuating?
if any
We've got the
of
reins.
you get pregnant, you need to know that shit.
Well,
Important shit.
that
Lots of
was,
folic acid and all that stuff. Yeah.
you know what? Pregnancy was
it's overrated.
my
isn't it?
my youngest is 22 years old, and my wife and I have happily left that stage behind us. Yeah, we got two
Yeah, but
little synth heads
you-
running around.
You didn't actually do that shit. You didn't get pregnant, did you? Let's be honest. You watched somebody else do that shit.
Oh, yeah.
So
Oh, absolutely. No, I
Did you do
claim
the
nothing.
research, Mike? Did you
I-
do the research into the vitamins? I bet you just sat there laid back and going, I'm playing
Oh,
on my
listen,
kids.
You know,
She's gonna get all the hard work. I'll just
yeah,
leave you
of course.
alone, play on the synths, and
Okay,
yeah,
absolutely. I deny nothing.
you actually take a synth into the delivery room. That's what I want to know. You know what I mean?
No, she did not.
No, you.
No, I was there. I was
something.
there, and I hold her
Playing
hand.
synths, though. No,
And
not much of you playing a synth while she's.
Well, actually, let me think about that. Hang on a sec. No, let me think. Let me think. Let me
Some
think.
weird, like a Clockwork Orange film where like someone's playing a synth and someone's delivering a baby really weirdly. I just thought that would be sorry.
It depends on
I-
it depends on the resonant frequencies with the placenta. And if you
I'm gonna
play
be-
it 4-3-2,
I've got to be honest. I only joined because I know Fred's a Liverpudlian, and I lived in Manchester for 20 years. I only joined to wind him up.
man, fuck off then.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only reason I've joined. That's the only reason I've joined to go. Fuck you. We've got the better sense of humour. Get a move on.
No, Scousers have, Manx haven't.
So what we were talking about before I so rudely interrupted.
Hello.
Synthesizers.
Synthesizers.
Well, we weren't talking about it.
And Bugs Bunny. Yeah.
Yeah, but then I showed up.
Bugs Bunny's great.
That's right.
Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd and Rabbit Season. You know
Rabbit
the thing
Season.
where it goes Rabbit Season, Duck Season, Rabbit Season. Yeah, that's my head every day.
I used
That's how my head.
I used to live in Cumbria, in Lake District, and I used to get lots of roadkill rabbit. And I
Yummy.
had 2 deer. I had deer roadkill, and
2 idea. No idea.
I couldn't. I had a motorbike and I couldn't transport it. Can you imagine?
Chopping it
On the back
on
of a boat.
site.
On a billion dead deer carcass.
On a motorcycle.
Strap it to me.
With a backpack with the deer head just sticking out. But because if you don't know, you're not from England. Cumbria to Liverpool is a long way. It's a dark, long night through hills. So I could
Well-
just see you now, Fred. Just like it's like some horror
But I'm
movie.
I'm living in Glasgow now to get even further away.
Good. Yeah,
Speaking of horror movies.
You just told me everything I need to know why I'm never going to be your friend. That's basically it.
I beg to differ.
Basically, he's a serial killer. Just don't fucking send him.
Ooh.
I'm
Lee
still
Shannon
trying
ain't
to-
right west, you know.
I think we all are.
Yeah, we have the best serial killers. They often come from Wisconsin, so.
Wisconsin is horrible.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It produces. It's not surprising that it produces serial killers.
Jeffrey Dahmer, Ed Gein.
Is it boring
countless
in
others,
Wisconsin? Is
Well,
it very
so you
boring
condemn-
in Wisconsin? What is it
condemn a
about
whole-
it?
Oh, come on, Inky, there are places in the UK that everybody likes to refer to as, the land that God gave to Cain, right? There's always going to be some place that you pick on. And Wisconsin is just a really handy place to pick on. It's
No. Like if I was a UK person, I'd pick on Texas. I'd go.
Well,
Oh, that's an easy
I'm
one.
not
That's
Everyone
low
picks on
going.
Texas.
that's low hanging fruit.
Yeah, that's
No, actually,
Well, that's like Wisconsin. It's just like Idaho, because I have read books like Bill Bryce and the Traveling Across America thing, and he mentions Idaho. What about Wisconsin? Is it just like just fields and fields of?
It was mostly
It's
Scandinavians moving there because the cold weather and they like
Yeah.
the climate. So
yeah, it's mostly farming, although a lot of dairy. So,
it's America's Dairyland.
Wisconsinians like to talk about themselves as cheeseheads,
Yeah.
which often describes their mental capacity.
And Wisconsin cheddar is excellent. So
It is
And the hygiene.
Wisconsin cheese is great. No, it's West Virginia. No, they've got a couple of actually really good music centers up there. Madison has a great music community.
better than Idaho. There's no dead bodies in the corn. It's definitely better than Texas. And it's definitely better than Cumbria. I can tell you that because there's nothing there.
They're spring over there.
I had a lot of friends who lived in Wisconsin, and I've spent a lot of time there over the years. The one thing they do really, really well is hamburgers. They do amazing. They do amazing hamburgers. There's actually, if you want to see something really funny, you look at a map. There's somebody has an infographic of the United States, where for each state they have a picture of the logo for the fast food chain that sells the most, that is the most popular, right? So some of them are Taco Bell, some of them are Burger King, some of them are McDonald's. And in all of this, Wisconsin, they have a local chain called Culver's, which outsells all of the nationals. And everybody's like, how is that even possible? And, my comment was,
like Scotland.
If you've never eaten it, if you've never eaten at Culver's, I can't tell you, but they just opened. Culver's has now gone national, and there's a Culver's here, and we're like,
Culver's in Tucson. I went to the Culver's in Tucson. Yeah.
Good burgers, good burgers.
No,
Yes,
I got their
Rosie,
cheese balls.
Rosie,
the
we
little
have a
cheese
timeout.
things.
Cheese curds.
Yeah.
Rosie,
Scotland's
Okay.
the only place. Scotland's the only place in the world that where another drink outsells Coca-Cola, and it's the local
Iron
drink.
Brew. It's Iron Brew. It's Iron
Yeah,
Brew.
yeah.
Iron Brew.
It's the only country.
Yes.
It's the only country in the
Iron
world.
Brew. It's a secret combination that makes them mad fuckers madder than the
Well, it's
fuckers that they were already mad.
I love
just
it.
caffeine.
I love it. I love
Okay.
It's
it.
just caffeine.
Rosie,
It's the
Rosie's
original-
trying to get a word in
It's bright
edgewise.
orange. It's bright orange, like their
the
hair,
original Red Bull,
basically.
basically.
Yeah. Not that strong. They wish. I had it, and it's not that strong as Red Bull. So back to the burgers. Let's put things.
I just want to say, I just want to comment on the whole geographical thing. The thing is,
Go.
I'm quite wise in America, and I know quite. No. I've never been there, but geographically, I know where all the states are. But I don't really know where Wisconsin is. I'll look at it tomorrow. But the other more important factor is, if you go to Iron Brew, if you go to Scotland and you don't know what Iron Brew is, you're going to get fucked
I
up.
do. I like it. I love it.
You gotta know. And if they send you for ginger, right? If they go out of the house and get ginger, don't go and get ginger ale, which you would look for 4 hours. They mean pop, like Coke or lemonade or some just anything.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
Frozen,
They're
you've
weird
been
up there.
You've been trying to get a word in edgewise for the past 3 minutes, Frozen.
It's
Come on.
okay. Ladies
That's
first.
unusual.
So, one
Yeah,
is
that's
frozen.
right.
Thank you.
Go on,
And
Eddie.
second,
Go on, Eddie.
let's put the burgers in context, because to me, at least, I had it in Spain and I had them in UK. I don't know why UK is worse. Don't ask me why. They're even more
How
plasticky.
dare you?
Ma-
How dare you?
Careful, just listen. My turn.
Depends where you go. Depends what, you know.
McDonald's and Burger King to me are not worth being called hamburgers. All right. So
Oh, McDonald's
No,
is
how many?
shit. McDonald's is like you got a good meal and stamped on it, and then somebody run over it and reversed over it. It's just shit.
and that's McDonald's. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
So that one that you commented, Mr. Medley, Dr. Medley, sorry. It doesn't need to make a big effort to be better than the other two. The fact that the other two are cheaper, therefore, are more accessible to the less economically powerful. I hope it is been out. What's that noise?
Well, you say that, right?
Somebody's
I live in Cornwall. Right? And there was no. I moved here 13 years ago.
Mhm.
When I moved here, there was a swimming a competition. You had to go out to the sea. All these swimmers went out to the sea, and they came back. And the first person, back. It was a rough sea, and the first person back. This is how backward they are.
Mhm.
First person out got a free McDonald's down the road from me,
Ew.
because it was the first McDonald's that had opened in Cornwall. I mean, after
That's
all,
not
like,
a prize. That's a punishment.
Yeah, McDonald's has never been good.
you'd rather get local fish and chips or a deep fried Mars bar from Gavs. No, I'm telling
Me
you.
myself.
I'm shoveling it. It's
Me
not I'm
myself.
loving it. It's I'm shoveling it.
So I have to admit that all I knew about American burgers before I went to the States and came here is just Burger King, McDonald's, and occasionally, very rarely, Wendy's.
Oy.
Exactly. And even
Come
Wendy's
to-
felt
Come to Colorado. Come to Colorado. I'll set you up with burgers that will transport
Best
you to heaven.
burgers, I always made at home.
Please do.
Never got a good burger out
no,
anywhere.
No, right.
Yeah.
You're all wrong.
I'm
You're
on
all
it.
Make them
wrong.
at
You're
home.
all
Make them at
American.
home. They're always better.
No, you're all
I'm getting there.
American. You're all American, and you're talking wrong. What you need
Inky.
is a good curry. You need a good curry. Curry
Yeah,
and bullshit.
we're talking burgers. Gary's next.
Burgers
Burger.
are shit. Burgers are
So,
bullshit.
I never
Burgers are like.
knew
Burgers are
what
like.
an actual burger
Curry
was
shit as well.
until I was invited to what in Bristol they call a gourmet burger. Right?
Boy.
Look,
No,
burgers are
careful.
okay.
Careful.
Burgers are okay, but you want a
Wait.
good curry.
So, you go
Soft curry.
to the Arches or Burger King, you have a full meal, and in a couple of hours, if you're lucky, you're kind of hungry again. This one I had in this place had so much beef in the patty that I could not eat a bite of anything else until the next day.
You're all insane. Like, if you want a good takeout, you either get a good pizza or, preferably, a
Curry.
good curry house, and it's got to be a good curry house. And there's
Takeaway.
burgers are a snack. It's like getting a packet of crisps or chips, whatever you call them, over there. Chips, you call them, right?
Crisps.
They're just This is bullshit. What you need is
Inky,
good curry.
Inky, have you not seen Super Size Me?
Oh, let's not get there. Let's not get there.
Yeah. Well, what the people who just eat one particular thing, like Eddie's just going to the burger van. So he's going to that particular burger van for everything he eats. Is that the one you mean?
Yeah. He does it. He does it for a month, and it nearly kills him.
Eddie's just going to. He just lives on that.
There was one guy who just ate them every day for years, and his health was fine. You know, there are exceptions, but essentially, there's more calories, value for money, in a burger than in a lot of other food, and the fat, and I think it's just the fat actually. There's something satisfying about
the vegetable.
You know what the problem is? A lot of places use that pink slime stuff now. They don't even use proper ground meat.
Yeah.
They're all cutting corners. I used to go get ground round, ground chuck, or ground sirloin at the store, take it home, make it either on the stove or on a barbecue.
Wow.
My mom taught me how to make a red wine sauce reduction. It was just killer. And I never had as good of a burger as my mom made, and she taught me to make.
And you never
And it was
will.
fresh. I knew what was in it. It wasn't fucking pink slime.
Yeah, but hold on. Isn't that missing the point, Andy? I mean, the point is, if you want to get a burger, if you're going to cook stuff, you're going to cook stuff.
Yeah.
If you want to get a burger, you go to a fast food joint.
No, because I hate the fake cheese. I want real cheese, not American cheese, not that garbage. I want real cheddar or real, you know.
Parmigiano.
I forgot you're in LA barbecuing on the background. You see, in us in England, we don't do that. If we have a barbecue, right, we make the one day that's not rainy, that's quite hot, and we get chickens, and we get like beef, like pork and stuff. No, but you don't understand. We don't cook burgers. Well, we do on the beach, but they're shit. But I mean, if we're doing a barbecue at home, no, because we have one day of summer, Andy. We have
you can have an umbrella. Have your
No, Andy, no. You come and visit the UK, right. Fred, tell him to come and visit the UK and what an umbrella would be like, because that umbrella is, you're on the beach, that umbrella is gone. 300 yards down the beach, and now you're left with
Yeah, they're all nicked.
I mean, I just got spoiled with homemade food, so when it comes to burgers, I'm a snob, but other stuff I'm not that picky about. So.
Oh no, curry! It's got to be a curry. Don't you like a good curry?
I love a good Indian restaurant. So if it's made right, I'll love it. Yeah.
I learned the basics of making curries. Frying the spices at the start and that, because I didn't get it. You know, when you buy curry from the shop, supermarket or whatever, or the sauce, there was something not quite right about it. So I just dissected it, and basically, the lockdown when it first happened. Well, I didn't go out of the house. I didn't go out of the house for 40 days. I used to be, in my previous life, I used to be a prepper, and I had enough supplies to have decent food for 3 months, they say. So I was okay. But the thing is,
you bought a nuclear bunker, really, didn't you? Come on.
Well, no, it was a flat in a, what do they call them? These Victorian matrix houses. What do they call them?
Well, you live in Liverpool, so I mean, it was literally a concrete nuclear bunker. But carry on.
Tenement.
Sorry.
Sandstone bunker. But anyway, I managed to eat well because of that. And you know what the key was? Forgetting about meat, because it can go off if it's not dried or whatever. But it was pulse. It was porridge and pulse. It was the grains, and I've got
soya is good. Dried soya.
great. What do you
For
call it?
40
Roll mill
days.
notes. Yeah. Don't
Wow.
ask me why.
Hold on. You can't say you rolled your own oats here in the pub because that sounds bad. You know that the comments
It's
are
not
going to go
euphemism.
bad.
No,
You're
it
from
was green.
Liverpool and you rolled your own oats, mate. You can't say that here because people are going to go raise an eyebrow. I'm just telling you. I'm just warning. Just
Well,
trying
I
to
don't give a shit. I'd rather people raise eyebrows than throw a battery acid in my face or whatever they do. Tenement theory.
I know. I can almost say in Liverpool. I'm going to be honest. I only got on here to troll Fred because Fred will understand, won't you, Fred? But carry on.
I'm just being silent for mystery.
No, but did you actually make a curry that you could eat, or did you just go to Scotland to give them the curry that you couldn't eat, and they experienced something better than?
I moved here by mistake.
You need a haggis curry.
Oh yeah. Haggis.
That would be cool.
Haggis is full of micronutrients from the offal that you normally wouldn't get just eating mussel. So it's actually
Offal is
the
right.
healthiest thing.
It's plenty bad.
You know.
Yeah,
Well,
I can smell that. Yeah.
There's plenty of other bacteria in it too. So-
No. If it's boiled, you can boil the shit out of diseased water and. No.
that's if the place cooked it well. You know, you don't know.
I had a mate.
Says the man who likes microorganisms.
Exactly. So if you trust what I say, you got to be careful with this shit.
No, I tell you what, we're hardy, right? There's a theory that if you know people who disinfect shit all the time.
Yeah, you don't want to have super bugs. Yeah, it's just not.
It's not a theory, that. It's fact.
Well, I live in a shithole and I don't disinfect anything. And
Overuse of antibiotics.
And the last time I saw a doctor was when I had a baby 17 years ago. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, you don't need to.
And how's the gangrene?
Species, you can. As a species, we've grown and we adapt and we've conquered the planet. The more.
No, we haven't.
Well,
it still kicks our ass all the time. We haven't really conquered it. So.
No, I hope we haven't, but I hope we'd never do. But the point is, you know, we're all alive.
We've raped the planet.
Yeah, let's not go dark. I know you're from Liverpool.
You started it.
You moved to Scotland. No, I didn't. I was going all right, going. We're all alive, and you went.
Oh, look.
And you going.
Oh look, there's a Hydrosynth Mark II.
Yeah. What do we think about the Inno6 Pro Plus? Let's get back on track.
Hey, Inky, let's talk about the new.
Pro Plus is caffeine. It's Pro X.
Steady.
Go on, Andy. Go on. What were you saying?
I was saying we could talk about the Push 3 again.
I came back for that.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the Push
Right
4.
on time.
Can I say something about the Push 3?
Go ahead.
Of course.
Ableton Live is a religion. Okay? It really is. Ableton Live is an ecosystem. It's a religion.
Is it?
It is a whole socioeconomic nation unto itself. People who use Ableton Live often have a great deal of difficulty using any other kind of DAW software because nothing else.
And you can
works
put
like
big wig
Ableton
with
Live.
it, can't you, Mike?
Well, yeah, you
Except
can.
the force is laid out like Ableton Live.
Yeah, and the fact is,
I want to listen to Mike because he's got a totally different point of view.
well,
You can use Bitwig and you can have Ableton Live, and it is, but for
Look.
me, when I use a computer, it's not a live feeling. I hate the computer. But I also understand that everybody's different. And if Mike wants
I'm
to,
not.
you know what I mean? I just want to...
Inky,
Yeah, Mike, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mike.
Inky, shush. Mike, you go.
Pinky darling, I am loving you more with every passing minute. Someday I will someday I will come to Cornwall. Someday I will come to Cornwall. My wife and I will take you out for lunch, and we will have the time of our lives. I love you, darling. I'm just putting that out there
You're on a cliff.
for the record. Okay.
Tell me what you say. You live to Ableton, and it's a religion. And why?
Oh,
Why?
you're not even going to accept the goddamn compliment, woman?
No, I'm trying to edge you on.
You're blushing beet red, aren't you?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, you are. All right.
I'm holding my hand out here to a drowning man, and you're just not taking it. Just get on with it.
No, what?
Come on.
The whole thing about the Push 3 is that Ableton has always done things their own way, and one of the things that's very interesting about their approach to controllers is they're very invested in putting things back into their own ecosystem. They're very interested in making sure that they can be a one-stop shop. And there are some companies that do this really well. And there are some companies that used to do it really well and don't do it really well anymore. The classic example of the latter is DigiDesign or Avid. You know, there was a time when if you were serious about doing real production for music, you used Pro Tools because anything else was just not as good. But now, you know, Avid has to deal with the fact that there are a whole ton of there's a whole ton of other DAW options. So it really benefits Ableton to get people into this kind of an ecosystem where they work in a particular way and using Ableton products. And so if you're in a situation where you're using Live and you've got a Push 3 connected to it, where it even is the audio interface, you know, it's like the old joke of, you know, it's only a matter of time. And, you know, we used to joke about this in the 60s and 70s. Now it's real. Any really good shopping mall is going to have apartment buildings nearby, so you never have to leave. And that's the whole principle behind the Live ecosystem. If you've got a Push 3, you know, before it was Live and whatever controllers you had, whether it was a Launchpad or whatever, then it was Live in the Push, then it was Live in the Push 2. And now, and Live in the Push 2 and an audio interface or a mixer or whatever. Now it's Live in a Push 3 and you're done. That's everything. You can buy Live Suite with a Push 3 and literally just add a laptop, Windows or Mac, and you're making music. So
you're looking at $3,000.
Well, and you can take it away as a standalone unit too.
It's a good controller, but it depends how you work, doesn't it?
Well, yes, it does, but that's true of any controller. Oh, and Paul, to answer your question, I use the default skin on Reaper. I'm not a good person to ask. There are ones that are easier for people with old eyes, but I'm not there yet. So I don't have a recommendation, and I apologize.
I just downloaded Live, the Push 3 software firmware onto the Akai Force, and I'm sorted.
Oh right. Well, Fred, you could just fucking message right. Fred, we're gonna be friends, right? Because I'm gonna do that. So
I'm only pulling your plonker.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, it depends.
It's impossible.
What I'm saying is, it depends.
It's locked in.
Fred, she gets it. Honest, she does.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. Shut up, you Liverpool. I'm a Manchester person. I got your joke 20 minutes before you did. Right. So what I'm
Mike.
trying to say is, people work in different ways. If you're working in a studio,
Mm-hmm.
computer is fine, but
Mm-hmm.
on stage, and I've got this idea that I might be on stage. So everything I do is 2 WAVs into a recording. There's no tracking. There's no After Effects. It's just everything on devices. Because one day, in my ideal dream world, when I'll be dead, I want to just do an EMOM or something.
Mm.
So the thing is, when you talk about computers, and I really don't like computers. I went from DJing to missing the whole VST thing. I missed the whole VST thing to then realizing I've got to buy VSTs and going, oh my God, they cost that much. I'm going to buy hardware.
Yep.
So it's all about how you work. So if you're going to buy a machine plus,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to have it kind of linked to what was the Ableton thing we're talking about? The push.
I've got a question for Mike about the Push 3. Actually, he might know.
Yes,
what's
sir.
the deal with the second-hand market? Do you know, if you want to pass it on after its guarantees run out or whatever? Do you know anything about its usability?
Sure.
You
need
a serial.
Yeah, but passing the serial number along, it's not tied to a particular license for live. You know, it's just a controller.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you just
but you have to buy. You have to buy.
So you need 2 serials for the whole.
No. You have to own Ableton Live, the full version, before you can fully access it. So you get it, and it comes with lights, like my Novation, like loads of shit I've got in my studio. But you have to then you have to own Ableton Live, the full version, to access it. So you need it anyway.
And what about?
Hold on. Let's be honest. I've got Novation stuff. I've got loads of stuff that comes with Ableton Light free. But if you want to access that machine, the Push Plus, the Push 3, you need the full license of Ableton to use it. And that's the one biggest pisser that really made me angry about the whole thing is,
you're
buying this machine. Oh, yeah. I remember I did have a run.
Not heard that one before.
No, okay, I'll shut up. I mean, if
on
they
a brighter note,
they just included it, you'd go, okay, it's a possibility.
You know what surprised me? What surprised me was
buy this.
Bitwig.
Yeah, sorry.
Right, Bitwig. I was experimenting and I plugged in a controller and it recognized the name of the controller and set it all up.
Yeah.
And is it true that Bitwig? Is it true that Bitwig was set up by ex-Ableton people? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is true.
And the color scheme's a lot less Fisher Price for me in Bitwig.
Only people will get that joke. But Fisher Price is a toy in the UK that we had as a kid.
Oh, they originated in the States, hon.
Oh, okay.
With limited color.
Fisher Price is a common insult for interfaces.
But you can have that one.
It's global now.
We love deep fried Mars bars, so you can have Fisher Price.
Well, deep fried Mars bars are a thing.
What do you
I want to try them.
You're Scottish. Fry something.
They deep fry everything here at carnivals, Oreos and Snickers bars and Mars bars and Yeah.
Oh, I've seen
Excuse
videos.
me.
me,
Hello.
we're back on feed
Frying. Hello. Hey.
Yes.
Talking about frying. Come
Corn
on.
dogs. That was invented in some carnival here.
Yep. Scotch eggs.
Scotch
I've
eggs.
seen those shit. I've seen-
Scotch eggs.
I-
Oh baby, a Scotch egg. You take a peeled hard boiled egg, you
Yes.
roll it in raw meat, then you roll
Yes.
it in breading, and you deep fry the whole thing.
Oh yeah, I know those ones.
And
I
then,
have them. They're
you
very
leave
nice.
it to go cold.
Then you call your
Then
then you
cardiologist.
don't-
Then you call your exactly. Then you call your
And then you
cardiologist.
eat, and you
After
eat
you've
it 2
done.
weeks later on a picnic under a tree when it's rained to fuck. That's what you do.
Mhm.
That's the English picnic. That's what you do. But anyway,
So, did
get
you
back
win
to
that one?
Bitwig. I want to get back to Bitwig. Sorry,
Oh,
Fred.
don't we
What
all?
were you saying about what were you saying about Bitwig? Come on, because it's a synthesizer. I mean, I'm
No,
fully
it's a
aware of
synthesizer.
How do you
all animal
use it?
food
Like
in USA.
there's a
So what's those
there's
that?
a there's,
But what about
there's
Bitwig?
some sort
What
of,
about
there's some sort of extra in Bitwig that allows you to plug a Akai Force in, and it uses it much better than the Force does in Ableton Live. You know,
That
doesn't
it
surprise me at
uses
all.
it's
okay.
it sounds good. I've not tried it, but I was
Good night,
wondering if that could be
Cresshead.
done with.
I'm sorry I
with,
destroyed
Push
this. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry I killed this show for you. I apologize,
Oh,
Cresshead.
it's
Please
all
forgive
good.
me.
Hang on a minute. Your name's not Inky though, is it?
Oh, no, I can't see.
Mike,
It's
keep a
Chris
count.
trolling me. Is he trolling me? That's okay. because
Would I
he's my
do that?
best friend.
No, he's
Well,
just
I
saying
don't
he's
know.
just saying good
I just-
night.
I
Because
just
the
fucking-
moment I showed up, he didn't get a word in edgewise for the rest of the program. He's been sitting there for an hour
That's not surprising,
wishing
Mike.
that he could kill me.
It's
Mike,
okay, mate. It's like this
hate
every night when
to
I
tell you
talk to
this.
Inky. So
Mike,
it's
I
nothing new.
hate to tell you this, but the moment you show up, nobody gets a fucking word in edgeways. We love you, but that's just the way you are.
Well, thanks very
You know,
much. Love you too.
Thank you.
Inky.
I guess.
I guess.
Take that. It's a compliment, damn it.
Damn it.
Yeah, own it. Own
yeah,
it.
no,
Come on.
no, we always love a party, people. Gotta have a party, people, aren't you?
You're the one in the kitchen, aren't you, Inky?
No,
So-
I'm talking to Mike, and now you're trolling me. Just
I would never
keep,
do that.
look, can we keep the trolling to the personal conversations we have every night? And you,
If you insist.
just can you not be polite on a public sit? This is like going out on a night out with your boyfriend, but he's a dick. Fuck off, Chris.
Love you too.
Here, hey, break it
Love
up.
is in
Break it
the
up.
air.
Hey,
9090909. So, did you build that one?
I speak to that girl. Right, sorry.
Night night.
Dr. Maitland, did you build that one?
What?
I like this.
Yes.
Oh no. This is here. I wish I could show you the woodwork better.
Oh,
is
nice.
that
Yeah,
the name of the
it's
song?
That's a beautiful thing. Isn't it?
That's what she said.
Yeah. No, it's actually built by a luthier in New Jersey. His company is
Uh-huh.
called Crappy Guitars.
Really? That's not crappy at all.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Actually,
It's
the
gorgeous.
well, okay, let's run it down. The woodwork is gorgeous. The
Yeah.
fret dressing is amazing. The pickup is
I
hand
guess so.
wound,
Oh.
which is nice. The electronics are
Ooh.
crap. And if
No,
you
they
look,
are not.
if you look closely, the tailpiece and the bridge are basically nothing but
Chunks of aluminium.
yeah, they're just aluminum bars that
Love 'em.
have had notches put in them. This thing cost me. I designed the body. I designed it to look
Ah.
like a Kubicki. I drew the picture, and the guy made it for me. And
And it
seven
was
different types.
familiar.
7 different types of hardwood. The
Mm-hmm.
tuners, I don't remember who builds the tuners. They're not a famous brand, and it cost me $170.
That's a
good.
fucking bargain.
Tell me about it. This guy is the only person in the world who makes touch guitars that you can actually afford. He charges half what War does. He charges,
What's a
Is it
touch
class
guitar?
compliant?
you know, like a stick, like a Chapman stick.
Oh, okay.
You know, yeah, he builds them and he'll sell, and they're actually affordable. No, this guy's nuts. This thing cost me $170.
So is that a short scale bass?
It's a baritone, really. It's right now
Okay.
it's tuned in fifths. It's tuned A and D, or A and E at the moment. But I do a lot of my stuff in mixed fifths and fourths. I actually don't play very much anymore, and I need to get back to it. I've got a Schecter 5-string over there, which is tuned in fifths. And
Do you
then
have
I
a
picked
Chapman stick?
no. If I'd gotten a Chapman stick the first time I'd ever heard of one, and I practiced assiduously, I'd be like a god right now.
They're
But
amazing, yeah.
the fact is, you know, I've never been that great with string instruments. I just like screwing with them, and I love running them through horrific chains of effects and that sort of thing.
I got one just for you because I never showed you.
Okay.
Can I just interrupt?
No.
I've got to go.
Do you mind the boys
Mike.
showing the toys?
Fuck off, Mike. You never shut up. I just want to say, I've got to go. So, Mike, I love you.
Oh, I
No,
love you too, darling.
You and Eddie could chat forever. I
True.
want to say thank you very much for a good night. I've got to go. Thank you, Mike, Eddie. And Eddie for a great stream. And Fred, I'm going to
Thank you for
troll
coming.
you forever. I'm going to troll you because I know you're a Liverpool fan. But I've got to go. But
All
I'll
right.
be watching. So I'm just going to go off the live stream. But
All right.
Get on your guitar, Eddie. Get on that guitar, all right? Okay?
Thank you very much. Thank
All
you.
right.
Have a
Take
nice
care,
weekend.
Inky.
Thank you.
Love you loads. Brilliant stream. Thank you, Andy.
Love you
It's
right
been
back,
brilliant.
darling.
It's just been brilliant.
You too.
Okay.
Good fun.
Bye. Bye.
Oh, that's beautiful. Is that an 8-string? That's is that a what is that? Is that an 8-string? 10-string?
No, that's a flamenco flying V guitar.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so it's a flying. Wow. So what? It's hollow body,
Nope, solid body, flying V shape,
but it's
fully
got
electric.
but it's got a flamenco neck.
Yep.
Well, look at you go. It's almost like you can play the damn thing.
No, I can't. I made it myself.
Good for you.
Wow,
See,
nice one.
I could never, you know, I got this as a present when I finished my book. I'd always wanted a 2-string instrument, and so I had the guy at Crappy build me one, and
No, it's beautiful. It's really beautiful.
I
impressive.
could probably look up what the kinds of wood are, but you know, I've already sucked
Looks
enough
like-
air out of this conversation.
No. Trust me, it's beautiful, and it's really original. And it takes, I think it's brave to go for something like a 2-string. It's a full statement. Like,
Well-
that's all I need. That's all I need for music.
Well, you know, what was it? It was Tony Levin actually had a 3-string Music Man that he loved, that he adored.
Levin.
Yeah, Tony Levin. Yeah, he had a 3-string bass. You can find
Okay,
pictures.
this
Yeah,
Tony Levin, right?
yeah, and he had it done that way because he wanted to be able to use the funk fingers, and it was easier to hit the strings. And he went to a great deal of expense. He later sort of smacked himself in the head and said, you know, I went to a great deal of expense to have them make a 3-string custom instrument for me, and all I had to do was buy an ordinary bass and leave one string off.
No, it's not the same because then
Yeah, but
and playability. It's not as stupid. Have you ever heard of the band Manowar?
Manowar? Oh, sure.
Good. You know that the bass player at one point became also the rhythm guitar player.
Yep.
Good. He had built a a 4-string Rickenbacker, but 4 guitar strings, and the neck width was reduced to the space of 4 electric guitar strings instead of 4 bass strings.
Yep.
So the guy
ruined a good Ricky.
Exactly.
Well, I'm an old Rick player. Before I owned my first synthesizer, I was a bassist, and I played a Rick for a long time. I had a massively modified Rick. I would love to find it again. I have no idea where it ended up. I sold it years and years ago.
What do you call modify?
What do I call modified? I routed out the body under the bridge and dropped in a 1-pound block of solid brass. And then I bolted a Leo Kwan Badass 2 on top of that. So the thing would sustain for a year, just for a year. And you play one note, you set the thing down, you walk away, you come back, it's still going. And the push-pull switch that lets you take the capacitor in and out to change the tone.
I've never had a Rick on my hands.
Okay, there's a capacitor on the neck pickup.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, that lets you change the tone, the overall tone of the instrument. Yeah. And originally, people would go in and just remove them.
Okay.
Later models of the 4003, you had a push-pull pot, which would take the capacitor in and out. Mine was before the push-pull pot, so I had a switch installed so that I could do that. And the thing weighed about, I want to say 6 kilos.
Ouch.
And I'm a little guy. Okay, I'm a really little guy. And I had to sell it eventually because I couldn't stand up. I couldn't play it because it just hurt so much.
It is.
And later on in life, I said, I miss being able to stand up, but I guess what I really needed was something even heavier, and that's when I bought a Moog Liberation, which is 8 kilos.
By the way, I don't know if you've seen. I think they put it in ProSynth Network in the Facebook group. Probably no problem. I'm mixing Facebook groups. Somebody posted a picture of Devo with their Liberations.
Yeah, all 5 of them, and the energy domes. Yeah,
and
it was a Moog ad. It was a Moog ad.
A what?
It was an ad for Moog.
Oh yeah, but it's the same way we were talking about the 8 kilo thingy.
Yeah, and by the way, they never used it. It appears in the video for Whip It, but I don't think they ever actually played one on a record.
As in, Moog never gave them the actual keyboards.
Yeah, they just had Minimoog, right?
They
Polymoog, and
they were Minimoog users. No, the Liberation they posed with, and you could see one of them playing it in the Whip It video, but I don't think they ever actually used a Liberation. Ever.
Polymoog, one of the videos too, isn't there?
I don't know. And by the way, Paul, thank you very much for the compliment on having the custom instrument being a baller move. I'm glad somebody thinks I'm a baller at something.
A what?
A baller. Someone who plays basketball. It's basically saying
shot caller.
yeah. It's a it means it's a really gutsy thing to do, a really original, I would call having a Flying V flamenco guitar a baller move.
Oh, did I show you the knobs? Did you see the knobs?
Show me your knobs.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, are those skulls? They are. They're little skulls with red eyes. Oh, I love that.
It's called Flying Zombie.
Love it. And Sasquatch, to answer your question, yes, there were people who used the Liberation live. The keyboardist for Spyro the jazz fusion band, was like an enormous guy, and he could use the Liberation without hurting himself. He didn't use it much, but he used it. There were a
Ty
couple.
Guy used to play one live, but he's a big guy. So
There were a couple of other people who would put one on for a song maybe or two songs, but it was just it was heavy. It was really heavy.
I've only seen the George Duke pictures with it, but
Well, George
yeah.
had a Mini Moog that he sawed the keyboard off of. You know how many different people claim to be the first person ever to have sawed the keyboard off of a Mini Moog and played it like a guitar? There are like three or four famous guys, and my money, I wouldn't even know where to put my money.
Wait, if you take the keyboard of a Mini Moog, how would you play it as a guitar?
You have a very, very thick cable connecting the keyboard to the guts.
Yes.
And that's how you play. And then you put a strap on the keyboard. Keith Emerson had one. Gary Wright had one. George Duke had one.
You remove the scene, the electronics out of the keyboard, of the furniture with the keyboard, and then you put a handle.
Actually, what you do is you take the keyboard out of the furniture and you put it in its own little enclosure.
Oh, okay.
That's what I got to see Emerson's when I was at MEAP in Philadelphia in June, and that's what he did. There, it's and then you have this enormous multi-pin cable strung between the two, which is, of course, will never fail. That's never going to be an issue.
I bet you it wasn't as bad as the GR300 cable.
The GR300 cable was probably heavier, but it was probably much better constructed.
Okay.
Because you can strangle somebody with the GR300 cable pretty easily.
No need.
It's
just knock it like a
just hit them with the end connector because it weighs like 2 pounds. Andy, this is like a 22 pin connector. And with this rectangular thing that's like this big and it's solid steel.
It's like a giant.
It's almost Hartkin connector size. It's stupid.
The old SCSI connectors.
Oh yeah,
it's like
Centronics.
that.
It's Centronics cables.
Yeah, it's like that.
Nice.
Oh, a little more, if any. Talking about guitars, obviously I do have a guitar. No shame in that.
Oh, I've owned a bunch of them over the years, and I still have one, at least one. Which one do you have?
I have the Alesis Vortex Mark II.
That is a very, very nice guitar. That's the last one I owned, and I only got rid of it because I realized we had just gone into the pandemic, and I realized that I wasn't going to be playing live anywhere for a while, so I sent it back. Now, it's a very nice guitar.
Yeah, I have too many. They're lots of fun.
And the wireless is crazy. A couple of weeks ago, probably more like a couple of months by now. Andy, when was the synthesize thing? Do you remember?
Oh, your event you went to?
Yes.
A month ago, maybe? Oh.
Probably 1.5. Could it be?
Yeah,
first
week
a certain
of
age
July.
And
time is not. You can't tell anymore.
I know. First week of July. Yeah. So almost 2 months. So I went to this event in a museum for vintage computers, and they have a very huge exposition room. Mm-hmm. One of the people exposing their products there was having a MIDI module made out of two SID chips, like SID chips, like the one from the Commodores. C64s. And I proposed, would you like to connect it to a guitar and do a little goofy stuff? And say, sure, bring it on. And I asked the lady, I've never tried the guitar wireless, the range, because I think we even plugged it also in her computer somehow, because it's kind of class compliant with Macs, and it needs a dongle with Windows. Sorry.
Yep.
Right. She went all the way over the other corner of the very big exposition room, like a basketball court size. Mm-hmm. Even put a wall in between, and it never missed a note.
Yeah, these
I
things,
could not
these things,
believe it.
oh, these things can be really amazingly good. And I didn't get a chance to use it, as I said, because I gave it back. But over the years, oh God, I've probably owned 6 or 7 different guitars.
Which was the first one, and which one do you miss the most?
Oh, good question. The first one was a Yamaha KX5.
Okay, nice.
Which is what I used. It is the perfect controller for the Oberheim expander, because the Oberheim expander has exactly 5 sources for modulation: pressure, pedal 1, pedal 2, lever 1, lever 2. And you just assign those to the things that are hardwired on the KX5. KX5 runs on batteries. You know, it's not very heavy. It's got aftertouch. It's easy to play. It's got the ribbon controller. It's got a couple knobs, everything else. And it's the only thing better is the Roland Axis, the original Roland Axis. And I've owned one. And actually the KX5 was my second guitar. The Axis was my first. So I've had the KX5, I've had the Axis, I've had the Vortex 2. I owned the Liberation, of course. I had a Casio AZ1 for a while.
Those are cool.
I had
that's in the Bobby Brown My Prerogative video.
Yep. I have, and that was Rick Wakeman's favorite, by the way, during the era when he was using guitars. And God, what else? I never owned one of the Korgs because they didn't do anything.
Okay.
Oh, the one I still have. I'm not going to. You guys know what it is. I've got an SH101. Excuse me, an SHS10, the red guitar that plays. You know, it's the FM synth that plays that Wham song, the Christmas
operator synth.
Yeah. And I brought it to a session in 97. I went to a session and I told they wanted me to lay down a lead for a track that we were doing. It's on one of the albums. And I walked in and I brought in the SHS10 and they were like, "You're crazy." And I said, "Well, no, not exactly." So I ran the thing through a Boss SE50 with the distortion and the flanging and the echo cranked to hell. And you know, you can put anything through an SE50 and it'll sound good.
Yeah, I love
it. And you know, so that SHS10 has actually appeared on a couple of my albums. And I've still got it because there was no point in ever selling it.
Speaking of SE50, that was, you know, Mike Dredd is a famous acid guy, worked with Aphex Twin and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He still uses TB303s. He has a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
One of his secret weapons is SE50.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. They're great. I wish I still had mine.
I have a couple of them, yeah.
And they're dynamite machines. They're a great
It was also my first vocoder because it had a vocoder on board, which is cool.
Oh, yeah.
And which one is the one you miss the most?
What of all the
guitars?
Of all the guitars, the Axis, no question about it. The Axis was the best guitar Roland ever made. It was the best guitar anyone ever made, really, in my opinion. It was so beautifully designed.
Right?
What?
It's still a controller, no,
just a controller. Yeah, just a controller. But the way they handled power distribution, the way they handled MIDI, the way they did everything, it was genius. Very well laid out, very ergonomic. You know, the minute Roland went to this whole thing, I'm not one of these guys who likes these ribbon controllers on the neck. It looks really cool, but if you actually play it, the ergonomics are all wrong because everything else is doing this, right? You've got wheels and buttons. But the ribbon is doing this. And so you're trying to use the ribbon this way, which means you can't have your other fingers on the wheels. It's you know, so you can do pitch bend or you can do everything else, but you can't do pitch bend and everything else. And that's what made the Axis so great compared to all of the other Rolands.
They weren't smart to put a Prophecy controller on it.
Well, you know, the Prophecy was originally supposed to be a guitar.
Was it? Okay.
Was it?
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
I have seen a grainy photograph of the original design blueprint, and I would kill
Whoa.
to get a closer look. Unfortunately, we were not able to get the rights to use that picture in Synth Gems 1. It would have been in the Prophecy article. If,
But wait, did they actually manufacture at least the prototype?
no, I don't think
my
it ever.
point
I don't think it ever got that far. It would have been a really cool device, but they would have sold even fewer of them.
Yeah, their arcade controllers weren't that good.
Well, it isn't even that. It's the fact that they realized, and I put this in my book, the Prophecy requires so much flexibility of the left hand to use all the different controllers that if you're also holding up the keyboard with it, balancing the keyboard with your left hand, you can't play it and use all the controllers at the same time.
You have to play like a lap steel.
yeah. You've got to be able to set it on a table.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, all those beautiful left-hand controllers, they're not all usable at once. It was a really interesting design. They had all the same capabilities: the log, the ribbon, the whole 9 yards. But if you were using it and you also had to balance the keyboard, it wouldn't have been anywhere near as expressive. And so
How
I think
heavy
they made
is it?
the Prophecy.
Plus, it's also got an AC power supply, which is stupid. I wish I had a DC on that thing.
Well, this was back in the days when an IEC cable meant that it was serious built.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, so it's, I don't know, 4 kilos maybe?
Yeah, it's chunky.
Because, the Vortex I think is half of that. It's
Yeah.
barely a kilo
Vortex is light as
200.
a feather. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And the Prophecy, they might have figured out a way to make it lighter, but the fact is that it didn't even get that far.
no. My point is, I have heavy guitars and I've weared Les Pauls, and if you put my 6-string bass on your back, it would be broken in 5 minutes. With a big enough strap and a very rough leather, it wouldn't dive down. So the Prophecy had the log with 1 ribbon,
Right.
and what else?
2 wheels.
2 wheels. You still can kind of. Not really.
And then it also has all the performance buttons for turning the arpeggiator on and off. And
yeah, that's a no.
so yeah, there was too much. There was too much. And the pictures were very intriguing, but it was obviously concept art. They never got past that. They realized very quickly that if they wanted the damn thing to be playable, it had to be able to sit on a table.
Yeah.
I still have mine. I love mine. Of all
great.
the books, of all the synths that in Synth Gems 1 that I've owned, that's one of the ones I kept. It has one secret. When you want to get the best sound out of a Prophecy, you run it through a guitar pedal, a stereo guitar pedal that provides clean gain. The problem with the Prophecy is that, like a lot of Korg synths that came out in the 90s, its output stage is really, really wimpy. It has a very, very low output level. So you need
an overdrive.
You need to boost the fuck out of it.
Oh,
And if you do,
to notice that, that's interesting.
and if you when you get it to sit right in the mix and you suddenly notice you've got all the hiss.
Yeah.
But what I ended up doing was there's a guitar pedal company. God, you might have. Now I'm blanking on the name. God damn it. He specializes in pedals for keyboardists, but he also does things for guitars. He does like the tall and fat and the organ grinder, and I'll have to
Electro Harmonics?
No. This is a little tiny company. This is a guy who does.
Okay.
He hand builds all these things, and he makes a stereo gain pedal called the Tall, Fat, and Wide, which is really amazing. And give me a
Not
second.
familiar.
I'm gonna look up the name because it's driving me crazy.
I assume the Prophecy had a line out. What about just putting it through a DI box to just lower the impedance? to attack preamp.
that would probably also work, but you know, my attitude is the only stereo DI box I have is a JDI radial duplex, which is half the cost of the Prophecy and probably weighs more than it does.
Yeah.
And by the way, the guy's name is Ken Lounsbury, and it's Lounsbury pedals. And the piece that I have is called the Tall, Fat, and Wide. And it is just this gorgeous, it puts just a little fur on the sound, just a little bit of analog oomph. Basically any machine that needs a little bit of extra gain, any keyboard that needs a little extra gain to sound good, you run it through this thing and it's gorgeous. So that's sort of a, you know, I don't
you want a clone.
Hmm?
You want a clone as
the Centaur? A Centaur?
Yeah.
I can't afford it.
No, but I mean that you're describing the use that many people do. Many use. Oh, I'm forgetting my English. It's too late. You're describing how everybody uses a clone Centaur. Just a little bit of push, or a tube screamer. That's what you want. A tube screamer with an EQ.
I have the former editor of the Spanish music technology magazine Musico Pro is a tube screamer collector.
Wow!
And he has
he's never gonna end, you know.
I know he owns like 28 of them.
That's not even half.
I know. And he knows, but you know, now he's got kids, so he can't.
Wait, is he sticking to just Ibanez brand tube screamers?
I believe he started that way,
and now it's spreading to the other. Clones?
Yeah, now he's going to all the clones. So yeah, they're you know. All I remember is he would play these for me, and he would say, you know, listen to this, but on the other hand, listen to this, and I'm going, it's a tube screamer. It's a tube screamer. It's a tube screamer. It's a tube. I'm sorry, I can't tell.
No, usually the difference is the ones that bother to put an extra array of EQ equalization in the pedal. Then you can push it to things that don't sound exactly like a tube screamer. Yeah. But the purists don't like those ones, so it's really crazy.
Well, crazy. You know, I'm from the era when all we could afford were the original Electro-Harmonix pedals. And let's be honest, they really sounded like ass.
Did they?
Yeah, they were noisy as hell. They were noisy as hell. I'm sorry.
Is that before David Cockerell got involved?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
the really old ones from the 70s, they were nasty.
Yeah, but guitar amplifiers were also extremely noisy and hissy.
Yeah, but I was a bass player.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, you know, just I'm sorry, no.
So what, Ampeg?
No, acoustic.
Whoa, respect.
Real quick, back to guitars real quick, because I got a couple. I don't know if Mike has seen these. So I got a Vortex 1 and 2. I got two KX5s. I got the SHH10. I have the AX7, which is cool because it has a D-beam on it.
Right, and
I have a guitar with a D-beam.
Well, the only one I would ever consider would be the AX Edge.
That one looks all right, yeah.
Just because it has aftertouch. You know me. Sure. I won't touch anything that doesn't have aftertouch
me too.
on it.
I love it, yeah. And then also I got a Link LN4, which is
wow
thing, which is really cool.
Yeah. Is yours still in good shape? Does it work well?
Yes. But one thing I didn't know when I got it is why it's one of the reasons it's so cool is also why it's annoying, because it has a separate 1U rack.
Yep.
And that plugs into there, and that's where you get the power and the control.
Right.
And it addresses 4 separate MIDI modules, whatever you want to map to it. So kind of like the KX5 a little bit, but more control, and the key bed is really nice, and it has that the thumb wheel in such a way that Jan Hammer wanted it designed because he worked with them to do that.
Yep.
So
it's the LN4 is a lovely beast. The thing about the Axis was that they had a base station that had MIDI coming out and which had the power supply and so on. So it was connected to the actual keyboard by a very thick cable. Very flexible, very long, very thick, and it had a locking connector. It was like a 7-pin cable or something. But the cool thing about that is they just put it on the floor. It was a little box that sit on the floor, and the top of it was a sustain pedal.
Oh, okay.
So you could actually walk over to it and do sustain pedal stuff if you wanted. It was a pretty slick design.
Yeah, this could sit on the floor, but it's really meant to be in a rack. But either way, it works.
Eddie?
But
I got one for all you 3 people and the few people still listening in the chat. One reason for guitars to still exist and remain for many years, and one reasons why they should disappear from the face of the earth. Go.
Because they're shit.
Sorry, Fred, what?
That's the one against.
Because they're shit.
And what's the reason? What's the pro?
That's it. No, I'm only messing.
No.
If the business people think there's a demand for them, then they'll be around.
Yeah. But from us players, I'm curious to know from each
I'm not
one
a
of
player.
you.
I've liked guitars, but I've been listening. I've liked them, but I've not desired them.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
It took me years to learn scale.
Well, I'm still on it.
Well, yeah.
Well, it's
I'm not a
interesting.
great,
I know.
I'm not a great keyboardist.
I know there's there tends to be polarities, but for me, I'm.
Yeah. It's funny. It is polarizing the guitar subject.
Does it ever give you RSI when you use it for a long time and then go back to the flat keyboard, or vice
Not
versa?
really. Not
I
really.
wouldn't think so.
Not really.
More than a guitar would.
I certainly have never experienced that, and I've been using them for 40 years. The one thing that's really cool about them is the guitar recognizes the importance of giving the keyboardist a whole lot of control that's easy to reach.
Okay.
So a keytar, even if you've got it sitting on a desk, a keytar is one of the best MIDI controllers you can get.
Well, you mentioned that strip up by the left hand.
Yep.
That long strip. Well,
Yep.
could you tap? Could you tap with your right hand on that?
Oh yes. You can do
So
trills and stuff.
You could pose like a
Yep.
normal guitarist.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
And
So it
the
has
reason
got-
why they
so
should
you could use the bend. You could use the wheels as well as the tapper.
Oh yeah.
Well, you could use it as a tapper as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If you're
That's what
handy
I
enough,
thought
yes.
of.
Yeah, and the reason why they should die more has to do with the people who play them.
Okay.
There's a woman on
explain?
YouTube who has a collection of them.
Oh yeah.
She's got them
All those
hung
little
up behind
Japanese
her.
ones, yeah.
Yeah, she's the Romanian woman, I think, who plays the KX5 like an accordion, and has this she comes out in these skimpy outfits and plays really, really, really fast on a KX5.
I remember that.
That Vocaloid
I would've-
guitar is really cool that Yamaha has, but the problem is you need a Japanese formatted app to program it, and you can't get it in the App Store.
And not only that, but you can't get them outside of the United States, and you have to get them gray market, and then you have to make sure you feed them the right voltages.
Right.
No, it's way cooler. It's way cooler than the Sonogenic. The one they sell here in the States
Yeah.
uses the same chassis and is a really boring machine.
Exactly.
But
yeah.
you get people like, I'm sorry, but I guess it was Prince who had a guitar player in his band who had a guitar that would squirt into the audience.
And himself played a guitar several times.
Yeah, and then you have Jordan
I've
Rudess.
seen guitars doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have Jordan Rudess and his Zen Riffer, which
it's
is
custom, yeah.
which is this custom piece of Star Trek barbarian weaponry sculpture that
They
has
even
a
made a custom
2-octave
one for
keyboard.
Lady Gaga. Had an NPC.
Wait.
Well,
I need to see that one.
Lady Gaga's are all based on Rolands. They're all just changed chassis.
Yeah.
But Lady Gaga has always played Roland, and all of her custom guitars are Roland AXs.
What's the name of the Rudess one?
The Zen Riffer. Zenriffer.
So
I need
kind
to
of
see that one.
spiky.
Never
Is it
seen
kind of
that one.
spiky? Like it's
Yeah, it looks like a Klingon battle axe with a keyboard on it.
it's a batleth. Yeah, it's a.
Yeah.
Badlet.
You should just call it a
Okay.
batleth.
Well, I wasn't
Oh,
going to say that
fuck
because that
no.
really would have outed me as a nerd.
Oh shit! That is wrong. That's wrong in so many levels.
But the reason why I like having a keytar is not just, first of all, it's nice to have an extra keyboard around your neck if you're playing in a big rig and you want to be able to grab another sound quickly. Second of all, it gives you a lot of control. Third of all, you don't have to dance around like an idiot. You really don't.
Right.
What do you mean?
And
you still dance around like an idiot.
well,
Although
the
guitar players like to
guitarists,
dance around like idiots.
the guitarists
Exactly.
can get away with dancing around like idiots. But it's just, it feels good to play something when you can move while you play.
Yeah, I know.
So that's
I
why,
know.
that's why
I had a stack of stuff and all that.
yeah, and that's why I play instrument, because I can have it on a table or I can pick it up and wear it.
Didn't Chick-Corea play
did you see,
guitar sometimes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Did you see Gaz?
What?
Did you see Gaz Williams doing a OP1 strapped round his like a keytar with an OP1?
Yeah.
It's a classic video.
Well, it's like the CSO1 guys who do that too. With the
Yeah, I've never seen it, Fred.
breath controller.
Gaz is a sweetheart. He was very kind to me on his show, but I don't watch as many of his videos as I should. I also have an Eigenharp. I have an Eigenharp Pico, the little
I have a
tiny
Pico
one.
as well, yeah.
Little tiny one. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to 3D print a clamp, and I'm going to connect the Pico to the instrument, and I'm going to have
there
the world's coolest keytar ever.
I want to see that.
And it so
I want to see it.
There's another factor that you've overlooked.
there are probably many of them.
If the tongue in cheek here, by the way, if the
Sure.
aliens make contact, since the US government's done that token
Yep.
inquiry thing,
Yep.
then they might have keytars as the norm. We just don't know what instruments they'd be playing out there.
Well, that's true. It could
Yeah.
very well be that all the aliens play keytars. That
I'm not
actually,
interested in the flying saucers. I'm interested in the musical instruments.
well, there you go.
Laser guitars.
No, and then
Oh,
is it Rodney
synthetic.
Matthews?
I
Is
have
it
a
Rodney
question.
Matthews, the artist. He did some album covers,
Oh yeah,
round the Yes times and all that.
Yeah,
Roger
he
Dean
did
stuff.
Elias of
But Rodney
Sunhillow.
Matthews,
yeah.
he did some alien musicians with. I'm sure there was a keytar involved.
Oh yeah, probably. No, he did the art for Elias of Sunhillow because Roger Dean just wasn't available to do the album for John Anderson. There's a stupid piece of trivia for you. Dan J in chat, you're in Australia. Is there any way I could bribe you to mail me a pack of like 10 Australian Cadbury snack bars? Because they are filled with the most awful, wonderful, awful fake pineapple cream that you bite into it and it's like it gets you by the neck and it's like pineapple.
Wow.
And I would love to we haven't had them in years. We had a friend from Australia who would come visit us from Melbourne, and she'd bring us these stacks of snack bars. And I don't know if they're still making them anywhere, but you can't get them anywhere else. It's only Cadbury Australia that has them.
Well, if he can't, Synthetic probably could hook you up with Ramsey.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Ramsey.
Ramsey has access to that stuff, I'm sure.
Yeah.
They're
Well,
always worried about all the postage stuff because apparently the postage
Yeah.
from Australia is
Oh, it's
It's
insane.
brutal.
It's
Yeah.
insane.
It's brutal.
But once in a while you can get away with it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so back to food for a second. Sorry.
No, please do. I'm starving, but hey.
So my God, Eddie, what time is it where you are?
Right o'clock is just gone 5:30 in the morning.
And you've been up all night,
Oh yeah,
dude.
how far? That's because I never had my meds tonight.
Yeah. We should
I've been
probably,
up
we should
too.
probably pack it at some point because I do have some stuff to do. But I
yeah.
do like these long format shows. They're fun.
Well, thank you for doing this, Andy, and thank you for
problem.
Yes,
for
thank you.
reminding me that this was going on. I'm sorry I couldn't get here earlier, but it is an awful lot of fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
And
Hey, real
um,
quick about the Eigenharp, weren't you baffled when you found out there are sound fonts? Why are they using sound fonts?
because they're universal, they're cheap, and they're easy to work with.
I guess, but I don't know. I need to play
They
with this
don't
some
make
more.
them anymore.
No, I know.
No, not Eigenharps, snack bars.
Oh,
Oh God, Dan. Oh, and thank you for
Oh.
saying I'm a nice man, but now I'm a nice man who has a sad.
he's
I
very
has
sad.
I has a sad. Oh well, I appreciate it, but oh well, gracefully surrender the things of your youth.
Well, we did make some various fruit esters in organic chemistry lab, and probably made the same stuff they put in that
Oh,
pineapple.
probably.
So,
Uh,
to give you an idea, they had to do it in a fume hood.
oh yeah.
So yeah,
Was there a warning?
Nasty stuff.
Was there a warning under the flap of the chocky bar?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, to
Contains-
gross TBS.
Contains absolutely vile artificial pineapple flavor.
Known to cause cancer in invertebrates. Or something
Well, you're
like
just
that.
getting preserved like it's formalin or formaldehyde. So
Um,
it's,
Paul,
They have a don't they have a warning on Gatorade saying that it causes cancer in rats?
probably.
It's,
oh, probably there are all kinds of.
Yeah.
Listen, in California,
but it's actually on the can.
well, in California, whenever they sell you a product with a wall wart, the wall wart has a little tag on it that says that the cabling and the contains chemicals that have been known to cause cancer in pregnant women.
Yeah.
You know,
Even coffee has to label
Yeah,
now because there's something when they process coffee beans
Yep.
that has
and
carcinogenic.
by the way, to answer Paul Ortola's question, Paul, the last time I had a Cadbury snack, my oldest daughter was a baby, so that would have been almost 30 years ago. So yeah, it has been a while, but I'm never going to forget that flavor as long as I live. Pineapple.
You do the pull away shot. You're like, no.
Yeah, exactly.
No more pineapple.
No more pineapple.
Oh, I love pineapple.
Very, very sad.
You know, guys.
Well, yeah. Thank you for making my initiation smooth and welcome.
worries.
Welcome,
Fred, what a pleasure.
Yeah, it's good times.
Thank you for coming.
My eyes are hanging out, but
Yeah, well, you know what? It'll be a lot easier. Start coming to PSN on Fridays, and that's a nice evening show. That's seven to 9 on Friday nights.
I've watched it a lot.
Well, you need to
It's
come
funny
in and
what-
say you need to come in and say hi in chat. I don't remember talking to you there.
No, I'm not. This is the first time I've been on, like any internet chat.
Well,
Ever.
you know, it's wonderful to have you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it was good times.
Indeed.
Thanks for coming.
Same here.
And
No, thanks, Andy, for standing in for Kent.
No worries.
Yep.
I hope
I-
you tell us
I-
what's wrong.
That's right.
Well,
That was my question. Is anything wrong with Kent?
he's just
is he all right?
he got
Stomach
food
something,
poisoning,
right?
I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
See?
he's basically, I forget, he's very picturesque when he describes what food poisoning does to him. He comes off with some
He's the best.
really fascinating metaphors.
Like, you ever
He's
seen
the
a
best.
hippo when a hippo does the when they spray out the back?
No, the one that got me
You?
was he said, I think I've finally finished throwing up everything I've eaten since I was 5 years old.
There you go. Yeah.
He's the boss. Come on.
He's
That
amazing.
guy is brilliant. Okay, guys. Night
He's
night.
a national treasure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
Andy,
all
thank
the
you.
best, everyone.
Everybody in the in the chat, thank you for putting up with me. And I'm
Both of you.
calling it a night. Bye guys.
Take
Bye.
it cheesy. Bye
Night
bye.
night. Take care. See you soon.
See ya.